We're calling the October 8, 2020 virtual city commission meeting back into order. Madam City Attorney, can we read the first reading ordinance into record, please?
I'm having a problem opening the attachment. Give me 1 second, sir. Sorry, it's an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 39, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Peddlers and Itinerant Vendors, Sidewalk and Street Vendors, by deleting requirements and definitions related to obsolete Coconut Grove, Miami Arena, Biscayne Boulevard, and Restaurant Arcade Special Vending Districts, providing for prohibitions against vending in the Wynwood and Coconut Grove Business Improvement Districts and on any right-of-way abutting a T3 transit zone. Further providing for a modified maximum width for vending stands in the right-of-way containing a subject clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
And this item actually contains all of the changes that I want to make, correct? Or the one change. It reflects it already?
It does not. I believe what you're proposing is for the ordinance to be modified to indicate that peddling may continue if they have the appropriate licenses and any vending districts that may be abolished. That is not in the attachment, but we can include that in second reading if that is the desire of the body.
Okay. Then the chair would accept the motion on the item with that language being included.
So moved.
Seconded by the chair. Any discussion?
What item is it again, Chair?
This is FR1.
FR1?
Yes. Commissioner Reyes, are you speaking to us or are you speaking to someone else?
Oh, I was trying to speak to you.
Okay.
And I was talking to myself. I know that you addressed the problem of peddling. You see that it doesn't prohibit them to as long as they have a license. I also addressed the people that they earn their living selling flowers and selling water and in some intersections. And I think that if they have the proper license, that shouldn't be valid.
You say it should be valid.
It should be valid.
Right.
I wanted,
That's what I wanted to make sure. That's what I wanted to make sure. That
Because those people they're not peddling. What they're doing is they are earning a living by selling different items like water, flowers. You see, lemons. Some people that sell lemons and fruits and all of that, and they are making an honest. They're making a living.
That's exactly what I was saying. I wanted to make sure that those people who are doing those things weren't pushed from these areas under the guise of vending.
Okay. I'm glad that is clear. That's been clarified. Okay.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. All right.
As amended.
As amended, correct. Let's go back to RE1, RE2.
4-0.
That's the Virginia Key Marina item.
This was to be. The deferment was proposed by the administration, right?
That's correct.
And Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla wanted to comment on it.
That's correct.
Well, what I'm contemplating, and I don't know if the chairman will acquiesce or not, is that this is an issue. This is like the poster child for lack of finality. This is 6 years of this bull, right? 6 years. And Miami of all cities, doesn't have a world-class marina. And to me, that's shocking. Lawsuits and more lawsuits, and throw out this bid, bring somebody else, different presentations. I've had countless meetings on this with the different parties, different entities that want to build a marina, and this argument, then somebody gives it a counter argument. And I thought, and maybe I'm being silly, but I thought that instead of deferring it for another 6 years, that we begin a process of having a conversation, having them come before us and present both sides, not 2 minutes, because you can't explain something like this in 2 minutes, but whatever the chairman thinks is proper, and say, this is what we're proposing. This is what the capital improvements are going to make to this property. The marina, we're going to pump 115 million, 120 million, whatever the amount is. This is what we're going to pay the city. And this it's going to take us 3 years to build it out, 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. And then have the other side come and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. These are the capital improvements, the same thing. And then we can make an intelligent decision. We know, and then have our lawyer come in, our city attorney come in and say, well, if we do this, these are the legal consequences. If you don't do that, these are the legal consequences. And then in the sunshine, in the open, we all understand, we can all ask the questions we need to ask. Maybe a little bit tedious, maybe a little bit long, but that's what we're here for. And I know that Commissioner Hardiman and Commissioner Russell have been here when this all started. One of them is moving up to the upper body, and I think he wants to have this conversation before he leaves. And I think that the other commissioner is in his district, and he wants to have this conversation. And the three of us that came after, we think, I think, that this is a citywide issue, as are other projects that we're doing. That it's not about districts, it's about what Miami looks like to the world. Are we going to have a world-class marina? Are we going to have world-class landmarks, sites that people look at Miami and say, well, we have, whether it's an administration building, whether it's a marina, whether it's a stadium, Commissioner Reyes, or not, whatever it is a question of whether we're going to have these conversations sooner rather than later. And the kind of economic situation we're in right now, and the downturn that we have right now, and the holes that we have to fill, I think sooner is better than later. So what I wanted to do today, and I propose to do today, and the commissioners agree, the body agrees, is that we have these presentations. They come, they give their arguments, what's in it for the city, what's in it for Miami, how much can we get from them, what revenue we can generate, and can we, in fact, at the end of the day, build a world-class marina for a world-class city with the proper capital improvements, with a proper financial wherewithal. What do they offer? What each of these two sides is really two sides over five. Really, what before us is not two sides. It's one. It's accepting a recommended proposal or for a recommended bidder. That's what's before us today. But let's not fool ourselves. That's not the debate we're having. The debate we're having is with two fighters, an incumbent that's there now that is not leaving. And we have a winning bidder that's before us today. But I think both sides have valuable arguments. I've heard both sides. I've heard some accusations. It's gotten a bit personal. I get it. It's a lot of money involved. There's a lot of interest involved. There's a lot of issues to discuss. Isn't it better that we do it in the open and start it today and maybe finish it on the 22nd, or finish it today maybe, so we can come to agreement and get with the city. We have a new city manager, what his perspective is on this. And that's my thinking. And Mr. Chair, I don't know what your thinking is. I hope it's in line with mine, that we kind of say, let's talk about it. And let everybody hear what our opinions are. And what is more important than what our opinions, because we're the elected body, we'll make the ultimate decision, but what each side has to offer to our city.
I want to recognize Commissioner Reyes, then the Vice Chairman, and then I'll speak.
I know that we have to finalize this problem that we encountered when we first got here, and I myself when I was elected. And to that effect, I think that Commissioner Carollo and myself, we asked for an audit of the marina, and then to look into the possibility of, instead of granting it to an outside vendor or outside manager, that which could take possession of the marina and do the improvements as we can do, or maybe we can be, be more benefit to the city of Miami to have the marina, and to also, instead of having this huge big project that they have, that it was bid out, that it is the marina plus all the stores and restaurants that surrounding the area, that we are, what we're doing is we are commissioning this to a group of people that they don't have expertise in those areas, to separate them and have two separate bids, you see. And what I am proposing, Commissioner Diaz-Ara Portilla, is that we wait until that it's almost finished, that audit report comes in, and we will have a base by which we can make a decision and analyzing everything that you have mentioned, and also the possibility of us taking over the marina. And I think that's going to be, I think about at the beginning of next month, we will have it. The commissioner is going to be here until I think that in the first meeting of November, and maybe we can have that report. And then we can sit down and have some numbers or some information, and we can make a very educated decision.
Well, Commissioner, I'm amenable, by the way, I'm open to the idea that the city takes over the marina. I want to hear from our attorney whether we can do that, or what the settlement agreement that we have with the existing operator allows us to do that. But not yet, Vicky, hold on. I'm going to ask you the right time. I'm getting there. So there's a settlement agreement that we have, and I want to make sure that we can actually immediately take over that marina and run it. So I'm open to that idea. My understanding is that, and I was gonna introduce the pocket item, which I made a mistake earlier this morning. I didn't introduce a pocket item of a continuity of government that I want to talk about who's going to replace. Although it hurts me, it pains me, we're going to have to eventually replace our chairman with a new commission. So I want to talk a little bit about that a little bit later. So I'm going to introduce a pocket item a little bit later, maybe have to give some opportunity for public input, perhaps. But he's not going to be here on the 19th. I think he leaves effectively the 17th commission or the 18th. 17th. And I think that we may have a special meeting, or I may request, or the other commissioner may request a special meeting to name his replacement, because we have to have continuity of government. And I want him to have a say in what happens with this project. So the November 19th meeting may be too late if we take that into account. Now, it could be another duly named or elected, duly named representative of that district, but I think all five, because it's a citywide project, all five commissioners, all five constituencies should be represented in that decision. It's a big deal. Yes, this marina is a big deal. And so every citizen should have a say, should have a representative, their commissioner, duly elected commissioner, to come and say, this is what we think should happen or not happen. So my thinking was to try to, that's why I wanted to do it today, to have to begin the conversation.
Begin the conversation, that's good.
And then continue on the 22nd, if we have to. And maybe who knows? So sometimes some miracles happen, and we, maybe at the end of the night, at 3 or 4 in the morning, at 3 or 4 in the morning, we decide that we, after some Red Bull or some coffee or some wine or whatever, we decide that we want to vote it out at 3 in the morning, and we get something done. And we get some finality with this issue. I think, look, I'll repeat, I know it's like a broken record, but 6 years of this. It's absurd. We have to find a solution. There's politics involved, there are relationships involved, I get all that. I'm involved in that too. But at the end of the day, I know we're all going to do what's best for the city of Miami. Absolutely. We have local issues. We want local participants. We want real capital improvements. We want real serious money to the city, specifics. How much money to the city every year over the 75-year period? How much, what's the difference between one bidder and the other bidder? So that we can make an intelligent decision, because I get different opinions from every time. Obviously, every time one side comes to me and gives me a whole presentation, then the other side comes and rebuts that presentation, and it's back and forth. And no, that's not true. And then there's some personal stuff that we can throw away. There's some issues. because it's just personal stuff that I don't think really matters. Then there's the Cuba issue that I know was discussed before I was elected, and we go back and forth and all this, but we don't muddy the waters. So we just have an opportunity for your respective representatives. I think it's Mr. Dotson on one side and Mr. De Grande on the other side, and so this is what we're offering. This is why we're better than the other. And then we can make a decision as to what's in the best interest of the city of Miami, irrespective of anything else. So I just want to start the conversation. I'm not saying we end it today. I'm saying let's start it. So at least we make some progress. We move forward. We get some questions answered.
I'm glad you did.
That's my thinking.
I'm glad you did, but the only thing that I'm offering is, and I'm glad that I would start this conversation. What I'm trying to offer is that we can even call a special meeting at the beginning of November, after the election, in order to solve this problem, and we will have some information that I think that it will be extremely helpful for us, because particularly for what you want, because you want to know how much are we going to receive, what is the potential of how much we can receive in order to make an intelligent decision. So with this report, what I'm trying to find out is the potential of that marina and what will be the best course of action according to the information that we receive.
So I had the Dream folks yesterday in my briefing. We stayed over after the briefing. We talked a little bit about the details. I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. Talk to me, and I think Jackie Lorenzo and some of the other members of the Dream team came to me and try to give me some specifics on how many dollars. And the most interesting thing that I found about that conversation was that the Dream argues that these numbers are floors, not ceilings, right? Because that's the way it is in Tallahassee. And we did that with a gaming compact with the Seminoles. We said we negotiated a contract after we approved the settlement agreement. We came back and said, well, you know what? 220 million wasn't enough. We want 280 million. So what Dream explained to me yesterday, the representatives of Dream, Dan and others, they said, this is a floor. Maybe we can negotiate 3 million or 3.2 million. My understanding is that the current marina, from what I hear, not from any particular vendor, just I hear from marina, because I also go outside the people that have a vested interest and ask 2 marina operators, independent, they're not bidding for this, they have no interest in this, that marina they estimate is probably making about $8 million a year.
Yep.
All right. So one of the contracts has 6% of gross sales. The other one has no gross sales, my understanding. And they're paying us 2 million, 2.1, and 2.5, whatever the difference is. That's what I want to know. Because if we're making 8 million, there's a lot of operating costs. I got a lot. The guy told me that. He also told me, let's say that each side is making 2 million. And it's 8 million total, and then 2 and 2 for the city, 2 for the operator. If we operate ourselves, as Commissioner Reyes suggests, well, hey, that we can make a heck of a lot more money, right, for the city. Not that I'm a big believer in government, as I've said many times, operating anything, but at least in the interim, before we maybe perhaps do a new RFP, because I'm new to this one, right? I've been reading about it for 6 years. I was reading about it when I was, when I didn't even think about running for city commission. And it's always a front page local news article about it falls apart. There's a lawsuit. It's an appeal. They lose the appeal, or they throw out the bid. And it's over and over and over again. So what I want to do is I want to have the information in an open forum where people can't lie, or people can deceive, or people can't, fudge numbers. And not that I'm saying any of this has happened, but I prefer to do it openly, so that our city manager and our Dream members can come and say, no, that's not true. There's actually a floor. We could actually get 3 million from them, or this is how much they're really generating. We tabulate all those things, and we have to make sure that we have every detail before we make the decisions. I figured, Commissioner Reyes, that we're going to have a conversation today, maybe another conversation on the 22nd. And I agree, a special meeting maybe on the 6th or the 7th. It can't be the 4th because Commissioner Hardeman is going to be recovering from a celebration, or maybe still celebrating. So it can't be the 4th, right? There's got to be at least the 5th. And maybe we have a meeting on that Thursday, and we come in and we have a meeting just for that.
Just for that.
And we settle this problem, and we move on to the next big deal.
Once for all.
But for us to have that, all the questions are asked, as many as can be answered, and then we continue, and then we make an intelligent decision. Because I don't want it to be my bad that I don't have enough information. I wasn't here when this RFP was drafted. I wasn't here when it was given. I wasn't here when all this happened, but I have to vote on it. So it's on me that I vote on something that is a good vote. It's a right vote based on all the information I can have. I can't change what the RFP said. I can't change all the legal maneuvering that took place before, but I can sure as heck make a good decision based on good information now. So then if I make a bad decision, I vote the wrong way, my constituents will punish me. But at least I can't blame it on anybody else but myself. And I want to make sure, and if I make the right decision, they'll reward me. And that's what I want. I want to represent the people who elected me, and I want to make every decision, especially when it comes to big ticket items like this one, with all the information in the world. Even if it's conflicting information, at least it's out there, we can talk about it, we can debate it, we can go back and forth. And that's just the way I'm thinking about this issue. The same way I'm going to do this, I'm going to try to do it at least on every big ticket item that we have.
I agree with you 100%, and that's why we need all the information we can get. An audit, it's being performed, and I think that is going to be finished. It's going to be before November, and I'm going to try to get it, the Auditor General to, the information that I have, it is almost finished, and that will be an additional information that we will have and how it is operating, the potential that marina has of additional revenues and so on. And I think it will be helpful just to help a little bit. And then just as you stated, we have a special meeting and we analyze all the every one of the different possibilities, including taking over it. And we vote and we'll make a decision based on that information that we received. And I agree with you. We have to finalize this.
Commissioner Russell?
Sure.
Well, I called on Commissioner Russell. He's been waiting patiently. You recognize Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla, I felt exactly the way you do right now when I came in and inherited this, the first RFP, the first version, which we ended up throwing out after giving it good review and understanding the scoring. And the challenges that came from that were so difficult amongst us and the applicants, and it consumed so much time. We created a special master system simply just because of that, to deal with the challenges to the RFP so that we wouldn't have to put ourselves in that same situation again. But I agree with you. We should be the ones making the decision, and we should do it as promptly as possible. We should do it with the right information. But what we want to make sure of and be what we want to have most important is that the decision we make is binding and solid to challenge. And I think that's where we really need to rely on our procurement director, to rely on our city attorney. There's another person here that's new in this decision, in addition to yourself, and that's the city manager. The recommendation that is before us on this agenda is from a previous city manager after their analysis of the scoring. And so I believe the correct process is for that manager to put forth what his recommendation is. Right now, we're dealing with a stale recommendation. And we all have our reasons. We've hashed out a lot of things we like and don't like about the different applications and problems, and we don't need to go through those now. But I believe once we get, and that's what I've been waiting to hear from, where does this manager stand on the recommendation to the commission? Because the process is the scoring happens, he makes a recommendation, we accept or deny the recommendation. And my worry is if we create our own procurement process where we are interviewing and basically doing our own scoring, that they may be able to, whoever loses may be able to come back and say we violated our own process. And I don't know that that's the case. I just want to make sure that this is all blessed by the city attorney and procurement and the city manager. But I'm with you. The sooner the decision, the better.
So where does this manager stand? It's a legitimate question.
Before we bring the manager in on that, are you finished, Vice Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
I want to call on Commissioner Carollo.
Thank you.
You thought I was going to forget about you? I can't.
No. I know you'll never forget about me because I remind you.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Look, I'm going to tell you all right now, the one idea that has been proffered that I'm not going to bite into is for the city to run it. And let me explain to you why. If we were the private sector, the private sector would have fired everybody that we've had running the dry dock marina next to this marina. The dry dock marina there is part of what they're supposed to take over in the bid process. It's a shame, a real shame, how that marina has been run with no caring how much money it brings. I mean, even during this whole ordeal where we all knew we were going to lose so much money, someone made the decision that, oh, they were going to give 15%, or was it 25? I don't know, one or the other. I think it was 25. Back to the people that were put in the dry dock there. Now, we have the lowest prices compared to the private sector. We're like about 50% or more below them. So on top of that, without counting on us and not contemplating the financial problems we were going to have because of COVID-19, someone took a decision upon themselves that it wasn't enough that for the dry docks they pay 50% or more below market value, but they were going to give them 25% back. That marina is one of the biggest example that I could point to you why the city of Miami, at least in the marina business, has no business getting involved in running anything itself. Now, let me go further. I'm going to go back, yes, to the time that I was mayor. There was a group of people that had bought the lease where we have the dry docks that we run today. Next door to it, the place called the HUD, or I don't know what it's called now. And they were going to make an offer for that portion of the marina there that we're running today. And apparently they were making a big offer to the father of the individual that's running the marina today to buy that lease from them. And they wanted to combine it and ask for an extension for all those properties. They were offering a pretty reasonable amount of dollars. But I made the mistake, and I say it sadly, to have listened to the marina manager that we had at the times, Miss Abrams, that convinced me that if we run it ourselves, we can make much more money, not give them anything. And the outcome has been the failure of having the city run it for all these years and the loss of revenue that we've had versus the private sector running it, making their profit, and we made more than by running it ourselves. I don't know what's going on in there, but you know, I'm amazed that there's an audit on this marina, but there's no audit on the dry dock marina that we're doing. Who knows what you're going to find there? And I mean, who knows what you're going to find there?
Let's do it.
Maybe that's one that we ourselves should do an investigation on and see how many people are putting boats there that are not paying. If we are getting all the money that's being paid by boats that are put there or not. Because I can't believe that throughout the years, we've gotten so little money out of there. And like everything else in the city, there's no accountability. Nobody has to worry about losing their job. We're even getting hit in the hand here for once. So for all those reasons, and I might add that those nice chaps that wanted to combine all these dry dock marinas and the actual boat slip marinas and do that whole project, when I'd listened to the marina director, they went after me like, you know, the revenge of, well, I mean, I say that I might not be politically correct, but with major revenge in the next election that I had. So, gentlemen, there's no way that you're going to convince me. And certainly, with the lack of accountability and the people that we have running the marina operation, that I'm going to go and vote to let the city run this marina, because I know what's going to happen. It's going to be run down. We're going to get less money than ever before in a short time. And it's going to be the same thing as the Preston Marina, where the dry docks are at. I actually feel responsible not to have gotten the city more money, which I did, but this should have never gotten to this point that we waited so long to take this on. When I asked the Preston Marina operator to provide $100,000 more, which he has, and even though he had no guarantees, and he never guaranteed us that he was going to be doing it every month. He's been paying the $100,000 every month, and in fact, has paid us more already on a yearly basis that the other group would have paid us. But the difference is that he didn't have the benefit of having the extra income that he was supposed to have in the lease of the dry dock marina that we're not making anything from. And then on top of that, if we were to add the amount of money that we're making in that marina, besides him making us more than whole, we were making a lot more now. So I think it's ripe for us to decide this one way or another. We've been kicking around this can for a long time. More than ever, we need to bring the most amount of income to the city and the stability of that income. And yes, it's very clear that with either one of these two firms, we don't have to agree to the amount that they offer. We could ask for more and negotiate for more. The question is, which of the two do we think deserves that shot to be able to negotiate for more from the city of Miami? But the bottom line is going to the route of us running it ourselves for all the reasons that I stated here. There's no way that I can go that route.
Okay,
Before you go back to Commissioner Russell, because I know you were going back and forth with the senator, so you recognize him. You recognize him.
Thank you. Commissioner Correa, doesn't happen every day, but I'm going to agree with you with at least two, maybe even three things of what you just said, which is very true. One,
A lot more than you disagree.
you absolutely negotiated a better deal for us than what we had sitting there. And you pulled that out of your back pocket, you negotiated it, and over $1 million a year is coming to the city because of that. Plus, it bought us the time to decide this properly without losing money and without kicking one out and while we're still providing a service. So thank you. That was really good. The other thing I completely agree with you about is about us running our own marina. I wish we could have nice things. I really want us to be better stewards of the assets that we have. And for me, it's not about the manpower, because I really think Madi does a great job at Dinner Key Marina. Anthony does a great job around the all of them. We may disagree on that, but I think the bigger problem is about deferred maintenance, upkeep, and investment. If you look right out the window at Dinner Key, after Hurricane Irma, all the other marinas got up and running. They all got their FEMA money. They all got their insurance money. We are still not able to ribbon cut those piers. And for whatever those reasons are, it may be just the inherent problems with bureaucracy in the public sector. But also the investments that can come when someone has a longer term lease and they invest. If you really want a state-of-the-art modern marina, I think we need to find the right partners for that. So I agree with you on that too. And I agree with you, we need to do it soon and pick of the two. I've been clear about where my position was on the previous manager's recommendation. The winning bidder was not only the creation of the Biscayne Bay's largest contaminated spill in its history, they withheld that information from their first bid. And, whether you're going to punish them forever about the spill is one thing, but for them to have withheld it from the bid and not entered that as, relevant information, I felt that was deceptive. And for Commissioner Reyes and the other issues you brought up, where they may or may not have built marinas around the world and things like that, I have a feeling where the basic temperature of this dais was before we shut down for COVID and haven't talked about this. But like Alex said, I would really like to see where the manager is on this, and I haven't heard that yet. And I think that's the right process for us to really do it.
Commissioner,
Before
I'll let you respond. Go ahead.
Before the manager will speak, Mr. Manager, through you, even though I'm not sure if he works for us directly, and we don't have to go through you, but still, I'd rather go through you, so it could be friendly. Could you ask the Auditor General that did this report to come online now, please? Because today is the first that I've heard that there was an audit being done here.
We asked for it.
And I'd like to get a little more information.
Okay.
Commissioner Reyes, going to recognize you.
Yes, Commissioner Carollo, that you might not remember, but we asked for it. We did directed the Auditor General, you and I, that to send out, to bring a report, and we've been waiting for it. And I want to know, I don't want to get into a discussion. I know the inefficiency of government. It's something that it is irrefutable, that government is very inefficient. And a couple of times I stated that and the dais. But I want to know what are the alternatives that we have, Victoria, in getting either probably a new RFP or what it is. How can we make a decision that it won't land us in court and try to if we decide on an alternative route, what do we have to do? I disagree that we cannot run a marina because I think that we as government, because in all the time and because we have departments that they have been inefficient, it doesn't mean that have to be in perpetuity. It is from us, elected officials, to demand efficiency in government and efficiency in when they are administering our assets. And your example of the marina that is right behind what happened after the hurricane, it is because the previous administration was sitting in, and and they were waiting for FEMA instead of starting the construction and getting the money from FEMA later. You see, that's the problem there, and that is only inefficiency. That is all it is, inefficiency. And probably we can do it. Probably we can take it and run it for a couple of years or 1 year. Probably we can really learn that there is great possibility to tremendously increase our revenues, and because we are charging a lot less than private marinas, doesn't mean that we have to keep the same rates on it. What I want to know is I don't want to tie our hands. I want to know all the alternatives that we have and what can we get a deal or a future deal that will be more beneficial for the city of Miami. That is what we all want. You see, that is all what we all want. And I'm going to tell you, I don't have no preference in this. You see. And I wasn't here, just like Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla and yourself. We were not here when this happened. And I don't have preference. And I have informed both parties that I don't have no preference. I have my doubts about both parties too. That I have stated publicly, you see. I have stated publicly. And that's why I said maybe we can look at a third alternative. And I want Victoria to let us know what possibilities we have into looking into another alternative.
Well,
how illegally?
if look, if we're gonna have a special meeting about this, let's not waste time today talking about it.
Okay, but
Let's set it to the next, the Commissioner Diaz-Laportia, he had a date that he had in mind, or, you know, considering some different dates. I would suggest that we set it so that we can get through this agenda, address this when we address this, and just tackle it that way. You know, it was lost upon me that many of you weren't there when this thing first started. And this thing, I mean, it started, came to an end, it started again, it extended itself. So, you know, I'm seeing the item, but I really didn't realize that so many of you weren't there when this thing initially came up. So I mean, it's a monster of an item to inherit, and I think it is fair if you were asking to have a meeting dedicated to it because it's such a big issue. I mean, I don't mind participating in that, but I just want to then move all the discussion about it to that. Let's do that. Let's do it.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll defer to you to your ruling, but I'm a new kid on the block.
Yes.
I'm old, but I'm a new kid on the block, at this block, at least at this block. Right?
you always are talking about age, man.
I feel young in this block I'm in right now, right? Okay. So I'm at a disadvantage. I don't know. I don't know the issue as well as other commissioners who've been here a long time. And all I wanted was at least to get some sort of presentation, if you limit the amount,
Right.
5
And
minutes.
that's what I'm saying. We've had
But the problem that I have is that I want to see where our manager stands. He's a new manager. What our city attorney thinks. If we're not going to allow the bidders to present, I understand that, but we could do that in the meeting, the special meeting. But at least I want to know on the record where what our manager thinks, our new manager, what our city attorney thinks, so that at least I know where we're moving, in what direction, what options are available to us, so I can give it some thought between now and our special meeting. I fear that if we take everything to one particular meeting, that we're not going to have resolution. It's just
I certainly want to get this thing resolved myself. So if we,
I know that's why you agreed when I pulled that off the agenda, right? To be considered individually. I know, I got that. But if our manager wants to go in a certain direction, what he's going to recommend, because we have, we need to know. I can have a conversation with him. And he'll tell every commissioner the same thing, but it depends what questions are asked, right? At the end of the day, because I sort of want to have a sense of where he's moving and what direction he wants. And more importantly than what the manager thinks, I could call him tomorrow and ask him, is what our city attorney thinks about the legal consequences. How free are we to act the way we wish to act? Can we do the things we want to do? Are we fooling ourselves? Are we forced really legally? Are our hands tied to vote for the items before us because there'll be a lawsuit and in all likelihood, maybe and most likely that we lose. I don't want to fall into that trap of getting sued and be in the hole for 20, like a Flagstone situation all over again. So our city attorney has an opinion of where we need to go. Our city manager doesn't have to give it now if he doesn't want to. I'm trying to put him on the spot, but I don't have to. I can put him on the spot on the phone tomorrow. But I'd rather he would say it publicly. But he doesn't want to say it publicly. I'll do it on the phone, and then I'll keep it to myself until the next meeting. But our city attorney is more valuable now for her legal opinion as to what options are available to us. Can we, if we pick somebody else, can we then? Are we is the person that's there now going to leave? Does he have the right to stay? Is it a settlement agreement? Does he get to stay if we don't pick anybody? If we say nothing and then we're not doing anything, does he get to stay in perpetuity? How long does he get to stay? We pick the recommended bidder. Do they start paying immediately to the city? I want it to be seamless. The money needs to continue to come to the city because we can't afford that money not coming to the city. So perhaps if you indulge me, Mr. Chair, just allow our city attorney to give some of the legal, kind of the lay of the land, the legal lay of the land for a few minutes, and then we take it from there.
Madam City Attorney, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Your options are you can award to the number one bidder. That's one option. Your next option could be
Is that the safest route? legally?
It's based on everything that whether you feel that this is the best decision for the city. So that's
No, we can
your-
negotiate the best decision for the city, because we already said that's the floor. So we can go to the winning bidder and say, hey, we want 3 million, right?
Right.
All
So
right,
we
so
talked.
that's the details that we can work out. The question is, legally, is that the safest route?
I would not like to opine on that. It's just whether you would like to award to the first,
The question.
you're able to award. Okay, then the second.
And you don't want to opine because you don't want to ruin your chances in court?
I like to say as little as possible, because at the end of the day, this will end up in some sort of lawsuit.
Of course.
So I just
But
say
because,
your
but because,
options,
if I may, Mr. Chair, but because it will end up in court in some sort of lawsuit, we need to know.
correct? And that's why we
That's why
brief
you're a lawyer.
individually,
You're a city
right?
attorney.
And that's why we brief individually, and I gave you some discussion with regard to this, but the options are just, because we've talked a lot about negotiating between 1 and 2, that is not an option.
Okay.
So the options are, option 1, award to the winning bidder. Option 2, throw out all bids. Option 3,
All right,
throw
all right.
out.
So, hold on, city attorney. So we throw out all bids, city manager. What's that, and we do an RFP, can it be an expedited RFP? How quickly do you think that process how long do you think that process will take? And what happens in the interim between the new RFP being issued and being granted and everything else awarded? Does a current operator stay there and pay us what he's paying us now during that process?
You're asking me or you're asking Vicky?
I'm asking you now, you're city manager, that's city attorney.
All right. So if you throw the whole process out and you issue an RFP, I guarantee you nothing about this RFP will be expedited. The processes prior to this haven't been expedited. It's a very detailed project. And I think if you reissue the RFP, it will run its normal course. And then there's, as has been the case with all the prior versions of this RFP and solicitation process, there have been challenges, there have been bid protests. Nothing about this process, if you redo it, will be quick. I can pretty much guarantee that.
And what happens during that
The
period?
existing operator stays.
Okay, so the existing
in place.
operator stays,
Yes.
and can we, as Commissioner Reyes said, can we take over that marina? If we decide to take over, or the existing operator stays, can we demand that he pay more during that process? Or ask him to pay more and he voluntarily pays more is a better way to say it?
So the first question is, I think you're asking if we throw it all out, can we take over? Is that the first question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a legal question. I'll let Vicky opine on that.
Yes, if you throw it out, you can take it over.
Immediately.
Yes.
And then can we go into an RFP?
Based on what you've said on the dais, eventually you would like to maybe enter into an RFP, but you don't have to. You can take it over and decide with, what you want to do. Maybe when you take it over for a month, you decide that it's the best money you've ever made and you want to continue doing it, or you may say you can't do it and you want to issue an RFP. You have the
There's a
option
balance,
to take
but
it over.
there's a balance between what Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Carollo is saying, right? We throw it out, hypothetically. We take over immediately. We test it. We go through the RFP process that now our new manager is saying will take forever. Because it'll take forever. It can be expedited, even though my hope was that with a new system of government and a new manager that things will be faster, but I guess it's not, right? So it'll last 3 years.
I'm a realist, so.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, well, it's a
Yeah,
realist.
I'm a realist in terms of, I'm a student of history, so I've seen historical.
Yeah, but sometimes change is good to expedite matters, right? So the idea that it'll take forever, let's say it'll take a long time, but the city runs it during that long time, however you define that long time, right? We test Commissioner Reyes' theory. Can we run a marina? Are we doing well? Are we making more money? maybe he sees that we are, and maybe Commissioner Correa says, hey, we are, let's keep on doing this, or maybe it doesn't work, and Commissioner Ray says, you know what, no, let's move forward with the RFP, and then we can decide later on whether we keep running it or we award it to somebody else. That gives us kind of a testing period to see if we can, whether we can run it ourselves, whether we, the new RFP, the new bidders are better people that will give us more money. It's kind of, but as long as it's seamless is the wrong word, but as long as there's continuous payments coming to the city of Miami, there's continuous profit coming to the city of Miami, I don't care who's running it, as long as the money's coming in every month, right? So what happens legally, even according to our settlement agreement, we can, if we decide we're gonna throw everything out and start from scratch, the next day we can kick out the current guy that's there, right? Right, Vicky?
Yes, you could take it over. You are the owner of the property. You can always take it over. You can throw out all bids, take it over. That is your prerogative. It doesn't matter. The settlement agreement was at a time when we were in the first RFP, and we complied with that settlement agreement, and then some, because we went into a second RFP. We could have taken it over at that time.
So you're saying that settlement agreement no longer applies?
That settlement agreement is done.
Absolutely.
We have complied with that settlement agreement.
Okay,
We've
then, so, excuse me, but so there is no danger of by us taking over and going into an RFP.
Sorry,
that
the attorney just said.
we are, that we're gonna line up in court, you see?
We're always gonna end up in court. That's not, we will end up in court.
No, that's
Right.
not true. That's not true. There are certain avenues we can take.
That's right.
That gives this less of a chance that we end up in court. For example,
That's what-
we award to the winning bidder, and they indemnify us, right? That's the best legal avenue we can take, because that's less risk for us. I mean, not all risks are created equal. So there are options and choices we can make that make it, legally better for us, right?
Correct, but I'm
Okay.
not,
It's not that we
unfortunately,
always end up in court. It's whether we end up in court and win or lose, right?
correct, but we
Right.
always end up in court. It's whether
Well, of
we
course, because
resolve
this
it
is-
quick.
This
Right.
is a big money item, and money's
Exactly.
money, and people are gonna fight for
Exactly.
money. I get that. But I don't care we end up in court, because that's what happens with these things. But we wanna win. We
Correct,
don't wanna have a Flagstone situation, right?
correct.
We wanna win. So your responsibility, I think, is to advise us as to what's the best league. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the political decision, the policy decision. That's ours. I'm asking your legal opinion on what the consequences of those policy decisions may be.
Right,
That's
you
what I'm
first asked me for the options, so I gave you the options.
Okay, you gave me the
Option
options.
1, award.
But
Option
any,
2, throw out.
Okay. And option
And-
B?
Option 2 was throw out. Option 3 could be throw out and take over. But at the end of the day, it's either award to number 1 or throw out based on your, on your decision.
And awarding to number 2, what happens?
That is not something that's contemplated in our code, and it was not part of this RFP. So awarding to number 2 is not an option.
Okay, because that's what I don't understand, because,
Yeah.
and I asked you different ways yesterday, and I'm not understanding, maybe because
Right.
I'm kind of brainwashed by Tallahassee, right?
Right, and
We
you
have
are
this happen all
because,
the time in Tallahassee. They throw out
Right.
number 1 and number 2. what?
because it's allowed. In Tallahassee, it's flexible. Your state statute is much more flexible in that regard, and you can negotiate between the first and second. A lot of your bid and procurement documents are drafted that way. In this case, it was not drafted that way, and we don't have that then backup provision in our code that says you can always negotiate between 1 and 2. You either have to draft it that way, or you have to have a code provision for that.
Have you ever
And we
thought
don't
about
have that
maybe,
in this one.
have you thought about moving forward, emulating the procurement process in Tallahassee so we have more flexibility in how we make our choices?
Because of your adamant discussions on this issue and how flexible it is, we should look at that so that you have increased flexibility, but our code is not drafted that way.
I think that we should start looking at figuring out a way to draft it that way so that we can, as a public policy body, we have options available to us. Because everything cannot end up in a lawsuit. Because we're setting ourselves up for failure. having a procurement process that doesn't allow us to pick number 2 or number 3. And because all of a sudden number 1 says, no, you have no other option. This is the way it was set up. You have to pick us. Even if they have a whole bunch of flaws and we think, well, they're not local in many ways, they're not this or not that. We can't do that because our procurement process doesn't allow us to do that. So maybe that's something, Mr. Chair, that we can look at, Mr. Whoever future chair is going to be, to look at that. I'll figure out a way of how we begin to change some of these processes so that we have more flexibility in our ability to make decisions.
Mr.
Because
Vice
to
Chairman?
me, the
Thank you.
logical, the common sense approach would be 2 guys or 2 entities that want to run something. Let's talk up to one, talk to the other, and see who gets the best deal and negotiate. And I'm sure that what's happening is that what they're going to give us here, they all of a sudden starts going up like this, right? And all of a sudden the capital improvements go from 80 million to 120 to 150. And all of a sudden we have 2 restaurants or 4 restaurants, and all of a sudden the city's making money. And all of a sudden we're operating like a business, or at least close to a business that we're operating right now. But for you to tell us that the only option available is to approve number 1 or throw everything out, and then begin, our manager's telling us, then begin an RFP process is going to take years and years and years. There's no way to expedite this because nothing's changed.
That's
And then-
unacceptable.
What
That is-
option do we have? I mean, it's ridiculous. So now we're talking not about 6 years, talking about 9 years.
Madam City Attorney. So I'd like to explore this a little further because unless it's expressly forbidden within the code, I feel like we do have a few more options before us. So help me walk through this. If the
It's
manager,
Procurement. Okay, go ahead.
right, through the procurement rules, if the scoring comes in, but the manager deems the first place bidder within the scoring as non-responsible or non-responsive, then he can recommend the one that caught the number 2 score, correct? And that recommendation, even though that's the number 2 bidder, would come to the commission as the manager's recommendation. That's legal, correct?
But that's not what's before us.
That's not what's before us in this moment. But this
The
manager has not-
recommendation, right, the recommendation is to award
of
to
the
number 1.
previous manager, right, is to award to number 1. This manager.
Well,
is-
I don't know. That's,
So
no,
my
we
question
haven't gotten
is
there.
there anything that precludes this manager from analyzing the scoring, analyzing the tapes, and making a recommendation that he feels, and it may be number 1, but isn't he legally allowed to choose the one as that came second in the scoring for whatever reasons he deems that he then presents to the commission as his recommendation, and it may not be the one with the top score. Isn't that legal?
right, so you would have to deem number 1 unresponsive and
We would, or
not
the-
responsible, and I don't believe that that's
We
what's
would, or the
before us.
manager would?
But that's absurd.
No, wait, please.
I'm just telling you how our code is
Tying our
drafted.
hands.
Let
Right,
me just get the answer to the question.
that's how the code is
Madam
drafted.
City, who did you mean by you would have to deem,
The manager,
the manager would
manager.
deem non-responsive?
right, the
non-responsive.
recommendation that is not the recommendation that's before you today.
I understand that. I'm not saying that. But the manager has the wherewithal to deem any given bidder non-responsible, non-responsive, correct?
My understanding is that the recommendation has been, why don't we ask the
That is not what I
manager what
asked.
his recommendation
Madam,
is?
Okay,
I
this is
mean,
a hypothetical question.
right.
This is not
So
about,
these are hypothetical questions that are best left not on the dais.
but they're very
Oh,
simple
no.
questions
Oh,
about
no.
process.
No,
Very
Vicky,
simple
no, I'm
questions.
sorry.
This is our
You're
only
looking-
chance to talk with each other here. And
Yeah.
Mr. Diaz-Portillo, this is exactly what led to the frustrations of before, because we end up going in circles and we feel like our hands are tied by a code. Our hands are tied, but that code, where not explicit in terms of denying the ability to do something, should have some flexibility. But even within what is explicitly allowed, I do believe, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, that a manager can deem a top ranking bidder as non-responsive and non-responsible, and can recommend the number 2 to this commission. Is that, without thinking of the facts of this issue, Madam City Attorney, isn't that true?
You have to deem them that way.
Yes,
It
but
it has to be, right,
you being the manager.
correct.
Yes, and then we could vote on that recommendation. What you're saying is we can't pick amongst the various, as a commission, we can't
That's
pick.
what, right, that's
We either
what's
have to
been
thumbs up or
asked,
thumbs down the manager's recommendation.
right.
But this is not this manager's recommendation.
Absolutely, that's
And I'm sorry, I had one last question for you, Madam City Attorney, because you had said earlier that the settlement agreement is now over. And it's been a while now, but my recollection of the last time we brought this up, the wording of the settlement agreement is that it's only over once we award to the next tenant. Is that not correct?
We're not, okay. So when this settlement came into being, we were in the middle of the first RFP, right? Yes, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so we were in the middle of the first RFP, and that was the settlement agreement that was drawn up, which is until it's awarded, they get to stay. Well, that one wasn't awarded because it was tossed out. Then a new one came along, which is the one that we're in right now. They've stayed into the second one. It was never contemplated for them to stay forever. You either award or you take it over. They don't have to stay as the holdover tenant forever.
I thought that was the settlement.
The settlement was done during one RFP. That RFP,
The settlement said it's limited to that RFP.
it doesn't say it's limited, but that was the time and place where we were in. We were in an RFP and it was an award. The settlement is not meant to tie our hands in perpetuity, that we cannot do anything with our own property. Now, we haven't taken it over, so they have stayed and they have benefited from the fact that we are in a second RFP based on their protests, based on everything that happened. So they have benefited from that. If you decide to throw out this RFP, you can award it, then there's no issue. If you throw out the RFP, you can take it over.
Madam City Attorney,
Yes.
can the city manager review both both answers to the RFP, both of them? And he can decide at this time and make a recommendation, and that recommendation could be also to throw out both of them and start the whole process. And with different, because I think that we should be a little bit more demanding, with different requirements, different demand, and different demand, particularly and contributions to the city of Miami, how much are we going to get? I mean, like a floor, we can raise the floor. You see, we can raise the floor, and we can also include additional revenues or additional percentages of sales or whatever. He can review that, and then we throw it out this RFP, and we form a new one, with different requirements. The manager is the manager. I mean, it's under his purview of doing that. Can he do that?
This commission can throw out based on your own reasons to throw out. So you don't need the
Okay.
manager for that.
We don't need the manager for that. What I don't understand is that why can we not go through an RFP process in a way that it is, I'm not going to say expedited, but it is at speed that will, I mean, instead of having a whole year in this process, we can expedite it and we can require that the RFP, I mean, all the participants bring an answer given at certain date, and we have 60 days to review and make a decision, and that's it. I mean, I don't know why.
We would have to change the code to make for an expedited process, and obviously this is all complicated because it's waterfront property, and you have to go through an RFP.
Then what is the best course of action if we don't want to, just assuming that we don't want to assign this to any one of the participants now? What is the best course of action? Taking over, I mean, throwing away everything, taking it over, and then start the process. Meanwhile, we are receiving the revenues of those people that are now that they are using our docks, you see, and that the one that are using the marina, we are receiving that, and there is a flow of income to the city of Miami, flow of revenue. We're not losing the flow of revenue, and we will be in a process where we can really, can start the RFP process with probably different requirements or being more specific about certain things, or maybe by dividing the project into two sections, that one is for restaurants and the other one is for marinas, et cetera, and we can do that. And meanwhile, we are receiving money.
So you definitely can throw it out. That is within your purview. And if you are not comfortable, because you weren't here when this all started, and a lot of that has gone to the fact that you didn't give the input with regard to how you would have liked to see this RFP.
Absolutely.
The original one was thrown out because there was a lot of ambiguities with regard to the area of the RFP and the environmental issues that it could cause. So if you have reasons, which you've stated all the reasons why, you can throw this out, take it over, and decide what you're going to do next. Decide if you RFP it again, decide if you are RFPing it, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, etc. Those are all things that you can do within your purview, because you are the, this is in your proprietary functions as the commission.
Okay.
Can I hear?
Sure. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank
Who
you.
are we listening to?
Can I hear from Dream, what their thoughts are? And then I really want to hear from our city manager.
Yeah, Commissioner, I really don't care about hearing from Dream. I think Dream has been very biased in this whole process. So the farthest I get Dream from the picture right now.
Forget Dream. I agree. Forget Dream. We'll forget about Dream. There's no argument.
Dream,
Wake up.
Dream has been a nightmare.
All right, so forget about the nightmare. But let's hear from.
What I do want to hear.
I want to hear from our city manager.
That's who I want to hear from, because I want to cut through the chase. I want to cut through the chase. I don't want any more game playing. I want to bring this to a head, one way or another. And Mr. Manager, this is one that, it's like when you go, and I was taught this by a good old boy in quail hunting. You flush the quail out, and then you know where you're heading.
So you get the pointers to point at the quail, and then you stack the quail.
Well, my point is that I want to know. First of all, I'm very concerned that what we had before us was the opinion by a guy that should have never been our city manager ever. And if you thought that he should have been, you should see how quickly, look back and remember how quickly he put his tail between his legs and ran out when he knew he got caught. And by the way, what is our Inspector General going to come with our report? Because that's a real report. Now,
He's on. He's on if you want to talk to him.
I see him, but let me get done with the manager, please. So why in the world did we get somebody else that's no longer here with us, his recommendation up before us instead of yours? Whatever it was.
My turn?
You're on.
It sure as heck is.
All right.
My question again is, why did we get a previous city manager's recommendation, the former part-time city manager we had, why did we get his recommendation instead of getting whatever your recommendation was?
So I asked for a deferral for a reason. I didn't just sort of do it because I felt like it was, I wanted to kind of kick the can on this at all. I have a heightened sense of urgency to bring this to a head, as all of you do. I think it's actually a travesty that this has gone on as long as it has.
It is.
And no decision has been made, and we have, years and years worth of lost revenue on this project because we can't quite get to the finish line. The reason why you have the prior manager's recommendation is because this was just an item that came back before the commission as many of these do, right? When they get deferred, they come back before the commission. So it just got scheduled on an agenda Not because I was necessarily ready to make a recommendation, but because was the timing of it, which is why I asked for it to be withdrawn or deferred to November. I'll be honest, the audit issue I wanted to bring to a head more because I wanted to make sure there were no loose ends relative to the process and or the current vendor, because I felt it was important for them as the existing vendor to not have this hanging over their head. And quite frankly, having seen the draft report, they deserve an opportunity to respond to it, put forth whatever contradictions or disagreements they have with the findings. And then this comes out as a final report. At that point, it gets disseminated as a public record.
Okay, let me stop you there if I can, and then you can proceed. I think you made a mistake in letting this even get in the agenda without you putting something down from you. That's one. Two, this is where I'm going to be heading. I'm going to agree with your deferment because I know what to do in A, B, or C, and I'm ready to go. But I want to defer this to give you that opportunity to come up with whatever opinion you have up front. I want Mr. Gouda, that I want to speak to in a minute, to finish this report, because if indeed, and frankly, I thank you, Commissioner Reyes, that you remembered what I did. But then again, even though you're a little older than me, I had much more research than I have since I've been back.
You're getting hit from all sides today, Commissioner.
Neither one of you could be recalled until a year's up. I was the turkey. But since I'm a lot tougher than both of you,
you're the guinea pig, not the turkey.
they can't have fun comes November.
That's right, but we know we are in line.
Say hello to Ricky. Say hello to Ricky.
But we're very comfortable, as you are, Commissioner.
Yeah.
We're very comfortable where we are.
Well, don't worry. I'll still run the campaigns. No problem. But I am going to, after I speak to Mr. Gouda, I am going to ask for a deferral because I see that this is really premature right now from what you're telling me, that you're not ready to give us an opinion. You want to have all the facts, and I want to make sure Mr. Gouda doesn't take another 10 months.
So if I may also, I think it would have been important, which is why I'd asked for the deferral, for me to be able to sit with each of you individually.
That'd be
and give
nice.
you my sense of it before this comes before the commission as
That'd
part
be
of the
nice.
discussion item. That's just the proper way to process this. And I think it's the only fair way to do it for each of you, and quite frankly for me, because then I'm meeting with each of you individually, and it's an informational exchange versus me on a platform like this. And I think it's unfair to the respondents, and it's unfair to you individually as well. I think we need to have those one-on-one briefings ahead of this item, and be able to socialize it amongst each other individually.
Well, I agree with you.
Sure.
So, haven't heard from you. If Mr. Gouda could come up, please. Pat,
Yes.
where are you at? If we could see you somewhere.
Good to see you. I'm at home.
Well, so's everybody else except me and Russell. See,
I love the fact that Russell, Commissioner
we keep
Carollo,
bonding.
and Russell are getting along today. So
We
beautiful.
keep bonding, Ken.
Isn't that nice?
Like I said before, we're together a lot more than you're noticing.
Yeah.
Mr. Gouda.
You want to know about the report?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you could refresh my memory, I apologize.
This is the Rickenbacker report about when it'll be out.
Which one?
The Rickenbacker. They're vetting the
that's the
findings
one.
right now. Right now, they're vetting the findings. They use some outside CPA firm as their accountants, and they are tax people, and they have commitments until October 15th. People can get delays in filing until then. So sometime after October 15th, they're supposed to be finished vetting our numbers, and then we'll get the report out after that. We finalized another issue with them more recently. So all there is we feel they owe some monies, and those are being vetted right now.
Okay,
What
let's
issues?
start again if you could. Go a little
No, no.
slower.
I think we're talking about different things here.
You said that
This is
who's
the
busy until October 15th?
yeah, the Rickenbacker draft report, which I had previously given to Mr. Noriega, is
You
being.
got any problem in us seeing it?
Pardon me?
Do you have any problems in any of us seeing it?
Absolutely.
No, I can issue it to you. It's just,
Okay.
I can give you it in the same form he got it, but a couple of things came out in the meantime, since there was some sales
There's
tax.
always something that comes out in an audit. The question is,
Yeah.
if it's something serious or something minute. Just like with election
the-
campaigns.
The
When
the only,
you raise that kind of money, there's always a little minute mistake somewhere.
well, I can get you a copy
All
of.
of us.
Okay, a copy of the draft report as it was issued to Mr. Noriega, but that is not going to reflect the final report.
Well, we understand that because
Okay, I'll get that to you
they
later
haven't had
today.
Wait,
a chance
wait,
from what you're saying to respond to it to you and explain some things that maybe need explaining. Maybe they can't explain it. I don't know.
No, that-
Correct?
Then we should have, and we're gonna get a report from you, and then we have to go over it, and we will make our own conclusions, or because you're not gonna give us any conclusions.
Right, tomorrow, you see that there's
You see?
one
Yeah.
issue which we're having a meeting with one of the city assistant attorneys on a tax issue. And we have to they had one opinion, and then other information came in from the tax accountants for Rickenbacker, which has to be resolved, and we have to get the city's attorneys to agree with this. That's one issue.
But
There's
this
an
is
issue.
ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. I
What?
had a briefing. I'm sorry, Mr. Guba. This is ridiculous. We had a briefing. Yes, I had a briefing yesterday, and I asked for that report, and I was told, even though I know it's given to the city manager, public record, right?
No,
It's not a
necessarily.
public record. I can give
Okay,
you a draft.
but you just said, Mr. Guba, okay, it's not a public record. You said you're going to give it to the commission tomorrow, right?
The
You said
draft
that.
report, which is not a
You
public
said,
record.
Mr. Guba, let me finish. You said you're going to give your draft report to the city commission tomorrow.
Yes.
What I want to know is why you didn't give it to city commission at the same time you gave it to city manager. That's what I want to know.
They specifically wanted to know the status of it,
And then
and on a need-to-know basis, I gave it to them.
it's not a
But
need-to-know
I normally
basis.
give it
Nobody
to
need a
you
need-to-know
guys.
basis. We're the policymakers here. It's not a need-to-know basis. If you're doing an audit on a major issue that impacts the city of Miami, it's not a need-to-know basis. You'll determine what the need-to-know basis is. We do. So if you have information that's relevant and important to us making a decision like this, you release it to us immediately. It's not a need-to-know basis. You'll determine what's need to know. You're not a CIA agent that you determine that.
Okay, but
Okay, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, you mentioned a tax issue that I've heard about, but what's a tax issue?
I really can't talk about it. That should
Oh,
be
you can't
resolved
talk about it.
tomorrow. That should
So
be-
basically,
that should-
what we
it should
have,
be-
you can't talk about it. So what we have is you have policymakers that will ultimately take the hit for a bad decision or a good decision, right? The credit for a good decision. And you're telling us, you work for us, right, Mr. Aguba? You're telling us that you decide what information you share with us or you don't share with us. That's what you're telling us?
What I normally, I shared information with those before it's a final draft report. I've shared it as commissioners have asked for it.
Oh, okay.
I have done that in the past.
Yes, you have.
But at the same time, if another commissioner has not asked for the same thing, I have not given. If they've asked for, I've given. All commissioners get a final report, a final
So-
draft report before it
so-
becomes a public record.
So some commissioners, if they ask for it, get the information.
Or if
And
you
if
want
they
an
don't ask for
update.
it- And if they
I
don't
have-
ask for it, they don't get the information. So some commissioners have more information to make a decision than others. Does that make sense to you?
It shouldn't be
No,
like
no,
that.
no, no. If
course
somebody,
not.
if somebody calls me in, they know what audits I'm working on. If you know what, and you have a particular question, I come in and I discuss it with them.
Oh, we're gonna have to
Before
change that.
While
Oh,
the audit is ongoing. That's what I've done. I work for the
No.
for all of you, and I'm doing an audit, like a question was brought up before about the Midtown CRA. That's
Yes, I know
ongoing.
that.
Now, I have not briefed anyone on that, but I'm assuming that I will have to. But the audit is not final, the numbers are not final, and it's been changing as we go on. But,
Can you expedite
So we're
that
gonna have to
before
change
the
it. We're gonna have to change that practice,
Yes.
okay? If you, Mr. Guba, and maybe we can vote on it, bring as an item before the commission as far as what your responsibilities are to this commission, because you work for us. If you give any commissioner or a city manager information, you need to share with the rest of the commissioners,
I
all
agree.
right,
whether they ask or not.
sure.
The moment
I will
you
do that.
release certain information to a city commissioner because he asked for it, or to a city manager, as long as the law allows it, you release it to the rest of us.
Right,
Because
okay,
then it's
sure.
not even a playing field. How
sure.
can you say that you're only gonna give information if somebody asked for? Whatever commissioner doesn't ask the right question, he doesn't have all the information. You're
Right,
supposed
I
to
mean, in the past, I've been asked on issues
Forget the
where
past.
they're directly involved, and they
The
have
past is
special
over.
interest, but I
The past is
will
over.
disseminate to everybody, yeah,
the past is over.
okay,
It's a new day in
Yes.
Miami.
sure.
Pass is over. Right now, if Commissioner Carrero knows something, I want to know it. If I know something, I want Commissioner Carrero to know it, and Commissioner Reyes to know it, and our city manager to know it, and Commissioner
Same
Russell.
here, same here.
Yes, okay,
Is that
No
what
matter with Hardeman, he's leaving, so you
Don't
don't
forget
have
Hardeman.
to worry about Hardeman.
Chairman Hardeman is irrelevant. He's going to the upper body. He's not gonna be giving any care dollars for us or any of that stuff. I know what he's doing.
That's cold blooded. That's cold blooded.
But we still love you though. But seriously.
I
We
know he
wanna
might
have that
think right now
information.
he's the king, but
Wait until he get there.
He's a top dog right now, but when he gets
no,
over there.
I'm playing on words. I'm playing on words.
Be careful what you
Just-
ask for,
just-
Commissioner.
I'm gonna give you that draft, issue that draft report
Okay.
to all of
Please
you.
do.
It's not a public record, but it's not gonna look like the final report,
Yeah.
Okay, please do,
if
so
I-
we
if
have
most
I-
it.
likely.
if
Can I ask
may.
a simple question of Mr. Guda? When can we have the final version?
Of the Rickenbacker, of this particular audit we're discussing?
Yes.
I'm hopefully by the end of the month. Hopefully, it depends on their analysis of monies that we believe they owe.
Mr. Good, given, the fact that Commissioner Hartman is not going to be here until, for the first meeting in November, can you please make an effort that we can get this before Commissioner Hartman leaves?
Before when?
Before Commissioner Hartman leaves. See,
What's that date?
well,
By
he-
November 18th, you need to
By
bring
November
it.
18th.
November 18th.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
So we can meet, we have a special meeting, and then Commissioner Hartman, which have been laboring with this for close to over 6 years, he will have an opportunity to vote in favor or against, or make a decision on this. Okay?
Right. So the drop dead date you want for the report is,
Before, because at least we need 3 or 4 days to
okay,
read it.
right,
And we have to set a date for a special meeting. Once we set a date for a special meeting, we're gonna need about 5 days, 4 or 5 days before that, in order for us to be able to analyze it, you see?
Right.
How about November the 1st?
okay,
November the 1st? Is that fine?
okay, I'll do my best, yes.
Okay, try
I
it.
need you guys to, if I can, I want to put this into perspective. The vendor has an opportunity, needs to have an opportunity to respond. And then there's going to be an exchange between Ted and their accountants. That may take some time. I'm just, it's not entirely within his control. He can push it, but the existing vendor who's being audited deserves an opportunity for a proper period of time to respond. I'm just kind of telling you, you're kind of boxing them into a corner too.
What's the, if I may ask, what's the time frame? In other words, there's a report, it's given, I'm sure there's some statutory time frame, right?
They have all the information. They told us, because he employs some outside CPAs to do his accounting, and they're tax CPAs. They have commitments up until October 15th, so they said they wouldn't be able to vet the numbers until after then. And I'm assuming it's all going to go fairly smoothly, so if they can do.
But if you're doing an audit of them, they get to pick when they return, when they respond to that audit, or is there a statutory time frame? Hey, you have 30 days to, like in most things, right? You have 30 days to respond to, like in courts and in civil courts, criminal courts, you have 30 days to respond to this motion, to this accusation. So you basically give them free reign to respond whenever the heck they want, or
Well, no. I mean, it's. I thought that was reasonable. That.
But that's not my question.
We just. Pardon.
Do you pick and choose 30 days, 20 days, 100 days, or is there a way for us to codify
Usually
what that process would look like?
It's not an issue, but if they dispute some stuff, then I go back to them, if I don't agree with them. So it's you go back and forth sometimes. Sometimes they agree to the whole issue that you present to them. So it's. There's no limit. You don't put a limit on them. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. You don't put a limit on them. Say you have 30 days to respond to this, or 20 days, or 15 days. You simply say, whenever you have a chance, get back to us. Yeah, we usually tell them we want it by next week. That's and sometimes
that's not my question. That's not my question. There has to be a uniform process for the auditing. There has to be a uniform way of doing audits in our city. It's not a question of, hey, get back to us when you can. It's not a case by case basis. You submit some findings, you give it to them, you have 20 days to respond, you have 10 days to respond, they have 10 days to respond to that. That's only the way it works. Why is it that it's so random? That, hey, we'll give them all, because that way it makes our own timelines random. Oh, we don't have a result of an audit, we don't have a result of this, let's wait till next month or next year. I mean, if you're doing an audit, which I think is something serious, by the way, let me ask you something, Mr. Guba, because I was told by one of the vendors today, one of the bidders, that this audit is something that's normal, that it happens every 3 years, that it's not something that is out of the ordinary. That's not because any reason to audit, just that it's a normal course of par for the course. Is that true?
I didn't follow what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was told by one of the bidders today that this audit is something that's normal, that it's something that happens every 3 years, that it's just done that way. It's not because any irregularities were found or anything. It's just that it's done. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, for these lease agreements, that's one of the directives from the commissioners, that I'm to audit all significant leases. And we do Grove Harbor, we do Rickenbacker, we do Monty's, we do them all, and we do them periodically. Yeah. Just like
so this particular audit was done because it's something you do as par for the course, something you do normally, or because you.
The last one we did was, I believe, in 2013 or 2014. So
okay, so that was 6 years, but
they got on the list, and I mean, we didn't have many findings last time. So I mean, if it was
this particular audit you did it because it was time to do it.
It was time to do it. It was time to do it.
It wasn't because something caught your attention. Somebody called and said, "Hey, this is going on." You simply did it because it's time to do it.
It was time to do it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
No.
And your memory wasn't that good, Commissioner Reyes?
No, that we asked for it.
Did we ask for it, Mr. Good? I don't remember.
Yes, we did.
Last for all of the leases need to be audited. That was my directive, and that's what I did.
That's not what they're saying.
No.
No.
They asked, did they
we
ask
asked
for
you
this particular
specifically
audit,
for
Mr.
this one,
Guba?
to audit this, and it wasn't directed, it was given to you. That this, that all leases have to be audited, but we want an audit of this lease in order for us to be able to make a decision. And at the time, I was contemplating the idea of us taking over it since that time. And that's why I wanted to see an audit. And Commissioner Carollo was in it with me. And we said, yes, we need an audit here.
Mr. Clerk, can you find those minutes for us? I just don't remember. I don't doubt what Commissioner Reyes is saying, but now Mr. Gouda might have a bad memory like me, and I just like to figure out what we said or not. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that I can forget.
And that's a disadvantage that I have, right? Because I'm a new guy, I'm a new kid on the block, right? So if Commissioner Reyes asked for an audit,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Guba,
You know,
Mr.
you
Guba
keep
just,
saying this new kid on the block stuff.
you like that? It's a song. It's a song.
No. Let me tell you the appropriate wording.
What is it?
This is using Cuban slang. El nuevo zángano on the block.
No sangano.
That's what I was saying.
That's Cuban slang for you guys.
I'm gonna refresh your memory a little bit, Commissioner Carollo. This was, I asked for data for the audits that during the meeting in which the Cuba issue was being discussed.
Correct. So the issue is, that's not what Mr. Guba said right now. He
That's
said that we normally do these audits for all our leases, and we did it because we hadn't done one in a year. But you didn't do it for that reason, Mr. Guba. You did it because you were asked to do it.
Well, we would have done it anyway because
No,
they.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
The thing is with these leases, if they involve percentage rent and it's
Yes.
significant, it's important to be audited because that's.
I know that.
They might not report all the revenue which the percentage rent is based on.
Correct. And you can't talk about the sales tax issue, and you can't talk about the sales tax issue, right? But you can talk about the fact that you were gonna do this audit anyway, but you didn't do it until Commissioner Reyes asked you to do it.
Well, the things that it would have eventually gotten done because.
Oh, okay.
You have directives
That's not what
to do-
happened.
Wait,
That's not what happened.
Well-
What happened was that Commissioner Reyes asked you to do it.
I just don't remember why. We have a list of, there, I forget how many, there maybe 100 different leases, and we have them prioritized according to, from which derives the most rent, and those which derive the most rent that involve percentage rent are your highest risk leases. And
Let
so.
me ask you, if I may, Mr. Chair, let me ask it a different way.
Mhm.
You do understand that this is a very, very important issue for the city commissioner and for the city of Miami, right, Mr. Guba?
Sure.
And that the answers to the questions they're not aggressive towards you. It's not personal, but that these are important answers that we need. And when you're evasive in those answers, and perhaps for whatever reason, the sales tax issue you don't want to answer, you say that you were going to do it anyway, the 100 leases, this is not one of 100 leases. This is a big deal for the city of Miami. And people elect us to make intelligent and the right decisions for them. So when you work for us and we ask you some questions that are important for us to make better decisions, you need to be forthcoming and straightforward in your answers. Well, we would have done it anyway. Well, it was on the list of 100 leases. No, you were asked to do it. And you were asked to do it for a specific reason. Because there was a conversation back then, because I remember reading about one of the people that have business with Cuba, and Commissioner Reyes asked that question. One of the partners suspected of having business with Cuba, which is also, by the way, Mr. Guba, a big deal here in Miami. I don't know if you know that, but it's a big deal here. And we're just simply asking you questions for you to answer. And when you say so we can make better decisions for the people we represent. We're not being aggressive with you. We're not cornering you, anything like that. We just want to know. And when you tell me, I can't answer that question. But if you have a sales tax issue that impacts one of the particular bidders of this, that we may be making a decision of whether we grant this entity a contract to run a marina for 75 years You can't answer that question. How can I make an intelligent decision? Are they not paying sales tax? Did they evade taxes? Did they not? If I don't have the answer to that question, how can I possibly contemplate supporting them? Or
Yeah,
if I have all the information on both bidders, and we have a debate about this during our special meeting, then I have all the information. Every commissioner has all the information in front of them. And then we can make an intelligent decision. And then if we make the wrong decision, when we have all the information, then it's on us, right?
That's right. We'll be voted
It's on
out.
us.
That's right.
But it can be on us if you're not giving us the information.
Right.
It's on you. So if you tell us, oh, it's a matter of, they come back, we respond, we give them some time, 15 days, 20 days, we come back, that's that's a limbo situation, right? Everything's up in the air. And then when November, December, January, we come back, we continue. Now 6 years, now 7 years, now 8 years. So I would like to know if you can answer today, or at least in the next couple of days, maybe contact my office and contact the rest of the commissioners as we share information with every commissioner equally and the manager. That you say, look, by October 15th, I'm going to have this. By October 25th, I'm going to have that. And by November 4th, I'm going to have that. And your special meeting is November 18th, and that's 17th, and this is going to happen. So that when we come to that special meeting that Commissioner Reyes is going to call for, we have all the information, and we don't have to go through this again. And that's why I wanted to have this conversation today, because I knew that what was happening today was going to happen at a special meeting.
Mhm.
We don't know. It's pending. We're thinking about it. They haven't responded. I knew it was going to happen.
We're not ready.
Okay. I'll make sure it gets done.
That's all I need to know. So that when you come back, we can make you're not elected, we are. And we're responsible to our constituents to do the right thing. But if we do the wrong thing because we don't have information, it's not on us. It's on you. We get voted out of office, you stay. That's not right. So come back to us, give us a time frame, make sure it gets done. And then when Commissioner Reyes calls a special meeting, then we have all the information we need. And then when we ask a question, there's no answer for that question. We'll defer till next year. No.
Mhm.
And that's why commissioners and Chairman Hardeman, I want to have the conversation today. Because something like this, I knew was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to come from Mr. Guba, or it was going to come from our city attorney or from our city manager. Not being able to answer specific questions, that now they know what the questions are, at least some of them, or most of them, hopefully. And then they can do the work and do the research. Our manager said, what do you want from me? What do you need? Now we can tell him. And then when he comes back, he tells us what we need, and we don't ask it, then it's clearly our bad, right? But if we ask it and we get the answers, then we can make the right decision.
Okay.
On who we pick.
Okay, I'll make sure you get it.
Thank you, Mr. Guba.
Commissioners, I'm looking at the November, all the dates in November. And information that we have received from the city clerk, it has to be, if we're going to meet, it has to be before the 18th. So Mr. Hardeman would participate in it. And we have all dates, from November 2nd all the way to November 16th. All those days are taken away 7 and 14, which are holidays. That they are Sundays. And which date will you agree on being? But you know they're going to be here and you will be available.
November 17th.
November 17th. It's.
Can we do it November 3rd?
Is that election day?
That's it. No. I'm going to be too nervous.
I want to see if Commissioner Hardeman comes on screen now.
That's right. November 3rd, Commissioner Hardeman, we have a special meeting.
November 3rd, Commissioner Hardeman at 7 a.m. Are you ready?
That might work for me.
Okay, November 17th, Todd, is that a good date?
Commissioner Reyes, that is actually
16th.
the day the vacancy occurs.
So
So
16th.
the special meeting would need to be before November 17th.
November
So,
16th.
16, okay. Everybody agrees with it?
Yes.
16? Okay, at what time? Morning?
What date are we talking about?
Monday, November 16th, sir. So
I agree with
we deal with this once and for all. That's it.
But 10 a.m.
Well, 10 a.m., yes, I know. You and I, we are late. We
10
don't
a.m.
like
is
to-
good.
I understand. I feel the same
But,
way.
I have to pick up my girls at 3 from school.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
well,
that we'll be
well,
finished by that time.
then you better make a decision by 2:30.
Yeah, we should.
Yes.
Let's start
I
earlier.
think so.
You know, if you don't extend yourself that much, you see, and then you talk a little bit less, we'll be here by 12 o'clock out of here.
Well, Russell, I don't know. You and Hardeman, I figure you would jump in and I would support you, but how can we not let the new commissioner decide, whoever's going to be elected next?
Oh,
Isn't that,
oh,
isn't
yeah.
that what is being asked for,
Certain contradiction
Supreme
there.
Court?
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, some contradiction there. Yeah.
I'm teasing. Everybody's stand down.
Turn
That
down. We can name, I can nominate, or we can name somebody to replace Commissioner Hardeman that day too.
That's right,
Kill two
that's
birds
right.
with one stone.
But before that, Commissioner, don't.
No, it's gotta be the 18th, right? Right, Vicky? It's gotta be the 18th?
Yes,
Yes.
but excuse me a minute, before that, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, we should start the process to give time to people. I mean, we have to decide what we're gonna do. If we're gonna have a special elections or we are gonna appoint somebody.
This is a great segue into my pocket item, because I know
I'm sorry.
it's 5 o'clock, the
Chair-
pocket
Chair-
item.
Chair,
sorry?
Commissioner Diaz-Padrón, I truly apologize. I'm very sorry, sir. Is there a motion for this special meeting? Can I have a motion?
Yeah, so Commissioner Reyes moves a motion for a special meeting, right,
That's right.
on November 16th, 10 a.m. I
Who's-
second it.
So it's probably second.
Chair, my apologies. Madam City Attorney, the special meeting is being called to take any and all actions associated with this particular
With
item?
the awarding, with the Virginia Key RFP,
Final decision,
No actions.
any and all
Understood.
actions.
any and all.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against? That motion carries.
Okay, now going back to
The
the,
segue, the great segue, and I want to talk, I had a pocket item, and I think I'm gonna need to introduce it, and then do the rest of the day's business, and then come back to allow for public input, I think, because I made a mistake in the morning, I didn't introduce it. So I apologize for that. But it's a continuity of government pocket item that kind of begins to address the naming, I would think, of a city commissioner for District 5. We're going to unfortunately lose our current commissioner, our chairman, to the upper body, and we need to name someone. My belief is that, my thinking is, at least for now, that we need to name someone instead of doing a special election, because a special election is costly. We're in dire economic times. And that person will need to run for re-election anyway at the end of November, like Commissioner Carroll is up on the ballot, and so is Mayor Suarez.
Or not
During
run
that
for
time during a regular election. But if we can name, but because we have so many important issues coming up, and the 100,000 or so people that live in City Commission District 5 need to have representation in the decision-making process. We can't have a lack of continuity in government. We can't have 4 commissioners. Where we can end up with a whole bunch of two votes, and that happens. And on top of that, that constituency is not represented. So part of my
Isn't
thinking,
that the excuse that I'm here for the Supreme Court nomination now? That
That
it
we
might
have to
end up
wait.
in a tie, 4-4?
yeah, exactly. But it could very well be that we never have a tie here. It could actually be 3-1 here in many cases. So actually, it's not for our benefit. It's for the collective benefit, right?
Yes.
And really for the representation of the people that live in District 5 that need to have a voice, whoever that person is. And so I would like to have, kind of from our city attorney, what the time frame is for that. Whether, I know I have a list here in front of me of how it's been done in the past. It's been a little bit chaotic
yes.
in the past and contentious. Obviously, it's an important thing. it's only 5 members in this legislative body, and you know, one makes a big difference, and I get that. But because we are in different times in 2020 with COVID-19 and the economic crisis that we have, is that we need to have a full commission to address important issues that are going to allow our city to move forward and gain the revenues it needs to gain and make up, you know, fill that gap that we have right now. So my thinking was whether we're going to take applications. We don't have to ask our city attorney. We don't have to take applications or people, but we do have to give people, I think,
A chance,
an opportunity
an opportunity.
to say, hey, I want to run for this. I'm interested in this. These are my qualifications. Kind of like a qualifying, our own qualifying process for people not to say, hey, this is what I offer. So we can all review it and make the best choice
Absolutely.
as an interim commissioner for a year. Who will, by the way, will be making really important decisions over the next year. Probably some of the most important decisions that have been made in our city in a long time. And so I think it should be a deliberative and thoughtful process. But I also think it should be a process that is done quickly, deliberatively and thoughtfully,
And
but quickly.
transparent. And transparent.
So we're going to initiate that process of maybe telling the public that, hey, if you think that you could be a good commissioner for this district, send us your qualifications so we can look at them, and then we can begin that process and maybe come back and maybe hold a special meeting. So we'll probably be having 3 meetings in a row. The one that Commissioner Reyes called for the Virginia Key Marina, the selection of a new commissioner for District 5, but we decided to go that route, and then our regular meeting on November 19th. So we're going to have those 3 meetings, one after the other. So we enter November 19th, we have a commissioner for the 5th District sitting already. If we leave it to the 19th, it could be that we have a debate and there's a stalemate, possibly. And we don't have a sitting commissioner, and we really can't do a lot of business. So that continuity of government for me is important. I would like to kind of between now and then open it up for people to apply, to qualify, or whatever the members think we should be doing, to kind of get a list of people that we think should be, that they think are eligible and should be considered to represent District 5.
Let me ask
And
you a
that's my
question.
thinking on it.
Yes, and I agree with you. We need to solve this problem and move fast. But Mr. City Clerk, can we pick the person that is going to be appointed to that seat before the city commissioner ends his term, or do we have to wait until his term has been ended, and can we pick the same day that ends its term,
No, sir. The vacancy occurs on the 17th. The 10-day period begins the day after. So you can call a special meeting on the 18th. I'm just going through a hypothetical. You could call a special meeting on the 18th for the sole purpose of appointing someone, if that is the will of the commission, to the District 5 seat.
Can we appoint that person on the 19th in the
Yes, sir.
regular meeting?
Yes, sir.
First order of the day?
No, it's too much for all that in one meeting.
Yes.
I would like to make a resolution now that we hold a special meeting on the 18th at 10 a.m. For the purpose of choosing someone for the District 5 seat, and or putting it to an election.
No.
If there's no consensus.
Been properly moved. Is there a second?
I second it.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Could you clarify it again? I'm sorry. We're a little bit out of order on the agenda, so I'm not following exactly here. What is the motion?
The motion is for a special meeting at 10 a.m. November 18th for the sole purpose of either choosing a replacement for the District 5 commissioner or putting it up to a special election
Special election. Okay,
if we can't come to a consensus.
that's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I second it.
Been properly moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair, commissioners, if this is an opportunity for me to request a little more direction as to how you would like me to approach this qualifying process.
Well, it's coming. I was gonna do that next, just,
Yes.
I like to place a resolution for the clerk to advertise
Advertise.
beginning on Monday. So that people know there's going to be an opening beginning on the 18th. And for those that would like to be considered to be appointed by the city commission, that they sent their resume to the city clerk before the 18th. In fact, we should put a
Week
cutoff
before.
date
Yes.
right.
to the 15th, which is Friday. 15th of November.
That's a
But
Sunday.
That's
And
a
as the
Sunday.
clerk gets the resumes, he forwards them to each of us.
If we could make that November 13th, that's a Friday, sir?
Yeah,
That's right.
November
that's right,
13th.
yeah.
By close of business. And that
Right.
means whether it's received physically, electronically, if an email comes in after
Yes.
5 o'clock, if it doesn't make it by 5 o'clock, that is the cutoff.
Well, I prefer that they come personally, so you can get to greet them and say hello and, you know. No, I'm serious. Yeah, they could do it electronically.
But,
But by 5 PM is the cutoff.
Commissioner, I think
Is there a
that we don't have
requirement?
enough time.
Mr. Chairman,
You recognize.
thank you. This process is excellent because it's going to put it out there and people can answer in. But is there a legal requirement for someone to send in this application? Because if
No,
one of us wants
No.
to proffer a random name on that day, we could, correct?
that's correct. That's correct.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So is there a motion to,
Yes, but the thing is, what I'm afraid of is that if we receive, let's say, 10, 15 resumes, do we have enough time to vet them between the 13 and the 15 and
Well,
the 18?
you would hope that you would, but if not, I'm sure that each of them is going to come to that meeting and we could vet them publicly too.
Okay, I move it.
Okay,
I second that.
right?
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mr. Hannon, you want to say something or?
Yes, sir, and I apologize, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. Another component that we've done in the past, this was in 2010, where I understand that a nominee could submit their resume, not required, but could by November 13th before 5 p.m. But there is another component too, because any nominee who's going to be appointed needs to comply with Section 4 of the city charter, meaning that they need to have lived within the district for a year, need to be an elector. So in the past, we've used the affidavit of candidate that you all are very familiar with, that you filled out when you ran for elected office. In 2010, we used that for the nominees to ensure. Go ahead, sir.
Whenever there's a special election, I don't know about an appointment, because I'm new, what am I, Commissioner Carrorio? Not a new kid on the block, where am I?
Not
Zángano.
En Zángano, no Manganzón, en Zángano.
Sangre, yeah.
En Zángano. When there's a special election, right, the residency requirement doesn't apply, right?
Oh, yes, it does.
Yes, it
It
does.
does?
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It does? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
so the 1-year residency requirement would apply.
Yes.
The same qualifying requirements apply to this appointment.
It all applies. I think what Mr. Hannon is describing is a statement of the statement that he's referring to would basically be the candidate swearing that they fit the qualifications.
Okay.
And so if you do not fit the qualifications, you sworn to that, it's actually it's perjury. So it basically says, look, I'm not just getting a bunch of resumes. I'm getting resumes that swear that they fit the qualifications. So therefore, it's actionable.
So,
Okay.
so what I'm just inquiring, and requesting direction on, so a potential nominee could submit this affidavit of candidate, not electronically, that, it's a sworn document, as the chair mentioned, so that would need to be submitted physically. Now, they could submit that, they could come down to the clerk's office and quote unquote qualify, before the special meeting on the 18th, if they desire. Or they could wait till the day of that meeting to fill out the candidate of affidavit.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not going to name someone that doesn't live in the city of Miami, so I'm
Absolutely.
not worrying about that.
I just want to make
But-
sure that there was flexibility. Thank you. Thank you,
But
Commissioner.
coming to the city of Miami and qualifying is the standard procedure.
Yes, for our
And
elections, yes.
so they have to follow the standard procedure.
And that is in the charter for an appointment. Yes, sir.
That's it, okay.
That they need to adhere to the qualifications outlined in
That's right.
section.
Chairman,
Yes,
Chairman, is your opponent living inside the city of Miami, President District 5?
well, that is a question that all of us wonder from time to time. No, my current opponent does not live in the city of Miami. No.
Okay.
Do you have an opponent?
Yeah, I heard that
It's a rumor.
that someone's running against me.
The Miami Herald.
Well, aren't they all of our opponents?
Of course, of course. They hate democracy, don't they?
Mr. Hannon?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Corio, could I get a little flexibility when it comes to the notice? Next Monday is Columbus Day. I'm not exactly sure how many publications are actually publishing, but if I could just have that week, a little flexibility to get a notice out and to start also sending out electronically and through communications and so forth. Is that okay, sir?
Well, why don't you do it? Yeah, today is Thursday. Why don't you send it up tomorrow, Friday?
I'm just going to need a little time to craft it to make sure I run it past the city
Yeah.
attorney's office. So I would just like a little time, sir, to do it right.
Just use
If you must, but I would hope it could go out then tomorrow. And send out a happy Columbus Day when you do.
I'll do my best, but I may need a little flexibility.
Well, I just gave it to you, then I
Thank you.
think the commission would support it.
Yes,
You have until Tuesday to do that.
absolutely.
But hopefully, you and the city attorney could handle something so simple by tomorrow's date, so it could be out earlier.
Right. The deadline for publications, though, is very early tomorrow morning, and so we just need a little time beyond, just
I stand corrected. You're correct. It's early in the morning. The time for sending it out to the Herald or
Thank you.
whoever you want to send it out to.
we'll do multiple publications.
Just be careful sending it out to the New Times, because if not, we'll get all kinds of weirdos applying.
Understood, sir.
All the pawn shop operators, right? That advertise in that magazine.
Yeah, that and
rag.
all the clubs and
That's how you do
Yeah.
it.
marijuana shops, what have you.
The massage parlors and all that.
Yeah.
The-
Oh, yeah. Particularly the massage parlor.
As long
can-
as
can-
as long as it's
Can
legal.
can we
business.
advertise with Mr. Crespo and Political Cortadito? Are those legitimate papers or blogs, or can we advertise there too, or?
I don't think they have
and
BTR.
Maybe David Winker can tweet it, or I don't know, something
They
like
may
that.
not. They
Does
may not
anybody
have
read that
BTR.
stuff? Does anybody read that?
You
crap?
can't in the first one you mentioned, because he's not a journalist. He's an award-winning photographer.
Oh, have you seen the awards?
So to clarify the motion on the floor is made by Commissioner Carollo to give direction to the city clerk to advertise starting hopefully by tomorrow, but by latest Tuesday for this role and to for the vacancy. That's what the motion is, correct?
And just for clarification, Chair, it won't most likely appear in a paper by Tuesday, but at the very least, maybe we can start getting it out electronically and throughout the week, because some publications that we're going to be using only publish once per week. And so that's why I was just asking for flexibility.
Okay. Okay. Now, the question that you had, Mr. Clerk, regarding the statement of candidacy, do you need any direction on that, or are you perfectly fine with what you've received?
No, sir. It's my understanding that beginning next week, nominees interested can submit a resume. They can also at the same time fill out the affidavit of candidate and all the documents that accompany that affidavit of candidate, as if we're going through the process of qualifying someone for an elected office. And so I understand that. I also understand the fact that resumes will be due by November 13th by 5 p.m., but they're not required, and that someone could come on the day of the special meeting to qualify and be considered for the appointment.
Okay, seeing no further questions, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Chairman,
Aye.
Chairman,
All
Aye.
again? Motion passes. Madam City Attorney?
I just wanted to make sure that the public comment period has still been rolling in for the comments.
This is mostly direction, so this is not, we haven't done anything substantive here.
Okay.
Correct.
Madam City Attorney, some additional guidance. If all the polls would be wrong and comes election day and we have a surprise and we have a different commissioner elected to the county, can we rename Commissioner Hardiman
Absolutely.
back to the commission?
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
absolutely. But we don't want that, right, Chairman?
Well, I don't know.
I want to keep him. I want to keep him.
I wanna keep him too,
I know
you
he
see.
wants to move up in the world.
Well,
but
I
I
mean,
want to keep him.
I want to keep him.
I want to keep him, but
Okay.
he wants to move up, you know, he's.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for
he's
you,
outgrowing
Hardiman.
us. He's outgrowing
You make
us.
sure you look out
Let's
for the
let the
city
butterfly fly,
when you're there.
you know?
Listen, I know something's going on when everybody's been nice to me, even the city attorney, the clerk,
We need a couple.
Hold on one time.
We need a couple more of your votes before you leave, and then we'll be okay.
We'll come to our Columbus Day celebration and barbecue, and we'll tell you what's going on.
See, sounds like trap. All these traps.
Chair, Commissioners,
The pocket items?
like to talk about the procedures that will be used for this special meeting? Or is that something that you want to wait to decide
No.
on the actual
You,
special?
you ever heard of well, there's different procedures that are out there, but the particular ones that we use is Mason Rules of Order.
Oh, no, understood, sir. It's just that in 2010, there was a certain series of steps that were taken, as well as when it came to voting by ballot and so forth. So I could share that with you all individually, if that's what you prefer.
You could do that,
Yes.
clerk, if you like, but I think we could handle it from here on. On the meeting.
We could
so,
decide in the meeting.
Understood.
Okay. We can
Thank you.
decide.
Now, just to clarify, Mr. Henry, we did continue RE1 and RE2, right? The actual item.
RE1 and RE2 are still in play.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue those items? Because I know you guys have been having this.
They're going to be continued, or they're going to be.
You set a
They're gonna be deferred to a special
special
meeting that we
right?
call
That's right.
for.
They're both deferred.
They're both
I move that we
deferred.
defer to the special meeting.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Call for
Both of
that.
them deferred.
Okay, so it's been properly moved and seconded that we defer those items to the special meeting hearing date.
And that's November 16th, 2020 at 10 a.m.
That's right.
Now, I just wanted to clarify, Chairman, and when we did talk about this, is any and all action. So to the extent that there may be a different title or all that can happen. So even though you defer these
Right.
items, it's any and all action. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. Mr. Russell.
Mr. Chairman, can I take up one real quick, BC9 unemployment?
Sure. Commissioner Russell, I want you to
Can we
take.
just do all the appointments then?
Okay, this is for BC9, appointment of Maritza Vasquez to the Code Enforcement Board. It's my appointment.
Second.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I want you to handle it, and I'm going to step away for a second, okay?
Thank you.
The motion, there's a second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Commissioner Reyes seconded.
Yes.
Mr. Reyes, there's a second. Any
Yes,
discussion?
sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, if we could take up the rest of the appointments, please.
Yes, Vice Chair. BC1, the Affordable Home Ownership Loan Program Task Force. Commissioner Reyes is requesting removal of his appointee, Joe Milton.
You need a motion for removal.
Yes, Vice Chair,
I
we
move
do.
it.
Removed by Commissioner Reyes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Portillo. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes.
BC2 Arts and Entertainment Council pursuant to Code Section 2-1142. Chair Hardiman will be appointing Marvin Weeks as the council chairperson.
For what position?
This is for the council chairperson for the Arts and Entertainment Council pursuant to
Okay.
Code Section 2-1142.
It's been moved by Commissioner Hardeman. I'll second it.
Who is the mover, please?
Commissioner Hardiman
I
is
move
not present.
He's not present.
I move it. I move it. And you
Yeah,
second.
and I second it.
You're the mover, Commissioner Correa, you're the second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. BC 13, Finance Committee, City Manager Noriega will be reappointing Erica Pascal to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Is there a motion, please?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
BC 16, LGBTQ Advisory Board, Mayor Suarez will be appointing Nicole Alvarez.
Second.
Is there a motion, please?
Well, I'll make the motion.
Moved by
second.
Commissioner Correa, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes.
BC 18, Miami Complete Count Committee, City Manager Noriega will be reappointing Jackie Collier.
Move.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Correa, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. And BC 19, Miami Forever Bond Program Citizens Oversight Board, Commissioner Reyes will be reappointing Ralph Rosado, who requires a 4/5 employment waiver pursuant to Code Section 2-884E.
Move it.
Is there,
Second.
no-
Hold on a second.
is there a second for the motion, please? I'll second it for discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Diaz-Portillo.
Why are we naming Ralph Rosado? He's not he's not a city of Miami resident. He's
Yes, he is.
Isn't he a city manager somewhere else?
Yes, he is. He's a city manager, but he's a resident of Crow Park.
Okay, so why does he need a waiver?
He needs a waiver because the code prohibits.
I'm sorry, excuse me one second. Yes?
He needs a waiver because the code prohibits an employee of another municipality to serve on a board unless they obtain a waiver from the city commission by a 4/5 vote.
It's a reappointment. He was
He's
before.
currently sitting on the board.
He's sitting on the board.
Well, if anyone would oppose it, it would be you, Commissioner Reyes, and if you're making the motion, I'll support you.
No, well, I know, that's why I'm asking.
Listen.
Is there,
Peace. Peace.
well, no.
It's not peace. He deserves it.
Look, peace is overrated.
That's right.
Peace
It
is
is.
overrated.
He's on it.
War is more fun, but well, you know, it
Yes,
happens. You
that's
know?
right.
If Commissioner Reyes, as he's becoming a little bit older and wiser, and is, you know, more peaceful now, and he's willing to be a good man and reward somebody who was not very good to him during that campaign cycle, then that says a lot about you, Commissioner Reyes.
Well,
a lot
I
about
think
what kind of man you are.
you see, you have to be magnanimous in victory and very, I would say, proud in defeat. You see, when you in victories, you have to be magnanimous.
Well, I commend you with that, but I can never do that with Commissioner Ross's pick from my district, which is Eleazar Melendez. I can never do that with him.
But it was different. The attacks that they directed to you were more than personal, and it was also not only you, your family, and everything that is unforgettable.
Yeah,
Unforgivable, I would say.
it was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly when
pretty
things
ugly.
turned that
And
personal. And
the only that Rosado accused me of being old.
yeah, but that's not an accusation. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
You know? But you know, I guess, but yeah, but that's very magnanimous of you, and I really commend you for that. So,
Thank you, sir.
obviously,
Thank you.
it's your pick, and I will support you with that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you. There's a motion, there's a second. This is a 4/5. All in favor, say aye.
sir. All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Are we able to reappoint our members to the Miami 21 Task Force at this point?
I believe so, yes, Vice Chair.
In that case, I'd like to proffer my two original appointees, which were Pastor Nathaniel Robinson and Mr. Adam Old, if there is a motion and a second for that.
The motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Second?
Those are year 2 appointments.
Yes. They're the original same two that I had.
Okay.
Do we need to allocate them to one of the categories, or do you all do that automatically based on their criteria?
We would have to look at the criteria, Vice Chair, to make sure that they meet the applicable criteria as set forth in the new resolution that was passed today.
Got it. It's my understanding that they do. But all right, thank you very much. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Motion passes.
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reappoint my two original appointees, Melissa Tapani and Vic Leiva.
What was the second one?
Victoria Leiva.
Okay, would you like them in one motion?
Yes, in one motion.
That's fine. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Fine. Just a second.
Second by Commissioner Carollo. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Commissioners,
So
just to
make
clarify, if you're able to state what they're for, that would be even better, just so that there isn't a question. So I believe the two that you appointed, Commissioner Reyes, they're for the attorney spots. And I believe your two, Vice Chairman Russell, were for the community
Community leader.
leader spots.
Yep.
Just to make it easier for the clerk's office as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any further motions on appointments?
No, Vice Chair, not from our office.
Thank you very much. Then we will move on. I'd like to knock out the pocket items until the chair gets back, and then we'll take up the PZ items after that while he's here. The first pocket item, PI1,
It's yours.
is mine. It's the one with regard to the stop work order on dumping into the bay. I believe there are some co-sponsors that have requested. Is that correct?
Yes, I requested to.
I had asked before to co-sponsor it, but I also do want to add something back on that was taken out, and we could discuss it.
Absolutely. Let's get it on the floor with a motion in a second, and then we can make any.
Got the second.
I will, you will second, I mean.
Reyes, you're the mover. Carollo, you're the second.
Okay, and I would like to co-sponsor it, and I want to be, this is the first reading, right?
Yes, it is.
And
And I believe we should try to bring it back in the next meeting this month if we can.
that's right, and then what I want to do is, if there is any ways that we feel that we have to tweak it, and any other commission have any suggestions, or that we have some complaints or something, we will, discuss that. We will take care of that between the both readings, you see?
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I believe the mayor was a co-sponsor as well.
That's right, yes.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
And the title was also already read into the record by you at 9:31 a.m.
Thank you. Yes, the title's been read in the record. It has a motion. There's a second, and I'll open it for discussion. So I'm happy to start just to introduce some of the background on how this piece of legislation has evolved. We passed a resolution as a body a few weeks ago directing the manager to come back with legislative options to increase penalties for those who dumped into the bay. I'm thankful that they moved very quickly. Not only do they have this legislation, but now they have an entire process in place through which residents can report visible dumping into the bay. That report goes by email through an address called discharge@miamigov.com. A member of the building department as well as the public works department have to go out and inspect within 1 hour. The two departments are because building will deal with the site itself. Public works will deal with the actual right of way and the outfall. They'll work together to create a report that'll go directly to the building official who can issue a stop work order in the moment in real time. We're also activating our police force with their environmental crimes unit, who can not only enforce that stop work order through the threat of arrest, they can also work during the hours that our normal public works and building officials do not. So I think this is really comprehensive legislation and action by the administration. I'm very thankful to Art and Zeri for putting this together so quickly. The legislation evolved, and some of it was redundant to what is already available, to my understanding, to some of the to the administration as it stands. There was an entire section on Chapter 2, but the legislation was meant to deal with Chapter 10. And so I asked our zoning director, Joe Ruiz, whether or not that Chapter 2 part was necessary. It is my understanding from him that he already currently has the ability to take on that action that was recommended or suggested by the administration for the Chapter 2 piece in this. So I asked for that piece to be removed because I'm trying to amend Chapter 10, not Chapter 2, and he says he already has the power. And that was the power to revoke certificates of use. So unless Mr. Ruiz is on hand and would like to talk to anyone about that, I don't know if that's the section you're talking about, Commissioner Carollo, but that was a major piece that was removed, and I just wanted to explain.
Yeah, that's the one that I want to go in there. Maybe we get through the manager, Mr. Reese, as you asked for him to come up. But since Mr. Reese, you're telling me, has that power already and so on, then it wouldn't hurt to have it in another place. Again, for instance, if we're going to put some real teeth in this, then we need to leave some of that language that we had before. The part that says will issue stop work order versus may issue. We in the city of Miami have been having tremendous problems from one district to the other and people doing whatever they please. And I'm talking about in the commercial side, on major properties. And the bigger they are, the more they think they could get away with it. And the ones that are being hurt are our residents. So I say to you, either we are going to truly be representing the residents, or we're going to be representing the big developers and those that have the power and the money. So I don't see why we need to take out the will issue stop order instead of changing it to may issue stop work order.
Understood, Commissioner. I'll take that as a friendly amendment to section 10-9A1, where it says a stop work order may be issued. You would like to change that to a stop work order will be issued. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well,
mover
exactly.
okay with that
Will be
amendment?
issued.
Commissioner-
Secondly, the language pertaining to revocation of CU and the 40-year certification has been removed. I'd like to have that back on, but at least I'm willing to negotiate on the 40-year certification and find out from the city attorney what it entitles and how difficult it would be to get it back on. But the CU is something that should be here. Now, Madam City Attorney, on the 40-year certification, if we catch people that are in violation and we revoke it, how difficult a process would it be for them to be able to come back and re-get it to be issued?
Right, we have a CU and BTR revocation process already in our city code. So you have to give due process, you have to give a hearing and all that, but we already have it in our city code at this time.
How about for the 40-year certification?
I think so, but give me a
Let's
second
bring Mr.
to
Ruiz
double
on
check.
as well, because I've been briefed with Mr. Ruiz specifically on this issue. So if the manager has him available, that would be helpful as well.
No, he's there.
He's here.
All right. Mr. Ruiz, could you address the issues of Chapter 2 versus Chapter 10 and whether or not you have the ability currently, without new legislation, to revoke a CU based on noncompliance with the 40-year certification?
Good evening, Commissioners. Joe Ruiz, Office of Zoning. Vice Chairman, to answer your question, I currently do have the power to revoke a CU for failure to obtain the 50-year certification.
Commissioner Croy, is that satisfactory to you? Or do you need separate legislation?
Well, Again, going back to the city attorney, and what we're looking for is to put something with more of a bite that he has the power to. I don't think that Mr. Reeves is still a big developer that he won't back off from. So I want to put teeth that we're going to have to take action. And on this one, I defer to the city attorney in what she was saying before. I want to make sure that I understand that we all understand it. I'm the CU and the 40-year certification, Madam City Attorney.
Madam Sturdy, you're recognized.
If Mr. Ruiz is saying that he has the ability to, that is fine. I didn't remember that he did. Is that your question? If he truly has it, Commissioner Carollo?
Well, if he has the power, why hasn't he done it ever before?
So I will let him answer that.
Mr. Reeves, you're recognized.
Commissioner, that's just one of the many tools available to the city. Our goal is to always drive compliance. If a referral is made to me, I'm happy.
Mr. Reeves, I apologize for interrupting you, but I'm tired of hearing this bunch of crap that our goal is always to get people to comply. That's okay to say that for the regular city residents. But when you have the big boys that don't live in the city, that are coming here for projects, and part of their business plan is to not get permits, do whatever they please, and then all they get is a little slap in the hand, if that. I'm not buying this stuff anymore, nor should any of us, that our goal is to get them to comply. So that's where I'm having the problem with, because, for instance, you're telling me that, but can you tell me what are the qualifications that were there just before you got your position? Do you remember what they were?
Could you clarify your question, Commissioner?
My direct question is, do you remember, for the job that you have as zoning director, just before you were given the position, do you remember what qualifications were required for that job?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, I believe that you should go back and read it to refresh your memory, because if they would not have been done away with just before you came on board, you never could have been appointed because you didn't qualify for them. Right now, the way that they are, anybody basically qualified for the job that you have, because you didn't have the experience that was required of previous zoning directors. And I'm not saying that, the past zoning directors were old gems, but this is the problem that I'm having, that you're being given the power of God and you didn't even qualify for the position, and the former city manager had to do away with all those qualifications so you could qualify. And then I asked a simple question, and the answer that I get is that, our intentions are to get people to qualify. So people could lie to us, cheat us out of hundreds of thousands of dollars that they've done work for, and they haven't paid us a penny for permit fees, and worse. And all that you're going to do is you're going to make sure that now they're caught and there's no other way that we could fix it for them, that they comply and do what they're supposed to. Now, there has to be more of a punishment so that individuals that do this understand that if they go ahead and do something like this and they get caught, there's going to be some real teeth to it. And all that they have to worry about is not going to a zoning director that is going to take care of for them. So this is why I want, Commissioner, some teeth into this, so that what happened in Coconut Grove, and by the way, I'm seriously thinking of being in the side to prevail. I have the right to bring this back. Those two houses that are right on top of each other, Commissioner Russell, I'm seriously considering doing that. So Madam City Attorney, before the next meeting, I strongly suggest that you don't finalize anything.
It's
Because,
already done, Commissioner. It's, everything's signed off already.
well, that's not what you told me yesterday.
It's already done. I could send you the settlement agreement. I mean,
What,
you
what,
have,
what was it signed off?
I will let you know. Not today. It was signed off a couple weeks ago, I believe. I'll give you the date. Give me one second.
Give me that. What,
A little late, but I do appreciate the change of heart, and I'd love a
Well,
briefing on that too, Madam City Attorney.
what I'm trying to do is to stop this from happening time and time again, Commissioner.
Can
And
I,
this is why we need to put some teeth in the ordinance that we have. So they know that no matter who is holding what position into the future, they can't get around what the law says is going to happen if they get caught.
Absolutely, Commissioner, I agree with you. 40-year certification is a serious thing, and a CU is a serious repercussion. And it's been at the discretion of the zoning director. Can I recommend that you make a direction to the manager to enforce this with that repercussion? And then that will be all that's needed at this moment to actually mandate the zoning director to do
Mr.
that.
Manager,
Mr. Chair, can I jump in on this? So, look, we proposed that language, and I quite frankly, I think as much as the zoning administrator is trying to do the right thing, I think that the language referenced in that section is vague. And I think it has a little too much wiggle room to it. So I would prefer, as an option, to have the teeth that Commissioner Carollo really is wanting put back in there. And I would like that original language in there just to provide some certainty for us and a very clear set of language in terms of how we enforce that. I think it puts a little too much in the hands of judgment. This isn't an indictment of Joe Ruiz. This is an issue of just actual, real, proper practice and process. And I think putting it in the discretion of the zoning administrator, right, gives us way too much opportunity for.
That's why I recommended a direction to you right now that you mandate that your zoning director carry out the revocation of CUs for 40-year certification issues.
I got it, but I may not be the city manager forever, and the zoning administrator may have to be the same zoning administrator. And I think, if you want to really, really enforce this, and you want to do it the right way, you need clarity.
Just a moment, Mr. Manager. Enforce what? Because what you are proposing has nothing to do with the environmental dumping that I am trying to address with this legislation. There are so many problems with the code that we can fix. But right now, what I have right now is the support of the entire building industry of South Florida to support this legislation because they too want to have bad actors eliminated from the system, have stop work orders issued for dumping into the bay. Now, if we go off scope, if we start tackling other issues, which are very important, and I do not want to try to stop you from doing that, I would recommend parallel legislation right now in pocket that is brought by Commissioner Carollo to do exactly that, a Chapter 2 amendment, giving the zoning director exact, not discretion, but mandate to do exactly what you're talking about. We can move it, second it, put it on first reading, the same as I'm doing with this environmental legislation. My worry is that we're conflating separate issues.
Oh, okay, I thought we were just kind of addressing two issues at one time. I mean, it's the same end result. So if that's kind of where you want to go, I don't have an issue with that.
That's the certification of CU. I'm looking for stop work orders on environmental dumping.
now, Madam City Attorney, can it be done, which I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong, in the way Commissioner Russell is suggesting now, in this meeting?
So it would be first reading pocket, but unfortunately, I don't totally grasp what you want on that second pocket. So if we can address other matters, maybe get the information and then bring it back after we address those. We still have a few more items.
There's an exact draft that he can share with you offline, Madam City Attorney, of the Chapter 2.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Ruiz has an exact draft of the Chapter 2 amendment that Commissioner Carollo is referencing, which could be placed as a separate pocket item right now that we could pass on first reading. All of these things are very urgent and timely, And I think it fully warrants a pocket item to be brought, the same as mine is being brought. But that would just separate the issues, but it would still be clean. It'll be a little cleaner legislation, I think, and both will be very effective.
That's fine if Mr. Ruiz can share that legislation with Mr. Min and myself so that we can review it, and then we can hear a couple more items, and then we can address it.
You should have the legislation already, but
Well, I'm in the middle, right,
No,
I'm in
he's
the
gonna
middle
go-
of a commission meeting, so if
doctor's gonna
somebody
go-
could put it at the top.
We're gonna go get it over to you so you can relook at it, but it was
Alright.
already reviewed.
This needs to be separated and placed into its own.
Yeah.
But Vice Chairman,
Yes,
or
Commissioner Correa.
former Vice Chairman, but Vice Chairman Russell, I don't see, if you're trying to accomplish something positive, what's the big deal in separating it? Which I don't know if we could even do it now. At the end of the day, we're not here to cater to any industry. We're here to protect our residents. And what this edition is doing, just like everything else that you've agreed to so far, is protecting our residents. So that, again, what happened in Coconut Grove won't happen again. I mean, I frankly was surprised that the city attorney expressed that was done. Maybe I misunderstood what she told me, but I will say this to you. One of the things that I'm considering right now is impaneling the commission as a special investigative body and bring in and hire our own investigators or whatever we have to do to get to the bottom of what happened there in the Grove with those two houses. Because I'm telling you, what happened there in the bottom line, yes, there might have been incompetency, but I also believe there was corruption that happened there. And it didn't happen just in that one location. It's been happening throughout our city in different parts. This is before you came to this commission. There was quite a few arrests that were made in building. They were called the Firm. Throughout the years, there have been other arrests that have happened because people have had their hands out. And I could understand incompetency up to a point. But when you're seeing the things that you showed us that happened there in your district in the Grove, and I'm seeing other things that have happened in my district and throughout the city, and some of the things that I'm hearing from people, this is beyond incompetency. This is corruption. And we have an obligation to get to the bottom of it, because I'm tired of seeing that all this kind of stuff happen and no one's accountable. No one's accountable. No one gets fired. No one even gets demoted. Now, you tell me what private corporation would allow the kind of stuff that we're allowing. You know well that people are going to be fired. There are going to be referrals to investigative agencies if there has to be, but not here. Not here. And then who gets the blame? The sign that went up, first of all, private citizens shouldn't have to resort to that because of what some in their government have done to them. But beyond that, who are they blaming? Us, the elected officials. And I know that none of us had anything to do with any of that. So I'm tired of letting bureaucrats that are either incompetent or corrupt or both keep getting away with stuff like this. And they just laugh because they figure, hey, they'll survive until we're term limited out. And the next guy comes along or gal comes along, and they keep playing the same game. So what I am asking all of you is to help put a stop to it. Because if not, I'm going to tell you, I am going to be asking for,
I just,
under the charter, for us to implement the commission to become an investigative body, and we bring in people that we hired to do that and get to the bottom line of what went on there and in other places.
Thank you, Commissioner. PZ8 that I'm bringing later does address a fix to the code with regard to what happened on Day Avenue and the settlement we ended up making to try and keep that from happening again. It puts more eyes on the case. It puts more checkpoints before a revocation of a unity of title is allowed. Your issue also is a very good catch. My only ask is that we separate them. I know it can be done legally, and it's just a courtesy ask that we bring them
So,
in parallel.
that,
And the
that's
reason,
fine. It's fine. I have the ordinance now. I see what you're saying. I just didn't know what the substance of it was. So
Right.
we can, Commissioner Carollo, if you want me to read you the title, you can have this, these extra chapter 2 changes for
Okay.
first reading today and second reading for October
All right,
22nd.
then I'll accept it. And
May I read the title? Because I have to
Yes.
read the
in the middle
title.
of the
Yes.
motion and a second on
Now-
another item right now.
Okay.
Let's get through
before
this.
you do,
Yes.
Commissioner, the part on Will issue stop work order, that was
That's the amendment
staying,
you'd ask. Does the mover accept that amendment? Commissioner Reyes? Yes, and the second, I assume,
Right.
agrees as well.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on the item, and has any further public comment come in on this item since it was introduced this morning? Mr. Clerk?
My apologies, sir. Say again?
Has there been any public comment offered on this item since it was introduced this morning?
We would need to ask IT. IT, has there been any additional public comment?
There's 39 public comments. I would have to send you the list. It's hard to tell which ones came in at what time, to be honest.
But they've all come in since our meeting started?
There have been possibly 2 that came in. I will send you the report now so you can all take a look.
I'm sorry, you're saying there's 2 that's come in since the meeting started, or 39 that's come in?
There are
since-
39 total responses from the web forum, which is still open. I believe there were 36. I sent a report around 10 o'clock. I can send you the latest, which the 39.
If that's written, if those are the written reports, we have that on record. I'm looking for any recorded video or audio messages to this commission with regard to this item.
No, only the 39 written responses.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion from the dais? Hearing none, all in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes as amended. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll move to PI 2.
hold
Or
on.
I'm sorry, we'll read Commissioner Carollo's item into the record, please. And we'll list that as PI 5, I want to say.
Okay.
My apologies, this is the new, this will be PI 11.
Oh.
We've had.
Okay.
a lot of-
Jumped in, that's good notice.
going on here today.
Didn't share when that happened.
Just,
Okay,
Yeah.
PI 11, Madam
Yeah.
City Attorney, if you could read it into the record, please.
It's not PI 5?
It's PI 11, apparently.
no. PI 5 was calling of the special meeting on November. Would you like me to go down the list?
No, we
No, I trust
believe you. We
PI
believe
11,
you.
Madam City Attorney, please read it into the record.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2 of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Planning, Building, and Zoning, providing for inclusion of building permit violations as part of a cause for revocation of certificates of use, amending Chapter 10, Article 1 of the Code entitled Buildings in General, for providing for failure to obtain required permits, providing that compliance with the city code in general is a requirement of any city-issued building permit, providing for the requirement of all construction sites to comply with pre-natural disaster site security mandates, stormwater pollution discharge elimination and erosion control, and for enforcement pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 10 of other existing sections of the city code, and restriction of ability to seek permit or perform work within the city when violations exist or violations are repeated and providing for an effective date. So there is the addition then for under section of denial or revocation of certificate of use. It adds violations of chapter 10 of the city code, which would include, I believe, the 40-year certifications and all that. And then,
Do you believe or are you sure?
I believe that that's what chapter 10 has the,
Yeah, then why don't you spell it out, 40-year certification, so that
remember, this is just first reading, Commissioner, so we can tweak this perfectly, just like you like it before second.
all right.
And then the penalties section that we're adding is stop work orders may be issued by the building official until such time the violation is remedied.
Will be issued. We included that before in the other ordinance that we passed.
All right, so will be issued by the building official until such time as a violation has been remedied. Enforcement pursuing to Chapter 2, Article 10 of the City Code, and the sum of $500 violation. No permit applications will be approved unless with open cases or pending fines. Enforcement by one method doesn't preclude enforcement by others, and it exempts government departments. So that's generally what this does, and we'll tweak anything between first and second, okay?
Mr. Manager, does that satisfy you with what you had put down before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I make the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Croyo makes a motion on PI 11.
I'd second.
Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla. I'll open for public comment if there are any. I know I'm not really giving much time or ability for that, but this is first reading, so we can still allow that for second reading as well.
Yes.
Closing public comment. Any further discussion on the dais? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. That's PI 11. So we'll go back now to PI 2. And Mr. Clerk, if you could help me on the order of these items as they were written down.
Yes, sir. PI 2, Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla's pocket item regarding William B. Riley.
Yes, about the naming, right, co-designation. Is there a motion on?
Yes, I want to co-sponsor it, and I'm also, I move it.
You'll move it and co-sponsor it. It's been moved and co-sponsored. by-
Hold on. I think Commissioner Carroyo wants to co-sponsor it too.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll co-sponsor, but my only question is when did Mr. Riley die?
He hasn't died. No, God help us, no. We want to honor him. We want to honor him while he's still alive, so he can know.
Well, look, I'm sorry, maybe I'm still in the old days. Then we have some ordinance that people that were alive, we could put name streets after them, or that get thrown out.
Let me direct this to the
You are in the old days. You are in the old days, but yeah, now we have a 4/5 vote on this to allow people. That's because if I remember correctly, because I was in Tallahassee back then, Commissioner Carroyo.
Yes,
So,
all right.
but I was watching you guys name streets after Jose Canseco, that Martinez
Wasn't
guy,
me, that
the
was the
drug
county.
leader. You guys were doing all kinds of.
That was your friends in the county. What's the nuts here?
But as you know, because you know Bill
We
Riley.
still have a few streets named at some real bad hombres, like somebody would call them, but you know.
That's what makes us Miami. Madam City Attorney, could you clarify the rules
I
for
don't want to
naming?
make any more friends, so I'll let you guys find out who they are.
Madam City Attorney, are you online?
She's online.
Yes, I'm online, but you want me to clarify
I'd
what
like
exactly?
you, please, to clarify the rules for naming a street after a person who is still alive.
It's 4/5.
Thank you very much.
We just did it with J.F. Plummer.
Yes.
Yeah. He's still alive?
So we're on this item.
No, not PI 1.
Commissioner Reyes,
Well-
you are the mover. Who is the second on this item, please?
Me? I'm sponsoring it, no?
Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla is the second. And I'm happy
Where's
to
the street
sponsor.
at?
It's in my district commission. It's on 16th Terrace, between 17th Avenue and.
Okay, that's where the electrical,
Yeah, with
Budgets.
the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, where their offices, right there on 16th Terrace and Alpata. between 17th Avenue and 15th Street Road. And you know, Mr. Riley, right? He's an
I
icon
certainly
here.
do. I've
Yes,
known Bill for
Excellent person.
many years.
one of the greatest, one of the
Before you were,
greatest leaders.
before you were a senator.
And before I was born, I think, too. I think you know him a
Well,
long time.
let's not go that far.
That got you now. That's your turn. That's your turn.
That's your turn, Commissioner Carrera. But I'll tell you, and I will name a street after you, Commissioner Carrera, before you die too. So don't worry about that.
I would second that motion.
Make it a real big one and wide one.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. It's going to be Southwest 8th Street, sir, between 17th Avenue and
La Pequeña Habana.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
I
on
like
Bill
it.
Riley? Is it Bill Riley?
No, but in all seriousness, before you continue, I know you're in a hurry, Mr. Chairman, because I know you're probably hungry and want to go home. But I think it's important that we take just a couple of seconds to recognize Mr. Riley. He has really truly been an icon of the labor movement here in our community. Whenever you talk about Mr. Bill Riley, everyone knows who he is. From Hurricane Andrew to now, he's still working and helping this community and helping his workers get fair wages, something you're very, very proud about, Mr. Commissioner Russell.
He's the one who pushed me to it.
Yes, and he's the one that pushed you to it. I know. We talked about you and a number of commissioners. He's always been on our side, and more important than that, on the side of the people. And I think that he deserves his honor more than anyone. I'm not big on street namings, but this matters to me. And so it's very personal to me, and I appreciate the commissioner's support on this.
Well,
it is a good
Bill Riley, the father, is truly one of the
The father, yeah, forget the son. The son will never get a street named after him.
Yeah, he's really one of the few legends left in Miami. But tell me, Commissioner, just between you and I, who do you speak nicer of, me or Russell, when our names came up?
He's only known me 4 years now.
He
gave up. You don't have to answer. He gave
up. I will answer. Commissioner Russell is ideologically more in tune with him. But you were the mayor, and he talked very highly. He spoke very highly of you when you did a lot of things when you were the mayor of Miami, Commissioner. Seriously, I've had a lot of conversations with him. I think Bill is now 75, 76.
You saw me. I'll vote for it twice.
Yeah. He's.
In fact, you can make it wider if you want it longer.
Yeah. Well, we're only not doing 2 streets for now, but I'm going to Tallahassee. Actually, I'm doing a 17th Avenue designation because we can't do it. It's a state road here. But we're gonna do like 17th Avenue and 16th Terrace, so it connects there.
Good.
That's the Union Hall, which is a gathering place for a lot of labor leaders over the years. A lot of history there.
A lot of history there.
Way before I was ever involved in politics.
And look, and I'll tell you, it's nice and someone that it's already up there in age. Bill's not a whippersnapper anymore.
No, he's
to be able to do something this nice for them.
More or less.
Yeah, he's your age, Commissioner.
Yes.
It's good to be able to do something this nice for them while they're still here with us, so they could, enjoy it and feel good about it. So.
Thank you very much. And of course, he will be providing all the lighting for this section of the street where it's named after him, correct?
Of course. Free of charge to the city. I already talked about that.
All right, there's a motion. There's a second. Several sponsors, including myself.
Yeah, put me as a sponsor too, please.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Commissioner Diaz-Laportilla, for bringing that. It was very
Thank you, Chairman.
PI 3 is the restaurants without restriction. I believe that's your pocket item as well, Commissioner.
Okay, here we go. So most of the state of Florida, after the governor's emergency order 244, is operating, most restaurants are operating at 100% capacity. And in Dade County, because of the political whim of a particular mayor of Miami-Dade County, we're limited to 50%. I think we're doing tremendous harm to our restaurants, to our mom and pop restaurants in particular, because the big restaurants and the big chains can survive because they have the cash flow to survive. And we're truly, truly hurting our mom and pop businesses and restaurants when we limit them to 50% capacity, because we all know that they still have to hire the same number of personnel to cook and to serve. And so they can't turn enough tables to make a profit. It just doesn't make sense. And this is coupled with another item that I have after this one, which is the next pocket item, which deals with the curfew issue. It is a complete absurdity in my mind that people say, or anyone can argue that you're more likely to get COVID-19 at 10:59 than you are at 11:01. Stupid.
Right.
It's a silly argument. The curfew that was put in place, and I'm going to speak about both quickly, and then
I'd like
go
to
through
take them
this.
separately though, if we could.
No, we're going to vote on them separately, but they're related because they both impact the ability for our small business owners to survive. A lot of them are declaring bankruptcy. They're shutting their doors. We are hurting our businesses, and we're hurting our business owners, and we're hurting our economy. When other parts, other counties are allowing, so what happens? People are still going out to restaurants. They're just not going to restaurants in Dade County. They're going, or in Miami. They're going to restaurants in Broward and other parts. So all that business that should be going to our residents, to our citizens, is going somewhere else. The curfew, and I was with the Senate president a couple of days ago, and he's from Sarasota. And we had dinner, and we went to Komodo to have dinner. It's in your district, Commissioner Russell, as you know. I normally don't go to those fancy restaurants because they're all in your district. I try to stick to my district, but when I do, I find that this is a big space. Restaurant investors have spent a lot of their resources in building this restaurant. And at 11 o'clock, the lights go on and everybody has to go home. And they can't turn the number of tables. So they can survive because they have the dollars to survive, but the small mom and pop restaurants cannot survive. So this item for the restaurants takes it to 100% capacity. We obviously respect the social distancing guidelines imposed by the CDC and everything else that's required, masking and the mask and everything else. And the restaurants perhaps cannot get to 100% capacity because of the social distancing requirements.
Yes.
Right? So they'll end up being a 75, but it's
80.
better than 50.
Absolutely.
And that's the thinking here. All the CDC guidelines that are important to protect people's health are in place, remain in place. All this does is tell these restaurants, besides giving you the opportunity to put, and when I got my briefing yesterday, on a side note, sidewalk tables, well, yeah, you have the ADA requirements, it's 48 inches. Well, a lot of sidewalks are not 40, are less than that, right? Or about there. So that doesn't really help them. The parking lot helps them a little bit so they can fill some seats outside. But you have a lot of that in your district, Commissioner Russell. But the indoor dining, with it living up to and abiding by the CDC requirements of 6 feet or more, we could allow them to go to the max that they can go in their particular establishments and try to maximize and turn as many tables as they can, and have as many occupants as they can within the guidelines. So it says 100%. In reality, it'll end up being 75%, something like that, or it's a number coming up. It could be 80, whatever. But it's once you put the 6 feet requirement, the social distancing requirements, it'll be at 75 or 80%. And so this allows us to piggyback on the governor's order, emergency order, executive order 244, that says that restaurants can open at 100%, and we don't have to rely on our county mayor's whim of limiting it for whatever reason he wants to do it and why he wants to put Miami-Dade County, and particularly not Miami-Dade County, because suburban district that he's running for doesn't have that many restaurants like we do in downtown Miami, in your area, like I do in my area. The restaurants are here in the eastern part of the county, and it's really killing our business. I'm sure you've heard, Commissioner Russell, from your constituents about how this 50% occupancy is destroying these restaurants. You have higher end restaurants in your district, but you also have some mom and pops there. And you know that this is not working for them. So I think it's time, respecting the protocol, the health protocols that we have in place, the social distancing protocols, the wearing of the mask, the understanding of the seriousness of COVID-19 and how it's impacting and killing our residents. But within those parameters, we want to be able to have our businesses survive and succeed and thrive. And right now they're hurting. And this is a measure to help them remain economically viable. And that's what this does. It makes it up to 100%.
That is a motion on PI 3.
Not enforceable. I'm sorry, yes?
I'll take that as a motion on PI 3.
And I
Yes,
second it, and I want to co-sponsor it. And
Motion's been second. Let me open it for discussion.
yes, I agree 100% with you, Commissioner. And I've been publicly criticizing these restrictions, because if we most of the restaurants that we have, I have in my district, They're a bunch of little cafeterias. They cannot survive if you impose the 50% rule. I mean, what we have to do, and I think that Broward, they are 100% capacity as long as they keep social distancing and they use masks. And as long as we comply with the protocols, you see, I think that we should allow them to feed as many people as they can in the restaurants, because that's the only way that we are going to help these people. Otherwise, they will have to go bankrupt. They will have to close, and their dream will be shattered, having their own business and all of that. And I'm totally in agreement with that, as I am in agreement with the curfew. We have a curfew that is not imposed. I mean, it's not enforced. You see. And if you drive down 8th Street, any street in the city of Miami and Daycon, and I mean, the streets are full of people, full of cars. And then who is suffering? Restaurants, for example. You see, come 10 o'clock, they have to go home. When they could, at least if they're open until 12 or 11 or the regular hours, maybe they could serve 10, 15 more patrons. And that these people have suffered for too long. And the businesses are going down the drain. I think it's about time that we start taking action and try to help them survive of these hard times that we're living in. And I wholeheartedly would support that.
Very good. Before we vote, I have a couple legal questions for the city attorney, please. First of all, the mayor's, the county mayor's new order, is it 50% or is it 100% with 6-foot distancing? Madam City Attorney.
It's 50, right?
I believe it is at 50 with at 50% with the distancing, unless you are able to prove that you comply with what the county has requested. But if you'll give me a second, I'll clarify that.
That's fine, because we can still pass this because it makes sense. But my other question is, if we are, from a jurisdictional perspective, that we have some things we're preempted from and some things we have home rule powers on. The governor of it has said one thing. The county mayor has gone more restrictive. And we, under the county, would like to go with the governor versus the county mayor. What is our ability to challenge or defy or alter from what the county position is if the state has already made a blanket order?
Right. So for purposes of this one, and just to clarify, Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla, we're just talking about the restaurants one, correct? No, I'm asking.
Yes, we are just dealing with PI 3 right now.
Yeah, I lumped them together because there's a reason for that. And I know the next argument that's coming for the curfew, but we can have that argument later. Now we're talking about restaurants only, correct?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. For purposes of the restaurant, because there has to be a finding that they cannot open at capacity that the county's giving, what this resolution is saying is that the county's finding is not adequate or appropriate or good enough to comply with the governor's order. It's very nuanced,
okay,
but that's what is being said.
Now,
question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And by us taking this action, could be a reaction from the Day County that what would be the reaction? I mean, I'm not that afraid of it, but I mean, they are, according to, I think, the state, the county, the city. The state dictated a set of rules. The county said, no, I'm not going to adopt these rules because of whatever reason. And then I'm going to impose that on the cities that are under the state. Now, there's one city under that state that said, no, this is not right. We are going to allow, we're going to follow the state directives. So what are the, can there be consequences? What can happen?
The county can potentially come into the city to enforce themselves.
That is, the county could come with the county police and close those restaurants and fine them.
Potentially, that's what could happen.
So they have jurisdiction even where our Miami PD operate. My other legal question has to do with the description that Commissioner Diaz-Portilla gave in the introduction of the item. He said he's looking for 100%, but with honoring the CDC guidelines of mask usage and the 6-foot rule. But in the written item, I don't see any reference to the 6-foot rule. It just says 100% without limitation. So what, if your intention was to honor the 6-foot rule, could we keep that in the language as well?
Problem with that.
That would be a friendly amendment from my.
Absolutely. I would have no problem with that, yes.
Can I ask another request also?
Yes, sir.
Because there are some restaurants that have been able to use a lot of sidewalk space, some that don't have any. Others are using areas of parking. So in essence, these restaurants, they're going to be way over the 100%. So how can we word it, tweak it, so that we say that whether the seating inside or outside, but it could never be over 100%.
Let me
I
ask
don't know.
you.
I'd like to give it to them. They've had such a rough time. If they can get through
Yeah,
it,
I mean,
I don't mind.
yeah, I mean, look, from my perspective, Commissioner, I think when we get back to normal times,
When
I
we get
agree.
to normal.
100% is 100%. It should be that. That's what the occupancy is, the occupancy. But now, if they can make a little bit extra bucks by having a little 110%, 120%, and make up some of the money they've lost, I'm okay with that for now.
My concern is that they keep the social distance. The
Yes,
tables
I'm
have to
concerned
be
too.
Yeah.
at least 6 feet, preferably more, in the bigger restaurants from each other. Because look, guys, we need to help our small businesses move forward if we're ever going to get out of this. But at the same time, we need to be very careful that we're not going to be just setting up ourselves now with winter coming.
Thank you.
Today, we had another day that we had close to 500 more people that were infected. The day before was the same. We're gradually going up. Now, I know that it looks small compared to the thousands that we were having before, but close to 500 a day, 400 plus a day, it's nothing to, be laxed about. That's a lot of people that are getting COVID-19 every day. And if you take into consideration that we're not doing as much testing as before, it's alarming. So that's all that I want to say on that.
Very good.
I agree with you 100%. As long as Commissioner Diaz-Portilla made it very explicit, very clear. As long as we keep the protocol, the social distance, plus you have to wear a mask, and that's it.
Yeah. So just to be clear, that was the friendly amendment included the distancing and the masks.
That's right.
Right, added to the language that we have, which is my intention, but thank you, Commissioner Russell, because that's exactly what we want to do. We want to make sure
It
that
sounded like.
the CDC health protocols are abided by and are respected. So, but maybe those restaurants can get to 60% or 70% of actual occupancy. Maybe some outdoor seating gets to 90%, whatever. Maybe get
110 or 110.
110.
They deserve it. They deserve
Whatever
it.
we can do, always health being the most important thing. But look, economic health matters.
It
And
does.
it's beginning to matter more and more every month that passes. People are hurting. People are shutting down. People can't pay their rent. We cannot ignore that.
Yeah.
We have to reopen responsibly, carefully, following CDC guidelines, but we have to reopen. So if we can push the envelope as much as we can, staying with those CDC guideline parameters, that's what I want to do.
And
And
besides
I
that,
think it works.
and-
As long
and
as, and so I'll accept that friendly amendment from Commissioner Russell
And-
that says as long as we abide, as long as these establishments abide by CDC protocol, health protocol requirements, 6 feet distancing, mask, wearing a mask, then we're okay.
And if
Thank
I
you.
may add,
Mr. Reyes, I'll recognize you absolutely. Madam City Attorney, you and I had spoken about this 6-foot issue. Under Jimenez's rule, it was 6 feet between tables. And I would like it to say 6 feet between patrons that are not in the same group.
Right,
Correct.
and remember that
Yes.
So to bring them closer together, of course.
And I don't usually want to editorialize, and I don't like knocking other folks, but we should have a uniform policy between the city and the county. And I know
Yes.
Art has been trying to do that, but we must take action where we see the county acting improperly, either for the health and safety or business vitality.
Commissioner Russell, don't be afraid. Hit him if we have to hit him.
Mayor Jimenez has failed us in terms of creating a blanket policy that we could follow uniformly.
Correct.
Health, safety, and business vitality of our community. So we've
Yes,
had
sir.
to make some unique policies, and I support you in this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Not at all.
I want to
Commissioner,
add what, I want to stress once again, the importance of the small businesses. You see, small businesses are the greatest creator of jobs. And what we're doing now by keeping them from, keeping them with the ability to survive, what we're doing is we're hurting a very important part of our economy. You see, besides not being, I think that it is not logical or just. You see, we're hurting our economy. And as Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla said, you see, that maybe by giving them an extra number of people that they can serve, that could be an extra waiter, an extra server. That it is taking, some a salary, and the person will contribute to the economic recovery of our city. We have to look into all those little things that help our economy, and this is one of them.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
can I ask George a quick question? George, you look like a Supreme Court justice, by the way.
Yes, he does.
Thank you, sir. Law library. I want to address one particular aspect of this and get some clarity on it. Can you sort of for informational purpose, reread the section that deals with table occupancy and the limitations? Because I want to put that on the radar to see if they want to address that as well.
Yeah.
I think that's an important issue too, in terms of the
That's a good
number
point.
of people you have on a table, because I think we ought to at least discuss it.
Just to clarify, Mr. Wysong, you're going to read from the new normal orders or from Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's legislation?
The distance between tables was in the county order.
In the county order. Please,
30-20. And essentially it says ensure 6 feet of distance between tables. And we reached out to the county attorney's office to try and clarify that and requested actually that they amend the new normal guide, because it's recognized that if you have two tables 6 feet apart with people sitting at those tables, you don't have 6 foot separation between.
Back to back.
Yeah, so that's what the plain meaning of it is that it's between tables, not persons.
And did they amend?
But I
did
don't
not.
think that's what Mr. Noriega was asking. Is that what you were asking, Mr. Noriega?
I wasn't. I was asking about
Six people per table.
Yeah,
Versus 8 people per table.
versus 10 versus 10.
10 or
per
12.
table. Yeah,
We had that
I
issue.
want you to read what the order says now, what the newly imposed order, because there were changes made. It was originally 4, and it's been modified. Can
6
you
and
read
then
that? Yeah, and make sure that they're comfortable with that, and maybe they want to address that as well, because I think that needs to be at least discussed.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. And you're talking about the county order, right, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Okay, so it says that, all right, the first paragraph that talks about it is just talks about restaurants and other food service establishments with seating for more than 8 people shall close for on-premises dining. That's the curfew language. All right. Then the next section says, notwithstanding any this is E of the 3020. Notwithstanding and controlling over anything in the guidebook to the contrary, restaurants and other food service establishments shall be permitted to have a minimum occupancy of 50% and shall otherwise comply with social distancing requirements to the maximum extent possible. A restaurant or other food service establishment shall be allowed to operate at up to 100% capacity if the restaurant, 1, ensures 6 feet of distance between tables, 2, ensures that no more than 6 persons or 10 persons if in the same household sit at a table, and 3, ensure that persons not actively eating or drinking are wearing facial coverings. Is that the language?
That's it. So on the seating capacity, this reference in there, do you want to adhere to that same language? Or is the will of the commission to not even address that at all and pose no limits on table sizes and seating capacity by table?
Commissioner
That's important for us to understand from an
do you have a
enforcement.
recommendation as the manager?
Yeah, I would at least at a minimum adhere to what's in the county order. I would.
That's right.
Okay, but wait, hold on. So maybe we can amend this. So the county saying how many per table?
6 per table or 10 persons if they're all members of the same household.
Okay, so we expanded. So this happened to me like 3 times already, and I'm sure it's happened to a whole bunch of people. You have a big family, you go take your family, and then 3 of them have to sit at one table, and 6 sit at another table.
It was
That's
expanded to
absurd.
10.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
absurd.
10. This would have 10.
Right? So how much can we take it to 8 per table, or 9 per table, or 10 per table? How much can we do?
Well, the actual order right now reads you can have 10 per table if you're all
10 per
in the same
table.
household.
Okay, so
Otherwise, it's
I
6.
want to amend. So I want to amend. Oh, by the way, when I went to the restaurant, we had 7, and they came and they gave me a form, and I was with the president of the Senate and other people, and I had to fill out all the names of the 7 people on the table and sign a waiver at that Komodo restaurant that I went to on Tuesday. So they allowed me. We made a reservation for 7. They allowed us to, but we got there. They gave us the form, and we had to kind of fill out all the names. So they're coming up with their own way of
Circumventing.
this is a sophisticated restaurant that knows how to do these things, right? But imagine the people that don't have that sophistication and get confused by the 6 people, the 4 people. Some restaurants. I also had an experience where I went with 5 people, and they were only 4 per table, and I had to explain to them, no, I'm sorry, that's no longer the case. That confusion, because of what the county mayor has done, that confusion is just driving people crazy. So if you're together, you know each other, you have dinner together, you're members of the same household, the more we can do, the better per table. So that way people can actually share a nice dinner together. So 10, and we make it like that. We make it 10 per table.
Yes,
And then it's okay. And people can
that's fine.
attest to whatever they want to attest to along the way, right?
That's right. No,
So are we going to stick with what the county?
That's right.
10
Yes.
per table if you're the same household.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's a maximum of 6.
6. Now, we'll have the ability to go around what the county does, because in other words, this is a question I have for our city manager, for our city attorney yesterday. And it's a question that Commissioner Russell asked earlier. If we have an executive governor's executive order 2244, talking about you could do this, and that, can we piggyback on that and bypass the county regulations? If the governor's order specifically addresses that issue.
So that's why I wanted to, the answer I gave you covered the restaurants. In general, remember that the county is taking the position of interpreting what the governor was saying. And remember that I told you there was a little bit of a gray area with regard to the governor's order.
Right.
So with respect to the county, what the county is saying is that they can pass orders because the governor's order says they can't pass ordinances. So they're just saying that they're able to pass orders because that's not precluded. That's the county's take on it.
Right, but governors, you're talking about 2244, right? The last order the governor issued. That one addresses certain things, doesn't address others.
Right.
But in terms of the issue that we're talking about the 6 and 10, 6 per table or 10 if you're part of the same household, can we go beyond that because of the governor's order?
Well, that's why you were saying in your resolution that you don't agree with what the county gave for a reason
What
to
the
issue their
county's
order.
criteria is for.
Correct.
Right. So then
Correct.
we can say 10 per group, right? Up to 10 per group. We don't have to worry about 6 and 10. In other words, the 10 per household thing, we don't have to abide by that.
A maximum of 10, period.
Maximum of 10, period. We don't have to say 10 because it's the same household, because first of all, people are gonna
Maximum
say,
of
yeah,
10.
we're all living in the same household. I don't know why 10 people live in the same household. Let's say that's the case, unless you have kids or whatever. But, so people can say that, so that's kind of absurd. So the thing is, can we say 10 total?
Now I understand what you're saying. Mr. Wysong, correct me if I'm wrong. By all means, I believe that if you are saying that the county's criteria is not correct, then you can give them more capacity based on what the governor's order says. But Wysong, clarify that a little if I'm being inarticulate.
Right. So the governor's order 2244 didn't have any of that social distancing stuff. It basically said if you're going to go lower than 100% capacity, you have to find that the reasoning for going lower than the 100%, you're going to have to quantify the economic impact of each limitation or requirement on those restaurants, make a finding when you do it.
Per restaurant, right?
Right, just restaurants. And then two.
No, I'm sorry, no, Mr. Wysong.
Yes, sir.
Per restaurant.
Well, it says quantify the economic impact of each limitation or requirement on those restaurants. The county has interpreted on those restaurants to mean every restaurant.
All restaurants, right?
Yeah. And then the second limitation was explain why each limitation or requirement is necessary for public health. So in 30-20, the county said that essentially these are necessary, like a general public health safety statement. And as far as the impact, they said the impact is 54% impact to sales compared to prior years. So that's how they quantified it in their whereas clauses. So, the issue is really whether or not the 30-20, there's no issue with the governor's order. The issue is with the county's order, as you're
of course
no doubt recognize.
All right, so I would like to amend, it's my resolution. I would like to amend to then say that up to 10 people per table.
Before you solidify that amendment, though, I have a question for you on that, because
Yes, sir.
it's currently 10 for family household and 6 according to the county. If we make this change, removing the 6 part, so it's just 10 for anybody, isn't that being less restrictive than the county? And wouldn't we be preempted from that specifically?
Right.
Madam
So-
City Attorney or George?
And you're
Not
usually,
necessarily.
and I
Not
see what you're saying, Commissioner Russell, because we've told you so much about preemption. In this case, though, based on the order, you are saying that you don't agree with the county's findings.
It's a challenge to the
Wait,
county.
no, but this is why if you.
Go ahead, please. I think I get you.
So the thing is that you are saying that you don't agree with the county's order, so that's why you could go more. You're not, it's not a preemption thing. It's you don't agree with the criteria that they have set based on the governor's order. I'm sorry if I'm not.
No, you make perfect sense now. I do completely understand that. I am a little concerned about 10-person tables of people who are not from the same household. And I'm also a little worried about being too different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. I like where Art is going, that we're trying to match as much as possible. And it sounds like his recommendation here for this, at least part of it, is to try to come in line with that county's 6 and 10, but then go further in what you're offering.
How do you know that they are from the same household? That you check the driver's license or something like that? I mean, if I go, let's say that we all go to a restaurant and I said, we all live in the same house. I mean, you see, don't you see the family resemblance? I mean, we are all the same family. And whatever, well, picking a last name, we are all Noriegas or Russells. You see, I mean, it's something that cannot be proven.
It's true. I mean, they could lie, but
They can lie. I mean, if we are going to do it being so restricted.
Trying to find that balance, and I know we all are. I know we are all trying to find that balance to encourage business, but keep the health. I am so worried about a sudden spike.
Listen,
but Commissioner Russell, if it's 6 people or 10 people, is there a difference in the spread of coronavirus if it's 6 or 10 people? If one person
They're all from the same house, there's going to be no spread.
But if they say they're from the same house, so they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, in practical terms, does it really matter? You're really inconveniencing patrons because you're creating a situation where, oh, 6 is better than 10. Really, it's arbitrary. Who came up with that number? Carlos Jimenez? Come on. 6, 10, 8, 7. I mean, really? What's the difference? The same thing with the curfew, right? 10:59, 11:01. The curfew was put in place, and these restrictions were put in place 6 months ago because we had a crisis. We still have a crisis, but we had an emergency. The cases were rising, and we had to be aggressive in telling people, "Hey, government says you need to stay at home order, curfew, mask." We had to really change the way people behave. So we had to really pound it into them. Hey, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do that. We have to begin to relax to allow our business to flourish. Now, it doesn't make a difference in terms of health if it's 6 or 7 people.
Yeah,
it's an arbitrary number.
Commissioner,
really is.
my argument on that is not from a standpoint of whether I think it really makes a huge difference. It's more for consistency. And
consistency with who? The mayor of Miami-Dade?
Yeah, whether you agree with the number or not, honestly, everything we do that's different from the county creates confusion. It does.
Well, no. First of all, we're piggybacking on the state order. So everything we do that's different than 66 other counties creates problems. Right?
I know.
Now, everything we do is different. 66 other counties are doing something different. So when I drive from here to Sarasota, like I did 2 weeks ago, I stopped in 3 and 4 counties, and I had lunch, I had dinner. On the way back, I had breakfast, and there wasn't an issue. So the only county in the whole state that's doing it different is Miami-Dade County. It's arbitrary. It's wrong. It's not based on any data. There's no difference between the possibility of getting COVID-19 at 10:59 versus 11:01. There's no difference between having 6 people at a table or 7. It's stupid.
The thing is let's
stop following stupid guidelines. Let's start doing things.
The thing is that it's illogical to have guidelines and that are, if you cross the street, you go into Broward, they have different guidelines.
Oh, across the street to City of Coral Gables, you're going to have a different criteria now. That's the issue, right?
Because this mayor never decided to sit down with our mayors, the mayor of our city, the mayor of Coral Gables, of Miami Beach, on many things. Of course, beginning with the CARES dollars to the uniformity of the rules, so that people don't cross 37th Avenue from Miami to Coral Gables and say, "Oh, I got to wear a mask now." It's stupid. There's no other word for it. Stupid. Because there's no criteria. There's no health basis. It's not based on health requirements and CDC requirements. It's based on an arbitrary number that he came up with. Okay, so our restaurants are hurting. They're hurting. Families go out. There's 7 members in the family. Okay, one of them has to sit at a different table 6 feet apart. That's stupid.
No, they wouldn't under this rule. They'd all be
or 10 or 11
table.
Under this rule, because they're members of the same household, but maybe they're neighbors, or maybe they're just family that don't live in the same household. Maybe they say Mayor Suarez wants to go out with his dad. Do you live in the same household, Mayor Suarez, with your dad? No. But you come out with your kids, and you go out with your dad and your mom and Gloria and the kids, and all of a sudden it's 7 people. Oh, they don't live in the same household. They live in 2 different households, but they're family. They hang out.
That is illogical. I mean,
it's absurd.
Listen,
let's start making policy.
I'm not making the argument, but Commissioner, I'm not making the argument based on logic.
Obviously not, because if you're following Carlos Jimenez,
let me finish. The only reason I recommended it was for consistency purposes. That ultimately is the only reason I'm recommending it. Logic has nothing to do with it, clearly, right? Obviously. So all I'm saying is my recommendation you asked for was to be consistent. That's it. I ultimately, you know what? You as a body are going to make a decision relative to how you feel is best suited. I don't honestly think that making a total unit, occupancy of a table from 6 to 10, just in general, honestly, will probably move the business community in terms of restaurant owners and too much. It's not going to move the needle too much. I just don't. Yes, from a business perspective, but that's my opinion. You asked me for it, and I gave it. It's as simple as that.
How about if we say up to 10? Period. That's it.
I agree. That's what I want to do.
I mean, if we're going to do it, we'll do it. If not, I think that we are going in circles. You see, I mean, either we do it and we face the consequences if there are any. You see, or we don't do it and we keep 6 and 10. And if we are not going to be enforcing it, you see, our police is not going to be enforcing it.
All right. I'll stick with you.
Can I get Mayor Suarez's opinion on this? Because I see him.
Is he online?
He's on Zoom now.
I'm here. Thank you, Commissioner. So I agree with you, and I agree with Commissioner Reyes on a variety of different points. First, I've never been a fan of the curfew. I never saw anything in the contact tracing data that I look at on a regular basis that indicates to me that the curfew per se is what stems the tide of the spread of COVID. Obviously, there's a variety of other things, but the curfew was never one that I ever was a big fan of, and I said that publicly. I think the other problem that you have with a curfew is its enforcement, right? So what's happening in the city is we are enforcing it very, very vigorously, right? 10:02 when it was 10. Now, we're very, very strict on enforcement, but other cities in Dade County are not strict on enforcement. So it's creating an enormous competitive disadvantage for our businesses against businesses in other cities. I've talked to other mayors from other cities about it. Some mayors feel that we don't even have the ability to enforce it, that it can only be enforced by the county because it's a county ordinance. Frankly, it should be enforced by the county because the county is the one that took all those CARES dollars that they never gave us and have the ability to enforce it at that level. I don't think it's fair to ask the city, which hasn't gotten any, CARES dollars yet, to enforce a curfew with our own resources. So I think that's like the third issue. And then, of course, as you and Commissioner Reyes said, there's a lot of inconsistencies between us and other parts of South Florida, in terms of a curfew. In Palm Beach County, there's no curfew, et cetera. And they have lower rates of COVID-19. Our COVID-19 rates have been going down. Obviously, we're monitoring them closely because the real issue has been, for us, I think, the mask in public, which I think has been very helpful, and maintaining a fine structure there. And I also think, the schools, the fact that the schools open is something we have to carefully watch because you're talking about 400,000 people, 350,000 students, and 40,000 teachers. So that's something that is something we need to monitor. In terms of the restaurants, what I was trying to find, and this is the part where I have not seen this, and maybe the city attorney can opine on this because I haven't seen it in the county's order, but it could be that I just haven't looked at it carefully enough. I know that the governor's order requires, if you're going to go less than 100% on the occupancy, it requires, and I'm reading from the governor's order, you must quantify the economic impact of each limitation or requirement on those restaurants. I'm not sure that the county order has done that. Are you under the impression that it has?
Well, that is what the resolution, the pocket that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has set forth, that it does not properly quantify, it does not have the proper information, and therefore you can go higher.
So what I'm saying is that I don't believe that the county's order complies with the governor's executive order because it does not, it literally does not follow what that's my, I didn't see anything in the county order that did that. Again, it could be that I didn't read it carefully enough. It's a very difficult threshold to meet, by the way. I think the governor did that purposefully. It's very difficult to quantify what the economic impact is of reducing an occupancy rate from 100 to 50. You'd have to know what how that's going to affect every single restaurant in your jurisdiction, right? The 50% diminishment. That's you have to do an economic study. You would know it, right?
If it's the 50% reduction in income, that's it.
Right. You would have to know the income of every single restaurant.
Yes, maybe you talk would you do it by average income or by historical data and all of that?
But I don't think it's been done. I don't think
it hasn't been done. Right. You need to go to historical data and say,
it can be done. It can be done, but it hasn't been done.
It hasn't been done.
So I don't think the county's complied with the governor's order. So I think that's the issue on the 100%. So on the curfew, again, I've never been a fan of it. And I have been getting a lot of complaints about selective enforcement of the curfew. So, I think the commission has the right to tell the manager not to enforce the curfew. And then the county can enforce the curfew pursuant to its county order. They can use the CARES money that they have not given yet to the cities. to do that, to create an enforcement team. We who have a $30 million deficit and are struggling to balance our budget on behalf of layoffs and things that we have to do, I don't think it's fair for us to have the additional burden of enforcement when we don't have the resources for it.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to bring this to a vote. We have a motion, we have a
please.
second. we have-
Hold on. I've been very quiet, listening
Very
to
well
it.
recognized. Commissioner Carrillo, go ahead.
That doesn't mean that I didn't have my 2 cents to put into this.
And we're not talking curfew, just the restaurant capacity.
I understand. What I'd like to add is the following. Whatever your motion is for the amendments, to add this amendment at the end, that notwithstanding all of the above, bars, taverns, beer houses, nightclubs, strip clubs, and other adult entertainment establishments are not included in this resolution, is it? Or ordinance that you're putting forward?
It's a
Resolution.
In this resolution?
Resolution, yeah. Resolution.
Okay. You need for me to repeat that?
No, there was I have no intention of including places that have close proximity, people are in close proximity to each other, like bars, strip clubs, places like that. I believe, I've been told by our city manager that there may be the Arts and Entertainment District in Commissioner Russell's district may want to have an exemption to that. I don't know if that's the case, Commissioner Russell. Only for that area, the Arts and Entertainment District may
Look,
want to have an
you
exemption.
can't do it for one area like that and not the other.
That was the legal question that I had.
Are we talking about curfew or capacity now?
Capacity.
We're talking about both. But again, we mix the conversations, right? But let's get to the point. The legal question, which I had with our city attorney yesterday, was, can we do scooters for one particular district? Can we do this for a particular? Can we do something for a particular district and not do it for another? We have programs like that. To say District 2 can allow it because of the nature of what District 2 is.
But you can't have them in certain things, but I don't think this is one of those necessarily.
I know, but I'm asking. That's why I just want to know what the city attorney.
Madam City Attorney, you recognize?
Generally, it should be citywide things unless you can clearly explain why one area is different than the other. So for instance, for the scooter program, we clearly said that it was in the densest part of the city. We
Right.
said all the reasons why all the other different districts were different so that we can have this pilot program and then see if the rest of the city would join in. So technically, you're not supposed to, unless you can clearly specify why a certain area is different or should be treated differently, these type of things should not be, per district. It should be of a citywide import.
Right, so my question was, like, the Arts and Entertainment District is clearly different than Alapata. For example, I would never want to have it in Alapata because it's a different kind of area, right? But the area where the tourists go and where people, in the area that Commissioner Russell represents, that to me, the same way the scooters don't work in District 1, maybe in the Health District, maybe. And that's a little bit of a stretch. I did it because I was being nice that day and I woke up in a good mood. But I'm not a big fan of scooters. But I thought that the Health District, it may work a little bit there. I know it definitely works in downtown, in some parts of downtown. So there are unique areas in our city that you can do some things and you can't do it in other areas, right? So
You clearly have to state the uniqueness, just so that we, that's all.
but again, I'm not intruding into Commissioner Russell's district. I'm just asking if that's something that he wanted to do in the Arts and Entertainment District.
I can expressly identify the sections of my district where this would be warranted. And that would be those business centers, those activities of music and nightlife and recreation. It's basically the downtown boundaries, the Arts and Entertainment District, and even the BID. There's a lot of restaurants there that suffer at that curfew point simply because they're missing a whole last seating that they could get in. And there's no difference, as the mayor said, and as the manager yourself said, there's no difference in transmission between that minute and 20 minutes later. So we're just restricting them. So I think in those business districts, those high activity districts, I'm open, but I want to be clear about what we're talking about, because we've started talking about table capacity and occupancy numbers. And in your item, Commissioner Carollo's requested amendment would like to exclude bars, nightclubs, and all those other venues.
That's fine, because we're talking about restaurants. That's fine. That part's fine, but we're missing the conversations, right? We're gonna have a conversation about curfew now.
Yeah, but let me capture that amendment. So that amendment for PI3 is accepted. The mover and the second are accepted, correct?
Correct. That's accepted, and that's fine, because we're talking about restaurants only.
Right. So now, if we're going to go into the bar nightclub discussion, that one is more about curfew or capacity as well.
It's about both. That's the issue. That's the issue, right? But that one is, I'm more concerned about. Well, once we pass, this is limited to restaurants. Let me take a step back. Capacity doesn't really impact those businesses that much. That's more about curfew, because those are late night venues, right? Those are places that 11 o'clock does not work under any circumstance. People don't go to these places at 7 o'clock at night. They go at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. So that's the curfew conversation. So I would like to pass this.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Respecting Commissioner Carollo's amendment that says, hey, we're not here. We're talking about only restaurants, and it's a standalone item for restaurants that could do 10 members per table plus the 100% capacity.
Right, with respect for
respecting the health protocols, CDC, 6 feet distancing, and the masking.
Yes, I believe it's all.
That's one issue. Let's get rid of that. Let's get that.
Is there any further discussion on that item in the amendments?
No.
I move that.
Mr. Mayor, you'd like to say something?
I would just say that I totally agree that I think that that's proper under the governor's executive order. In other words, I think that's what the governor's executive order contemplates in precisely that fashion. I think the county's deviation from that without complying with the order, I think violates the order. And that's why I think this is proper.
Okay, let's vote.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's take PI4 with regard to the curfew situation. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you have the floor.
Here we go, curfew. We've sort of made the argument already. We've had the conversation. An 11 o'clock curfew is most of these restaurants and operate on turning 3 tables every night, right? That's kind of the formula to be successful as a restaurant. And 11 o'clock, people, normally it's at 6, 8:30, 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock is killing these restaurants because they can't turn that 3rd table. And to me, the curfew is an absurdity because there's no scientific evidence, no health evidence from any expert that you're more likely to get COVID at 11:01 than you are at 10:59. I was the one that pushed for the curfew initially. Remember, Mayor Suarez, when we had these conversations early on that you had COVID-19 and you were holed up and we were quarantined because we were hanging out together and Carollo was quarantining and those were good times because we were kind of learning and learning how to formulate policy and deal with this very serious situation the city's dealing with, the world is dealing with. But now that we're here, that we've already learned, we know what's happening, that there's a vaccine being developed, that we've had, I think, 3 weeks now, according to the Department of Health here in Miami, of a downward slide in our cases, that maybe now we need to begin to reevaluate those policies. So the curfew no longer makes sense, in my opinion. The governor, when he issued his 2244 order, he didn't specifically address curfews. I've asked President Galvano the other night in the morning when I saw him in the morning, I said, can you get the governor to issue an order specifically dealing with this? He's working on that. But I asked our legal department, our city attorney, whether we can still do it, and sort of do it from an enforcement perspective, that we're not going to enforce curfew. That we're going to say, hey, city of Miami, you can stay open as late as you want to say no curfew. I don't want to move to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I think it's absurd. Just no curfew. Because there's no higher risk at a later time than an earlier time. It's just a stupid argument. And that's what this does. It says we eliminate the curfew. Within this pocket item, we want to include some of the bars that Commissioner Carollo was talking about when he addressed that he didn't want bars addressed, but some of the bars that Commissioner Ross was talking about that are geographic specific, certain areas like the Arts and Entertainment District that are venues that are hurting now, that cannot open, that are tourists go to them or young people go to them, but they are people that go out later that are also hurting economically. We need to figure out a way to revitalize our economy. And if any commissioner thinks that it shouldn't happen in their particular district, because like I said, I don't think it should happen in District 1. There's nothing there that needs to be open past 11 o'clock, in my opinion. There's no bars, there's no venue, there's nothing that people flock to. But we do have that in your district, Commissioner Ross.
Yep.
So I think those businesses are hurting, and they're taxpayers and people that contribute to our economy. And perhaps that's something, if you want to, only if you want to, obviously it's your district, the district you represent, that I would be amenable to allowing to say, okay, I will vote to help you revitalize some of those businesses in your district.
Thank you. I'll take that as a motion on your item PI 4.
Yes, sir.
I'll second it as the chair and open for discussion. Commissioner Carroy, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, the problem that we're having is everybody's hurting. Trying to help as many people as we can. But we're not going to be able to help everybody. Not unless you want to be back in another month or so to where we were a month back. And it's going to happen if we have people gathering on top of each other. It's going to happen again. Is that correct? That the numbers have been going down. They went down, but they're creeping up again. We're over 5% again. I don't know what we're at to. We're 6 or so, Mayor, but.
I'd like to know, Mr. Manager.
I would say that they are creeping up a little bit.
3 days.
No, I'd say, so the 7-day average is slightly higher than the last 7-day average in terms of number of new cases. We actually, on the percent positive, I believe we're still under 5%. I think the two concerns that I had, which I think echo some of what you're saying, Commissioner Carollo, is the schools opening, right? You have 400,000 people in, that's the whole size of the city of Miami, all of a sudden getting put into, and then whether we like it or not, the governor's order, which obviously opened bars and nightclubs and things that we were not yet there. We were trying to do things a little more methodically and measuring things. On the curfew issue, one of the big concerns that I have is, for example, the county mayor allowed the curfew to be extended for a football game, right? So, it's hard to say to businesses, that you have to have a curfew at 11, but if you're going to a football game, it's okay for it to be later, right? And that creates, potential, not just confusion, but some legal challenges, because what you're saying is for the health and safety of our residents, the curfew has to be 11. Except if you're going to go watch a football game, and I think that, by the way, I have already spoken to the county mayor and told him that I thought the curfew should be, obviously I've been a proponent for lifting the curfew, but I thought that at the very minimum, it should be increased by an hour minimum because of the Miami Heat being in the finals. The Heat are in the finals. The games start at 9, almost all of them. It means they end at 11:30, assuming they don't go into overtime. So if people are just going to somebody's house, right, to watch the game, technically they'd have to leave in like middle of the third quarter to make it home on time. So, I discussed that with him. He told me he was going to consider it. I guess because of the governor's order or for some other reason, he decided not to do it. But that was the last conversation that I had with him about it.
I think that the curfew should be extended. I mean, if we are going on, it cannot be 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And I'm going to refer to Commissioner Portilla said that the third seating in the restaurants is very important. You see that we are impeding people, restaurants to obtain additional revenue by serving additional patrons. And at 12 o'clock, it's, you extend it to 12 o'clock, it's not going to give you any more, so much leverage. And there are certain restaurants that they work until late, and why don't we extend it to 1 o'clock at night? Because I do agree.
I'm amenable to that.
I do agree that there is no difference between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock.
And I could just jump in real quick and say, because I do think this is important. I do think you can do it if there's a rational basis by districts. In other words, or by areas, right? Like if you say there's a particular area, downtown, Wynwood, entertainment district, those are areas where you can, do that. Just like if the county mayor's order on the curfew was legal vis-a-vis the Miami Hurricanes game, right? If it could be 11 o'clock, but during a Hurricanes game, it could be later. Then I think that the same applies. We can create a rational basis for saying, look, there are certain areas where we think the curfew should be extended.
Even within areas, Mayor, with all due respect. See, I have restaurants. You see, like for example, 27 and 8, which is Mealy, that it's a little Dominican restaurants that they have some performers there. They go and
they have music. They go to 1 in the morning.
They go to 1 in the morning.
Billy's and yeah.
That's right. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to carve them. You see, carve them. And I said, well, then if you pass 37th Avenue, then
listen. I get it. And I'm just saying that if the will of the commission was to do it in a segmented way, I still think that could be considered a rational basis, particularly.
You can extend it by saying that they have.
I'll tell you what, look, this, for example.
One at a time, please.
I want the city of Miami I don't want people to go to restaurants in Broward County.
Absolutely.
I want to go into Coconut Grove. I want to go to the Arts and Entertainment District of downtown Miami. They don't have to go to Alapata. They don't have to go to my district. I don't want it in my district. I think we don't need to have it there. But that we have people stay in our city to generate revenue for our city and people that can, I'm okay with that. And so if the commissioner that was duly elected from that district decides that this is what I want, what I think is good for my community, and you say, I want it in District 2, and I want it in District 4, I want it in District 1, or not. We have that option, and there's a rational basis for, I think, at least in District 2, there's a rational basis. Because, Commissioner Russell, you have the best parks, the best restaurants, the best clubs, the best everything. Your district is everything, right? It's the beauty of Miami, right, where all the wealth is. That's why earlier today we were talking about the CDBG funding. I said, no, you should give some of that money to us for the poor kids in our parks. But so you have all good things happening in your district that generate dollars. And what happens in your district, the tax base that increase, that the monies that are generated in your district help the rest of the city of Miami. So the more we can do there, the more I would want to do if you're amenable to it. I want your restaurants and your bars to be open. And in Coconut Grove and in downtown Miami and in the Arts and Entertainment District and in Wynwood and areas like that, so that we can generate more dollars or more tax revenue for the rest of the city, the poor area parts of Miami. I don't think we need to have it everywhere because there is a health concern, but I do think that in your district, it's just a natural thing for it to happen there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I must disagree a little bit though, because when I won my race in November, I had my celebration party in your district at Miami Smokers. And that's
yeah. Well, we do have we have some hidden gems. Or you're not supposed to know about that place, by the way. What did they let you in there?
It was amazing.
Did you bring your passport?
The red carpet. I said you sent me.
Did you bring your passport?
I gave your name. I said you sent me.
That's why they charged you double, right?
Of course.
This isn't cheap. All right, so we have a motion now. Are there any specific amendments that are being placed on this? Because we've talked about a couple things, and I am certainly open to carving out D2. And Madam City Attorney, I would justify that by the natural borders of D2 are the roads that actually have the most densest activity on them. Whether it's Miami Avenue and US 1, it goes right up to the MIMO district. So the Coconut Grove Business Improvement District up to the MIMO district, very active businesses that rely on nighttime business. So if that's amenable to the commission, I'm happy to carve this this portion out, allowing for the no curfew, because I simply don't believe in the curfew to start with. But I want to be cooperative with other commissioners so that they protect their districts in the best way possible. So what is the will of this commission?
I am going to be very honest with you. We want to more confusion than why they say we start carving. See?
Yeah. I couldn't
either we do it or we don't do it.
If I may, look,
I mean,
this conversation started that we were talking about midnight.
Yeah.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves
Yeah.
by jumping right into 1 in the morning.
I just
Wait.
threw that number.
Maybe until the next commission meeting.
Maybe
Put
next
it
month.
up, put it up to midnight. Wait until the next commission meeting before we bring it up until 1
That's
or
fine.
whatever other time.
That's fine.
Because my concern is that, you know where everybody's going to come to if they get COVID? It's not Broward, Monroe. It's going to be our hospitals in the city of
Jackson.
Miami. And gentlemen, this is serious. We're not over this hump yet. By far. By far. And I know we want to try to help the community open up as much as we can. But if we're going to do so much, you know, we might be hurting the community more than helping them, because we're going to give them a little air, additional air, for a few more weeks. And then we're going to have to come right back and close that off. So
Let's extend it
I
to
agree
12
with that, but I
o'clock.
disagree that a curfew is what's causing the higher numbers.
No.
And the legislation currently has not been amended. So right now, the legislation as it stands is to simply not enforce any curfew at all.
Right.
Right? So I'd like to know the direction of this body. If there's a reason your district should not be included in this in this lifting of the curfew, we want to respect that.
What are we voting on?
We're voting on
my
PI
proposal. It's my proposal. I mean,
Yes, PI4 has been moved and seconded. It is basically directing the manager not to enforce the curfew in the city. So basically to lift the curfew in the city of Miami.
correct. There's no time.
Correct.
We never talked about 12 or 1. We had a debate about it, but the actual item was only about lifting it. The amendment that I think I don't know if you're going to proffer, Commissioner.
I don't need an amendment if it's citywide. So
Yeah, that's the problem.
your current legislation is citywide, and I'm fine with
Correct.
it.
No, but we want to be careful because we are not talking about bars, lifting the curfew for bars.
I thought
We're only,
Okay, that's not
Bars, taverns, beer houses, nightclubs, strip clubs, and other adult entertainment establishments.
Commissioner.
You brought that amendment on a separate item. So if you'd like to bring that amendment on this item as well, we need to add it as an amendment.
Right, so the carve out for all the listing, the thing that the things that Commissioner Carollo listed right now, they're okay in your district, in District 2. But the other commissioners don't want it, including me, don't want it in their districts. So it only applies to District 2.
All right, so it would be a lifting of the curfew citywide, except for bars, nightclubs, et cetera, other than District 2.
Correct.
Got it.
That's it.
Does the mover and seconder accept those amendments?
Yes.
Yes.
And the seconder, Mr. Mayor, you have a question?
I just want to make sure that I understand, because I know that I can see Art's face, and I think he's struggling to make sure that we understand it. I just want to if you could just repeat it, just so that.
I'll make it very simple. So in District 2, there will be just no curfew whatsoever, period.
Okay, got it. That's
In the
fine.
remainder of the city, there will be no curfew except for bars, nightclubs, and strip clubs.
Got it.
And the list, everything that
Expressly
Commissioner.
listed under Commissioner Carollo's amendment.
But with all due respect, we are creating more confusion. If we are not going to allow, lift the curfew for bars, nightclubs, and strip joints and all that, but that I don't think that we should lift the curfew to that. And we have to do it citywide. I mean,
But
we are doing it specifically what we are criticizing. We are criticizing that there is some set of rules in Broward County. There's another set of rules for Miami. For Dade County. There's a set of rules for Coral Gables. There's another set of rules. Our population is being totally confused. You see?
But every commissioner has a right because they're doing.
I do understand, sir, but what I'm saying is.
Do you want to include District 4?
No, listen, I don't want to include District 4, but what I'm saying is that by totally lifting the curfew in this one of the districts, we are creating a lot of confusion.
No, we're lifting the curfew everywhere,
Everywhere.
except for bars.
Bars and all of that. And I
In
mean,
District 2.
the restriction.
In other districts.
What I'm saying is, if we are going to, I mean, it's not going to be enforced in District 2. It should have been enforced in any other place, or it should be also applied to District 2. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, I mean,
Commissioner Reyes?
Well, I want to respect every individual commissioner's right to make a determination of what's good for his district, because they're duly elected to their particular districts.
yes,
And
yes,
they're all different. I know my district is dramatically different than Commissioner.
and mine too.
There are no clubs and bars in my district that should be operating at 1 a.m. If they're operating, they're probably operating illegally. That's a different conversation. There are no, I don't need to be doing that in my district, but I understand how our tax revenue could be increased if in a district where all the clubs and all the bars open at 11 o'clock at
And
night.
then how about
The
Windward?
dollars come in for our city. Look, I want to generate dollars for our city. People are not going to spend money. People are not going to go at 1 o'clock in the morning to Alapata, Don Tostón to spend money. They're going to go to Komodo. They're going to go to other clubs in downtown Miami. They're going to spend a lot of money. It's going to generate a lot of money and jobs for our citizens. I get that. I know that there are venues that people go to at 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. There are venues people go to at 6 o'clock at night.
Yes, I do understand.
Miami's very diverse, very different. Different parts of Miami are different.
But
I think the same
how about
way,
Windward?
kind of the rationale that I use for scooters.
Have we-
Just one at a time, please, Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla.
Have we gotten
Just let.
any advice from any of the experts that we've gone to see what they tell us?
Yeah.
Who are you asking, Commissioner Correa?
Either
Asking everybody.
the mayor or I
The mayor, because look,
Hold on.
I'm a realist and
We're all talking over each other, please.
I'm
Do the-
extremely nonpartisan in this issue. I want to hear from the experts, because what I've seen already is not pretty. By Sunday, if not Monday at the latest, we're going to be hitting 175,000 confirmed COVID cases. I guarantee you there's probably twice that many of people that got it and didn't report it, or didn't even know they had it. We're going to be hitting, maybe by Monday, but certainly sometime next week, 3,500 deaths in Miami-Dade County. I don't want to contribute any more to that.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to open up. The restaurants are a little different, even though
Absolutely.
still very dangerous, but it's different. But all the alcohol establishments that I've described, these are places that people are going to go just to drink. No matter if they tell you they serve croquetas or whatever they want to say they serve, they're going to be going to drink, being on top of each other. And the minute you have that much alcohol, no real food in your stomach, you forget about everything. You see a pretty girl, this girl sees a nice looking guy, hey, want to get closer. And the more you drink,
And what's wrong with that?
well, that's all fine. But you know what? If we're going to have our hospitals full of people that are sick because of that, just so that a very few can make money, I'm sorry.
What are we doing?
One thing, when you look at something that is going to be a lot of people that are going to be able to make dollars, I'll throw the dice on that. But, you know, when we're talking about all these kinds of establishments, these are the most dangerous establishments. And if we're going to let them go all night, you know, I suggest we get, you know, some advice from the experts that we've been going through in the past.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, and look, I would agree with a few things that Commissioner Correa said. First, I would agree, and he and I spoke about this after the last meeting that I had with the coronavirus task force and also with our experts. We're definitely not out of the woods. That is 100% correct. We are, we are obviously 2 to 3 weeks from knowing exactly what the governor's order and what the opening of schools, how that's going to impact us. So that is true. I'm trying to reconcile what everybody's saying. I think, what Commissioner Reyes is saying makes a lot of sense. It would be great to be able to just do it in a uniform fashion, right? Maybe the way to do it then is to go back to Commissioner Carrillo's suggestion and just say, let's do it to midnight for 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right?
Gradually.
And then in 2 weeks, in the next commission meeting, or even in a week, maybe we can even say, look, in a week, if the cases have not gone up significantly, we can do it to 1. So we can do it on a week by week basis. And I think that, but I personally do not believe in the curfew. Like I agree with Commissioner Russell and Commissioner Diaz-Portilla in that I haven't seen any evidence that the curfew per se is what's contributing to the number of cases. I think what could happen is that if the cases do go up in the next 2 weeks, someone could try to blame us, even though we're not the contributing factor, right? In other words, the contributing factor is probably the schools and the order, the governor's order. And of course, the inability, or what appeared to be the inability to fine for masks, which has sort of been reimposed, but not exactly. And I think there's been a diminishment on that. So listen, I'm just trying to reconcile what everybody's saying here to try to find some coherent way out of this so that the manager has direction and can do whatever it is that you all want him to do.
Well, that is an option. And I don't believe it's the hours that cause the greater infection. I think it's the behavior of those who are out at those later hours that could cause greater infection.
Well,
By the way, let me just add one thing before Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. The governor's order, while it opens all bars and nightclubs and all of the establishments that Commissioner Carrillo referenced, it does not prohibit the county from regulating those organizations or those businesses. So, for example, if you're in a nightclub and you want to dance, you have to be wearing a mask. That is part of the county order, and I think that complies with the state.
The state lifted the curfew statewide, though, correct? There is no curfew.
Correct.
There is no curfew.
Correct.
The county implemented this curfew.
But
So-
that's right. But the point I'm trying to make is that the county did implement some rules that
Yes.
are legitimate rules in bars, nightclubs. So
Understood.
there are table rules, or distancing rules, there's mask rules if you're dancing. So that theoretical couple that meets in one of these places, they're both going to be wearing a mask, presumably. So
Wait, let me finish. The curfew, as the state has lifted the curfew completely, the county's kept it in, and in addition, they've kept these rules. I do not believe it's the curfew that creates the additional infection. It's whether or not the rules are enforced that creates the additional infection.
Of course.
So my point is, and the reason I'm trying to find some comfort in this, I've been reaching out to some of those clubs that I know where it can get bad if they do not enforce rules. And I've been provided from one, a 30-page document, which is their set of rules for behavior on how their customers and their staff must act throughout, whether it's 11 p.m. or 2 a.m. And if they enforce those rules, I have comfort in it. But it's all about enforcement. And so we are going to have to, if we're going to allow for this later curfew, Art, I'm going to need your help. And with code, I'm going to need your help. There's going to need to be inspections with regard to the rules. And it'll be up to those establishments, just like we've asked the restaurants and we've cracked down on when they did not comply. We have to be willing to hold to that, or exactly what Commissioner Carrillo is saying is going to happen. We are going to have an incredible spike, and it will be based on bad behavior, not on hours, but bad behavior. And so I'm open to this. I'm open to lifting the curfew completely, or whether you want to step it up over the weeks, either one. I just need help with enforcement.
Can I proffer?
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized, and then Art.
Why don't we do one thing? You see, let's be logical about this. Why don't we give it a try? Just as Commissioner Carrillo said, and the mayor. Well, let's give it a try. Let's raise it to midnight, and 2 weeks from now we come back and the next commission meeting, and we'll look at all the data and see what happened. And then maybe we take it from there. We'll do it for 3 weeks. And then what my main concern when we first, and that's why I support Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, wholeheartedly was because we were helping those restaurants and small restaurants. Now, I believe that the mayor, the culprit of the increase in new cases is because people are not following the protocols. And we don't have to go to a bar at 4 o'clock in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to tell you, just come here to the places where people, they used to walk and to jog, and you're going to see that nobody is wearing a mask. You see people that and I witnessed that, people that are in bicycles, there are 4 or 5 people that they are bicycling together, none of them has a mask. And there has been, I think, a COVID fatigue, and people are saying that they are, what they're doing is they're saying, okay, I'm not going to get this, you see, and I don't want to wear a mask because I don't want to. And that is that's the biggest problem, more than 10 more people going to a restaurant or having a curfew until 12 at night, you see. That's the biggest problem.
Are you willing to do 1 o'clock, Commissioner? 1 o'clock for starters? 1 in the morning?
Let's go to 12 o'clock at night. I mean,
how about 12:30?
What 12:30? Let's make it. And let's do it gradually. And you know what we could do? We could see how it goes and then test the waters.
All right, before we take the amendment though, I just want to get the last comments out of the way. Mr. Mayor, and then definitely Art is.
Just one thing, and maybe this is a way to make this a science-based decision, is we could do 1, we can go to 1. And if in any point between now and the next commission meeting, the percent positive exceeds 5%, we can go back, to 12 or to 11, whatever this body decides. Or we can start at 1, which gives restaurants the ability to serve food later. And then if we meet a threshold, right? If the percent positive goes above 5% at any point, that triggers going back down to midnight until the next commission meeting.
And we let
the next commission meeting. Is that fair?
Gentlemen, I'm going to be very, very straightforward.
That's right.
I will go to 12 with a lot of concerns. I'm not going to 1.
Okay.
All right. We're
not until we see what happens. I spoke to Dr. Marty, not that long ago, and she was in shock in seeing some of the things that were going on. I know if I call her today and discuss this with her, I know what her answer is going to be. You could call any of the other experts. We're doing this, throwing it out like we're, doing something totally different than what we're really doing. We're playing with people's lives.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing. We're playing with people's lives.
Well,
maybe you're immune to this, Commissioner. Maybe other people are.
No, I'm not.
But
No, but
some are not.
But I'm worried about the economic health of our city. I'm worried about the economic health of our city.
Yeah, but this ain't going to solve the economic health.
It's going to help.
We've accomplished with the restaurants
everybody.
What you were looking for.
Mr. Carollo.
And we've given the restaurants a big boost.
Please.
But beyond that, we're going into dangerous territory that the city is not going to cave in if we wait 2 more weeks, bring it to midnight, and take it from there.
Okay.
And this is what I'm seeing here. We're just making decisions without.
We're haggling on hours.
Whatsoever.
I'd like to break for a second. I'd like to hear from our manager, and then we will settle on whatever amendment has consensus amongst this group. I know that Mr. Diaz de la Portilla did not bring this to split us up and cause us to have disagreement on this. So I think we're going to.
I'm okay with 12. So
Me too.
Chairman, I'm okay with 12. I'm okay with 12.
We'll get to that. I'd like to hear.
But we're there already. If I'm okay with 12, and Commissioner Carrillo is okay with 12, and Commissioner Reyes.
I would vote for 12.
The city manager.
Listen, guys, I'm okay with 12. I think
It's easy, Commissioner Russell. We're okay with 12.
I'm trying
We're
to
at 12.
conduct the meeting in an orderly fashion. Everyone's talking around each other like a knitting circle.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're having a
Open
friendly
conversation.
conversation amongst friends. We're
And
all
the,
okay
and
with
the
12.
manager has not gotten a word in for the last half hour, and he's
That's
waiting.
not entirely. That's not entirely a bad thing, though. Sorry.
Mr. Noriega, you have the floor.
The
Uninterrupted.
manager,
Wow,
the
that
manager's
was-
being a smart manager right now.
Oh, man, that was.
Okay, Art, give us your best Kamala Harris face and go.
No, I'm going to be short and sweet just for clarity purposes, right? So if you raise the curfew to 12, it still creates an exemption for bars, nightclubs, strip clubs, and all that. Like they don't get
District
that
two.
same curfew in
In
every other
District
district.
two.
But
It's going to be
district.
12 across the board, I think is what Commissioner Carroll is saying. Is that
No.
he's 12
The
across the
same thing Commissioner Reyes said.
Right.
And I don't think Commissioner Diaz-Portillo would disagree with that. Look,
Yeah.
it is very
Across the
difficult.
board, no exception.
One city,
Correct.
and if it's
Okay.
bad enough, you try to figure it out
Easier
between one
to-
city and another. Within
No,
our own
just
city,
want
do you have
clarity.
that?
Yeah. I just wanted clarity. I wanted to understand that we weren't creating a carve out for
And,
those businesses under a separate set of rules, right?
And let me-
So it's a 12 o'clock across the city.
and let
That's
me just
right.
say this because
All
I want to
businesses.
support, I want to support something that Commissioner Carroll has said, and I want to reiterate if I may, Mr. Chair. One of them is, we're not out of the woods yet. Absolutely. He's absolutely correct.
we're not.
And the second thing that I would say is if you ask the experts, they probably would prefer the more prudent path, which is what he's suggesting, which is to go to 12 as opposed to something
One or
more,
two.
right. So I would agree with that too. I think, if you ask the experts, they don't want any movement, obviously, on anything because their job, and this is what I always say about the difficulty with this, is there's a delicate balance between what an epidemiologist is going to tell you, which is the most conservative thing always, because their job is to prevent any spread, versus the issues related to our economy and how that's impacted by all these decisions, which also affects lives. It affects people's livelihoods. So I think doing it this way, it's certainly now during the heat playoffs as well, which begin at 9, don't end till 11:30. I think that gives some relief. And then we can study it over the next couple of weeks, Commissioner, and we'll see where we're at in 2 weeks.
Wait. I just got thrown a curveball here. So George, can you reiterate to the group
So-
what you just said to me, because this is.
So here, I have a question actually. Since the city doesn't have a curfew, right?
Correct.
This motion was to not enforce the county's curfew. So
That's right.
there's really no way to extend or delete from the time of the curfew because we don't have a curfew.
Unless we're creating one.
Right, exactly. So I don't know if you guys want to go into the adventure of creating a new curfew just for the city, would be my question.
Can I just say, George, can't the city commission direct the manager not to enforce until a certain time? I mean, it's a directive.
Yeah, I guess you could say that
You
the
could,
ci-
you
yeah.
can.
Of course, it's a directive to the.
That's what, right, that's, he just wanted to clarify that you understood that we're
Not
basically,
creating the-
By the way, I also want to say, to be clear, that the county still has a right, if they think the curfew is legal, which there's some doubt as to whether the curfew is legal under the governor's executive order, but the county theoretically has a right to enforce the curfew. And which is why I've always said that, they should be using their resources, not us using ours with the CARES money that they got from the federal government that they've never given us.
Okay.
They'll probably use at least $1 million of that CARES money to look for Diaz-Portillo if he violated it.
Probably.
And Carlito will be the one leading the charge. They'll use the next $1 million for you and then another $1 million for me.
Let's give the directive to the manager to enforce the at 12 o'clock, start enforcing the curfew. I mean, look the other way until up to 12 o'clock at night, if we are going to enforce the curfew.
All right, Commissioner
It will be-
Diaz-Portillo, that's a requested amendment to change
That's fine.
your
Absolutely.
resolution.
I want to come back in 2 weeks and see what the data shows, the health data shows. I want to get rid of the curfew. I think
We
certain
all
bars
do.
should,
We all want to get rid of it.
because
Let's let you, step by step.
I strongly believe that our economic health matters.
It does.
And I'm telling you that you're right. 2 weeks is not gonna matter, but then that was 6 months. It's been 7 months. It continues. We have to reopen. We have to do it carefully, but we have to reopen. There's no difference. I'll give you a good example. All the criticism of the Donald Trump event at the Rose Garden, that was at 2:00 in the afternoon. It doesn't matter what time you're out and about. It could be 1 in the morning. It could be 2 in the afternoon. You can still get COVID-19, no matter where you are and what time.
Absolutely.
So to me, the hours is an arbitrary number that was put there, limitations put there that makes no scientific, intellectual sense to me.
Well, no, you're right in what you're saying.
Mr. Mayor,
However,
Commissioner Carrillo.
What it does do is,
And then Commissioner Carrillo.
right now, in the
You're
situation we're still in,
I yield.
we're having 400 plus, 500 people still each day in Miami-Dade reporting. What it does is that if the places that are the most dangerous, we're going to keep them open much more longer than we have, then we're increasing that possibility of more people getting it. But you're right, scientifically, you could get it at any hour of the day or night.
It could be at a
It's
family.
just reducing the possibilities.
It could be at a, no, we're not. No, we're not. It could be at a family barbecue, Commissioner Russell, I mean. It could be at a
Right.
family barbecue at 12:00 in the afternoon. There is no scientific
Absolutely.
evidence.
Absolutely.
There's no
All you
scientific
need is
evidence
one
it's happening at
person.
2 in the morning.
All right,
You
through
know,
the
there
chair.
be
2
infected,
weeks.
one bag to be sent that was infected and nobody cleaned it when he got to that house.
Right.
2 weeks. For 2 weeks,
I have to
we'll
use this
come
as a
back
break,
and we'll
Mr.
look at
Chair.
it.
I'm going to hit my computer and it's going to break it.
Let me
Mr.
tell you
Mayor,
something, Commissioner Russell. You are not good with power, okay?
I'm not
You
trying to
are,
exercise
you
power.
you're raising your little gavel. You're not,
No.
We're having a normal, friendly
Commissioner,
conversation.
Commissioner.
Come on.
We could have been out of here by noon today if we ran this.
No.
orderly.
We're
I
having an
believe
important
you are a very
conversation.
orderly person who likes to get things done. We've been talking so much over each other and
But that's
repeating
good,
so
but
many
that's
times.
good. You're hungry.
I'm just, oh my God, I'm hangry. I'm just
I
trying
can
to,
see.
I'm just trying to recognize one person at a time, get some amendments, get a vote, and get out of here.
Okay, let's do it.
Fair enough.
Mr. Mayor, you're recognized.
Listen, I just want you to call the question, but I'll tell you that this is not being, the other cities in Dade County, I know this from businesses that are calling me throughout the county, are not enforcing the curfew. There are people that are open till 5 o'clock in the morning and later. And so I just wanted to put that on the record because I've personally called. Yeah, I personally called the mayor of Doral. I've personally called the mayor of Miami Gardens, asking them asking them to please either we all enforce the curfew or none of us enforce the curfew, because the other part is that it's also unfair. You know, if businesses in other parts of even Dade County are not enforcing it. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Please call the question and take
Commissioner
your
Diaz
vote.
de la Portilla, this is your item. Which amendment are you willing to accept?
I think we've agreed to the 12 o'clock. There's no, across the board, across the city, we're not doing any carve outs for any particular district now. We may do it in 2 weeks, or we may do a complete elimination of the curfew in 2 weeks when we come back. But right now, it's only to extend the curfew or limit the curfew till midnight. So it gives bars, it gives restaurants and other establishments at least till 1 o'clock, till 12 o'clock to operate.
Understood. Seconder agrees. Mr. Manager, please place a discussion item on the agenda for 2 weeks from now to assess and look at this again, because the businesses in my district do not need a curfew. I just need enforcement of the rules. And this is the thumping heartbeat of this economic city. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have an amendment. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, you're sounding
Commissioner
more and
Carrillo,
more
you're
like Vice President Pence. Congratulations.
Can I make a point, Mr. Chair? I just want to kind of put on the record that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla now has made it impossible for me to have dinner 2 nights in a row. Just want to point that out.
That's true.
Since he made the comment about, since we addressed the issue of being hangry, which I'm not yet, but
I didn't know you had an internal curfew. You have an internal curfew?
I have an internal hunger. Yes, it's a
Oh,
call.
okay, okay. No, I didn't know that.
Hunger.
I'm
It
sorry.
has nothing to do with being a curfew, by the way.
Just the last item?
No,
We got a ways to go. We haven't
Oh,
even.
that's
man.
not the last item, by the way.
Come on, let's get it over with.
Mayor, you're not gonna go away. You're gonna stick with us the whole night, okay?
I have to leave right now in about 5
Hey,
minutes.
listen, Mayor State, you know, Yesela Portilla is gonna buy you dinner.
Oh, now we're talking.
Wow.
Yes, he told me.
Everything
He
closes.
told me
All
he's
right.
gonna buy you dinner.
I'm not going to the
And-
East.
and you have to-
From Komodo.
You can pick
Komodo.
the restaurant. You pick
No,
the
no,
restaurant.
we have, look, the mayor and I have Paris, and now we're gonna have Komodo next week. That's a private thing between he and I. It does not involve anybody else in this conversation, okay?
Oh,
All right, Mayor?
wow.
Listen, but according to Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carrillo is my favorite, and he's in the doghouse.
No, I'm in the doghouse.
Oh, I heard that, yeah, well, what's going
Yes,
on with
I mean,
that?
hey, I don't get calls, said Commissioner Reyes, what do you think about this? I learned either by the press or at the commission meeting.
You're way
just
too
that-
sensitive, Commissioner.
The only thing that I'm
Way too
gonna tell
sensitive.
you,
I cannot go to sleep thinking about that.
I know.
the only thing that I will tell all of you is, I don't kiss and tell.
Oh.
What happens in Shangri-La stays in Shangri-La. All right.
Exactly.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes as amended. Thank you very much. That's PI 4. Mr. Clerk, what's PI 5?
You are good to go when it comes to the agenda items. We may now move to DI1 and DI2 or the PZ items.
We've covered all of the pocket items.
Yeah.
Good to go, sir.
All right. I'd like to do the PZ items before we go to the discussion items, please.
Yeah.
So the remaining PZ items, the next one is
We have a PC
withdrawn. PZ 6 and 7. Is that all we have?
5, 6, and 7.
I believe oh yes, 5, 6, and 7. Let's take PZ 5, zoning text public storage facilities.
I move
Is
it.
there a motion on PZ 5?
I move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes. Is there a second?
What is the recommendation from the administration?
To approve, sir. Francisco Garcia for the record, Planning Director.
This has to do with public storage facilities and their disposal of waste.
Absolutely.
I will second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Croyo. So we have a motion, we have a second. Open for discussion.
You did hear me, Commissioner Reyes, right?
Yes, I
seconded it.
did. I did hear you. Thank you very much, sir. You are the gentleman and the scholar.
I don't know about a scholar.
Okay, call the question because I am hungry.
Is there any further discussion? All right.
Just a friendly reminder, the title needs to be read into the record.
Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
Madam City Attorney.
Which one?
PC
that-
5. Está dormida porque are you sleepy?
I am not sleepy, but you went into the PZs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Reyes, can we ask the administration to give us a report and how this has worked out?
Absolutely.
And how much time do you want to put to it before we get a report that will be fair?
6 months.
Okay, 6 months.
6 months, how this is working out, if it's working or if it's not working.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right? Sure.
Easy.
6 months.
PZ 5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending Article 6, Table 13, titled Supplemental Regulations to add a supplemental regulation for public storage facilities by requiring on-site bulk waste disposal, providing for allowance by warrant, design review, separation, distance requirements, and regulations within certain transit zones, and providing an exception in limited instances containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion?
Just, Mr. Manager,
I have a question.
you've heard that we would like for you to come back in 6 months
6 months.
from the date that this is implemented to get a report.
So how it's
how
working.
it's working out. It's the only thing I don't want to see is that we're putting financial burden on any business if it's not working out.
Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you're recognized.
What happens in 6 months, Commissioner Carroll, Commissioner Reyes?
If we see that it's not working because we're still getting all the trash and all of that, then we will have to take action, or then we will have to modify it. You see, I was waiting for the industry to modify it because, as I recall, Commissioner Joe Carollo asked for this to be deferred. Yeah, because there was, some questions from the industry, and I was open to it, and I said, well, I'm open to any suggestions or any discussions. Nobody came in, nobody talked to me, I talked to anybody, and that's all. Let's see what happens 6 months from now.
Understood. Commissioner, I apologize. I'm in favor of this item. I recognize what you're trying to accomplish with the dumping in your district. My worry is that there is no real legal way to identify that pile of garbage belonged to that a tenant of that public storage facility, and I'm worried that they're going to start getting hit with citations for all the illegal dumping that's going on around them.
Most of them they have cameras. You see, most of them that they have cameras, they can very well prove that which one is them, theirs or not. As a matter of fact, I think that and I seen it, after that this started going around, and that there was going to be an ordinance, citing their business with illegal dumping. I have seen a great improvement, and I mean it. You see, because in my district we have so many types of this type of business that it is. We have 7, and that we have, and all over the district. So I have seen quite an improvement, and if it is not needed, and people start, they are start enforcing the dumping. No dumping. Ordinance on their tenants, or providing them with a place where they can throw the trash. There'll be no need for this.
Understood.
Chair.
Mr. Diaz de la Portilla, you are recognized.
I remain concerned, Commissioner Reyes, about the off-site liability that people that are dumping outside a site and they get blamed. They're liable for what happens outside. That's a major concern for me. I just don't know how to address it. To be honest with you, I really don't.
Well, that could be very well solved. And I was ready to talk to the industry, and I said, okay, if we inspect that you are providing a dumpster, you see, if you are providing a dumpster where people can go and dump the bulk trash, and you have it on site, we do an inspection. There's only 6, 7 of them in my district. We do an inspection. If somebody comes and dump next to you, we cannot cite you for it. But what is for you to provide the dumpster for people that want to clean their space, that they will not dump it in the streets, in my streets. You see?
Right. So Mr. Chairman, the idea that they have to provide a dumpster, I buy into that. I got that.
Okay.
I'm with you there. The idea that it was dumped within how many feet is it?
Yeah, that was more to scare them than anything else. It was
Right.
Close to it, but I'll go for it. And it's that, and I do understand your concern. I do understand your concern. And let's do it this way. This amendment that they must provide a dumpster, and that they will be cited if our inspectors don't find a dumpster in the premises.
Okay, I buy that. But I even buy your, I can buy into your off-site regulation if for 6 months. I can buy into that too, by the way.
Well, let's do it for 6 months. If it happens,
I'm
it doesn't
okay with
happen,
that.
what we do, we do
But
away
in
with
6
the
months,
outside.
if 6 months it's not working or people are being unfairly cited, we
That's
come back
right.
and say, you know what, let's get rid of that off-site
That off-site
requirement
and-
and then do the other part.
Do
Okay,
the other part.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yes.
So does that require an amendment?
No, as is.
That's it.
But
As is.
don't you want it to come back? Don't you
Yes,
want it
well,
to
then-
sunset
Oh,
or
the
come
amendment
back?
comes back in 6 months for
The
review, yes, I'm
the
sorry.
amendment is in 6 months, we will revisit.
It's not a sunset though, Madam City Attorney. It's just a revisit. So
A
they'll bring it
revisit.
up for discussion on in 6 months with an evaluation.
Okay, and then we take into consideration if some people have been cited and any complaints and all of that. Okay,
Thank you.
Got
And Chair, that's the only amendment.
that's the only.
Yes.
Thank you. Did we read this one to the record? We did. All right. Any further discussion?
If I may, please, it's
Yes.
not an amendment to the ordinance, it's the ordinance as written plus a directive to the administration. Is that
And
correct?
directed to
That is
the
correct.
administration.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
That seems
And
more-
directed to the administration, you're absolutely right.
Right.
Diana,
It could,
you're absolutely
as, it could be amended to say that there's a whereas that it comes back in 6 months, but whatever you want, we will do.
whatever it is, easier for you, that makes it clear that we want it 6 months from now. And then if we are going to revisit this, and see if further action should be taken, or we can do away with the on-site.
You know what? Do make it the whereas in the ordinance itself. This way is
That's right.
100% of the record.
In the record,
And
yes,
it'll be less likely that they will forget.
Yeah.
And I hope Francisco assigns someone in his office to really stay on top of this so that he can provide us good numbers when we meet 6
Absolutely.
months from now. This.
Absolutely.
Got it. There's a motion, a second. There is an amendment. Mover and seconder agrees. I think we're clear. Any further
Yes.
discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Just myself. I'm a no. Motion passes. Thank you. PZ
You didn't vote for it?
I didn't. I did. I'm trying to respect the illegal dumping, but I cannot blame a local business for someone else's dumping off-site. I just really, that one is really, I don't see how we can control it. I don't see how we can monitor it. I think the business is going to get a hit for all the illegal dumping.
That's why we have 6 months trial.
But how about saving the planet? My God.
Yes.
You guys are the eco warriors tonight. I'm with business.
But
You know, you were all gun ho in the morning.
That's like the parallel universe. It's like the evil spot.
Of the water
It's not
pollution.
normal.
I'm going to get out of here because after 7 p.m., it all flips.
I don't know.
You know,
He
but
started to
Commissioner
turn
Russell,
Republican.
Commissioner
You know
Russell,
what?
a
We
3
better
to 1
check out
vote.
his registration. The two
Commissioner,
of us
3 to
who are
1
in this
vote.
Melendez do
It's
something
3 to 1,
to you
sir.
that got you all worked up. I don't know.
It's still passed easily. It's still passed easily. We'll move on.
Well, but it was 3 to 1, then maybe there's a lot to be said for a 4-member commission.
Yes.
You could do this all day long. You could do this all day long.
He might have left us already. He might have come back. I don't know.
He's gone. He already left. He said nowhere to be found.
All right. We're going to move on. By the way, before I pass the gavel, Mr. Diaz-Libertia, this is a baby gavel. This
Oh, that's a gavel.
That's a gavel.
It's not a Tallahassee speaker's gavel, but this will knock.
Absolutely. I see it. I see it.
Mr. Chairman, I gladly hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Oh, no, you were doing very, very good.
You're off eating pizza. We're all here suffering. I need you here.
I don't know.
But Chair, we want to see
He's
you,
even
Chair.
getting aggressive, you know?
We
I
want to
want to
see
see
you,
a video.
Chair.
I want to see what you're wearing right now.
Yeah, we want to see you, Chair.
Why you want to see me in my
We
pajamas?
want to see you. We want to see you.
I don't know.
Please make that mouth move on the
Why do you want to see me in my
There you
Show your
There
face.
you
Oh, look at it.
Always dressed
Look
in
at
a
that.
bag,
You're
but not with a
You're
little bit
still
of
licking
people
his
inside, right?
finger, man. He was having some ribs. Licking the fingers. He was having some ribs. And he didn't share. You know, you should have shared those ribs.
James Ribs.
Yes.
Hardiman, you better get Hardiman, you
Look,
better get
this
the
my
gavel
dinner.
back.
Look,
Oh
this my
my
dinner.
God.
Started to even
That's my
get
dinner.
aggressive.
Hardiman.
I don't know. What's become over him?
Oh man. Okay, so
Before you know it, he'll be wearing a MAGA hat.
November 4th.
Oh, blood. Make America green again. That's what Captain Planet, right? So, Madam City Attorney, is PZ6, is that an ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, and I think we're done with that one, right?
Oh, I thought we should do this, the zoning, the public storage facilities.
That, we did that, well, that passed.
Right, we did that one, but did we go out of order or something?
No, that's fast.
Next item up to bat is PZ6.
Oh, sorry, PZ6. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 3, Section 3.14, titled Public Benefits Program, to distinguish the appropriate abutting condition for T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open and CS Civic Space Transit Zone properties, and to incorporate additional bonus by right floor lot ratio and flexibility in stories for property zone T680 Urban Core Zone Open in transit-oriented development areas only, in exchange for the provision of affordable workforce housing at or below 100% area median income, making findings containing the severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Can I move it?
Alderman Deeb again? There he is.
Been properly moved. Is there a second?
Oh, yeah.
I'll second it. Can't hear you, Chairman.
No, I was trying to whisper to James that he can be heard on television.
Yeah, he should do more rips than.
I'm trying not to punish him. You know,
well, I'm gonna punish him when I see him, because I mean, he's feeding you.
Is there any discussion about the item?
Just briefly, Mr. Garcia, was there any amendment needed to address the concerns of the residents who came forward with regard to abutting civic space and specifically the Bayside development?
Thank you for the question. We I think made it clear to the concerned residents that their concerns had been addressed already in the ordinance as it was already formatted. We did forward a whereas clause that makes it abundantly clear for inclusion in the present ordinance. So maybe that is an amendment that would be appropriate.
So an amendment would be appropriate?
An amendment by virtue of including a whereas clause to make the ordinance abundantly clear. And the clarity here is that if the property abuts or shares a property line with a CS zone property, then they are not eligible for the bonus.
Okay.
Got it. And that would not affect the original purpose and intent of this legislation and why it was brought. All right, I'd like to proffer that amendment if there's support for that, please.
Yeah, I accept it.
Thank you.
Can I clarify, because I don't, if it's the one, did you mention the T3 zone as well, Francisco?
Yes.
Could I read it just to be clear? Okay. The whereas, as I understand it, is whereas the proposed text amendment limits property zone T680 from seeking public benefit bonuses when they share a property line with civic space zoned property.
Correct.
Was it supposed to also say T3 or just,
There is already in the ordinance
Yeah, that's right.
regulation that says that any property that is within 500 feet of a T3 zone property is not eligible. And that was not clarity that we felt we needed to put forth, since it's already abundantly clear in the ordinance. The whereas clause, or the concern was about the CS property line sharing, and that's what the whereas clause clarifies.
okay, and then the actual text change, you mentioned, or
So there is no text change. The text
just the whereas?
Correct.
Hey, man.
Any further questions?
Good question.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
I'm an aye.
Motion carries.
Uh,
PZ7,
I mean, it is, You shouldn't be talking with your mouth full. Yeah.
Chairman, what are you eating?
I mean, it's driving me
Be
nuts. It's
Be
driving me
open,
nuts.
be open. We won't
That's
hold it
right.
against you. What are you eating?
There's a great Bahamian restaurant in the district off of 55th Street and Northwest 7th Avenue.
Conch?
Best conch fritters.
Shrimp, French fries. It's called Chantel's Lounge.
Chantel.
Renovated. There's a beautiful space on the inside. They have a bar. It's a neighborhood spot.
Oh, really? Chantel's.
Chantel's.
Are you gonna buy me dinner anytime soon?
That's right. When are you buying?
Listen,
You're gonna have to share with the rest of the class.
anytime you want me to romance you, I will. No problem.
I don't know what's going on. You know, the mayor.
Buy me dinner.
Alex, what's going on, man? And the mayor and yourself.
Because my dinner is this. Is that
I
good?
mean,
That's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair. You know, they shouldn't treat you like that. You know?
I know. I just have horrible staff that bring me Lay's potato chips. And you get conch.
Okay.
PZ7.
I'd like to move PZ7, and it should have noted me as a sponsor on here.
Yes, and I second it.
Go ahead.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended, Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions of Terms, Article 7, Section 7.1.7.3, titled Approval, Section 7.174, titled Release, Section 7.1.1.6, titled Covenant in lieu of Unity of Title, to require approval by additional enumerated officials for any release of a unity of title, covenant in lieu of unity of title, and other restrictive covenants, in addition to approval by zoning administrator, imposing additional submission requirements for unities of title and covenants in lieu of unity of title relating to surveys and legal description sketches, providing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So you all know why we have this ordinance. It is
Yes.
simply as a response, reaction to the Day Avenue debacle. I hate that we have to write an ordinance simply to get the administration to do what's already in the code. But the way we're going to try to do this in this one is by creating a mini coalition to release or amend any covenant in lieu of unity of title. There is now a release review committee, and it's not just the zoning administrator. It's also the planning department, the building department, the public works department, and anyone else the manager deems necessary before those things can be released. So they're not released in error, causing a problem like this one has. So I thank you for your support.
Yes, and
That was no error.
that's right. That was
You
no.
wanna kill yourself.
And
yourself,
my
that's no
my question to Francisco was if this will avoid that what happened in that in your district will happen again. And as a matter of fact, I want to be a co-sponsor of this.
Thank you.
Briefly in response, Commissioner Reyes, we believe it certainly does. It brings forward to the review process all the expertise in all these departments, and we'll certainly keep an eye out for any potential defects.
Yes. Okay.
And we shouldn't have settled.
No, we turn it down. Turn it down.
Call the question.
Unless if he has $10 million in his pocket that he can give us, then
that's peanuts for him. Don't you know? That's pocket change for him.
I don't think
pocket change.
Sell your yo-yo.
Yo-yo. You know how much money those yo-yo get? Yeah. That's right.
Hey, Russell, why don't you get up and show us how you can really do it? Some people are saying you don't have the fast draw anymore.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Coffees first.
No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is all.
Discussion items.
Besides the discussion items, if you'd like to talk about those things. So, we have a discussion items.
I believe it's the CI1.
Later date.
What do we have?
CI 1 and 2.
Yeah, because DR3 was withdrawn, right? Or continued? Which one was it?
Indefinitely deferred, Chair.
Definitely defer.
Oh, my gosh.
There's annual reports that someone's prepared to give? From DIO?
I believe Mr. Tinney needs to be promoted.
Okay. Kenny, wonderful to have you. You could take your computer or phone off of mute. There you are. That's his foot. He can hear you, James. Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. We can see you too. You look
Okay.
like-
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Okay, I have the honor of presenting our annual report that was originally scheduled to be given in March for the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust. What I can simply do is just read this into the oral record if you guys aren't too hungry to hear that. And I'll begin simply to acquaint all parties with our mission and why we're doing what we do, and this is what, of course, guides all our discussions and decisions. The mission of the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust is to carry forward the community's vision for the development and use of Virginia Key Beach Park, promoting and maintaining absolute public ownership and access, fostering its perpetuation as a passive open green space that includes nature trails, recreational facilities, and museum structures appropriate to and compatible with the nature of Virginia Key, presenting it as a valuable resource to be enjoyed by posterity and to honor the rich historical legacy of the social and civil rights history of South Florida. Okay, and then as you know, these annual reports have a kind of a standard template of 7 questions, and I'll just read the questions and our answers to those. And some of this will seem, will seem a little bit outdated because this was done in the spring, so some of these issues have already been dealt with, particularly the budget ones. So question number 1, whether the board is serving the purpose for which it was created. 2019 was a critical and successful year for the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust. The Trust was able to continue to fulfill its mission, preserving historic Virginia Key Beach Park as a valuable cultural and environmental resource by increasing historic park tours, record-breaking volunteer participation, hosting the world-renowned Ultra Music Festival, and gaining the City of Miami Commission's unanimous support for operational funding for the historic Virginia Key Beach Museum Park project. And we thank you again for your vision and leadership on that. The Historic Beach Park continues to maintain listings on the United States National Register of Historic Places, the Florida Heritage Trail, and City of Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation list. Question number 2, whether the board is serving current community needs. The trust has proven its success in serving the community's need for public park space by its increasing number of families and community-based organizations that have partnered with the trust and use the historic beach park facilities. Annual visitation has consistently surpassed 100,000 visitors, and the historic beach park continues to be the home of 3 summer camps in fiscal year 2018-2019, an award-winning youth soccer practice team. And I was also invited, and it was voted the New Times 2018 Best Live Music Venue. Question number 3. I think I'm not playing in a symphony, turning these pages. Okay. A list of the board's major accomplishments, and these are mainly in the form of partnerships. And so I'll just list those: the partnership between the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust and Black Archives / Lyric Theater, Black Police Precinct and Courthouse Museum, and Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau was successful in attracting the African American Association of Museums Annual Conference to Miami in 2020. And just for, the point of information, that's a well-established nationwide organization that brings together all the major African-American museums from cities around the country and some from the Caribbean. Another partnership was a growing list of agency and event partners: University, Zen Village, Florida International University, Sea Level Rise Center, Florida International University History and Library Digital Archives Partners, University of Miami CAD, that's also a community archive, the Love Burn Festival, House of Creatives Festival, Grassroots Music and Dance Festival, Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce, Miami-Dade Chamber of Commerce, and the completion of the 10th annual YMCA Junior Marine Biology Summer Camp. Third partnership was Seagrass Adventures Environmental Education Programming Partnership with Biscayne Nature Center and Dade County Public Schools. Number 4, partnerships with Tremendous Miami, International Coastal Cleanup Bonanza, and this was involved with debris removal, debris-free oceans, Big Blue and You, and historic site restoration. And of course, Tremendous gets a special shout out because they have been awesome in contributing and planting almost countless trees. Cultural and historic educational programming partnerships include the aforementioned Black Archives, Historic Hampton House, Historic Black Police Precinct and Courthouse Museum, and others. And historic and environmental programs and tours. Partners include History Miami Museum, the Frost Museum, Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Dade County Public Schools. And finally, in the partnerships, shoreline and upland ecosystem restoration and environmental maintenance has attracted over 2,175 volunteers, over 6,580 volunteer hours at a value of more than $165,000 in in-kind support from community partners in 2019. Volunteer participation totals have more than doubled since 2017. The fourth question in the template is whether there is any other board, either public or private, which would better serve the function of the board. Well, of course not, but the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust has continued to gather support, partners, and praise from community members, private and public sector leadership. The trust draws on the extensive knowledge and expertise of board members representing pioneer families, environmental awareness groups, and a range of professional fields which have been assets, to its continuing progress and successful leadership. Future success will require a governance model that will include the support of a nonprofit 501c3 organization that will focus on fundraising, public-private partnerships, and marshaling increased community expertise. And that will, of course, be in line with as we extend more and more into, oh my goodness. Did I lose my, I hit something here. I don't know if I'm not seeing you, but you might be still seeing me as I fumbled for the last page here. And let's see if we can get me back here. Okay, I'll just go on into question number 5. Whether the, hold on. Sorry for the delay. Whether the ordinance, okay, I was trying to get back on camera. Whether the ordinance creating the board should be amended to better enable the board to serve the purpose for which it was created. Our answer to that question is the criteria set forth by the ordinance that created the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust have served the trust well. However, following the unique financial difficulties that struck the nation during the global economic meltdown, quote unquote, also known as the Great Recession, resulting in the city of Miami's withdrawal of all direct operational funding to the trust from 2009 to 2016 has caused many aspects of operating the historic beach park properly and in a sustainable and progressive manner to be compromised. However, we've been dealing with that. The City of Miami's annual funding contribution to the Virginia Key Beach Trust should be restored to a steadily increasing level. And of course, that has already been done, for which we express our appreciation. This is just a little awkward because I'm kind of talking to a blank screen here, but I'll trust that this is.
We can see you, Mr. Tinney, and you look amazing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is my hair all right? I hope. Okay. The trust ordinance should be amended if that's what is required to provide trust employees full participation in the City of Miami retirement and pension system. With the issuance of purchasing cards, known as P cards, that's also needed, and assurance of workers' compensation coverage at all times. So that's an administrative matter that we'll probably need to discuss, I imagine, with the city manager's office, and our staff, our boots on the ground, have a more clear idea of the details involved, what number of full-time employees as opposed to consultants we have, and so forth. So we look forward to having that discussion. Next to last question is whether the board's membership requirements should be modified. The existing membership's eligibility requirements for trustees should explore the inclusion of at-large trustees who may not reside, work, or own property in the City of Miami, but reside in Miami-Dade County and have a strong bond with Virginia, with the historic beach park. This would allow the board to reach further into the South Florida regional area and take advantage of community expertise for board development. Otherwise, the criteria set forth by the ordinance that created the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust have served the trust well. We've had some challenges over the years of finding board members. We actually have 3 vacancies on the board. And we did, in fact, find that, there are folks who have intimate knowledge and love of the beach, but they live outside the city limits, who are willing to serve, and they don't work in the city or own property. So we'll be essentially bringing that to your attention, particularly those districts that don't presently have an appointee. And the last question on our annual report, the cost, both direct and indirect, of maintaining the board. It's more of a statement than a question, but anyway. The trust's purpose, powers, and duties comprise a great responsibility to the community, which the trust continues to fulfill with great dedication. I definitely have to commend our staff. We are very fortunate to have folks that just routinely go the extra mile, and that's just a rare blessing. But we also have the extreme difficulty due to the aforementioned financial crisis, which resulted in the City of Miami's withdrawal of direct operational funds in the time that was mentioned. The trust requires an annual City of Miami contribution for community outreach, security, fundraising, special educational programming, advertising and promotional materials, cultural and historic collections, management and volunteer coordination, to effectively provide service to the community. A clearly defined capital improvements fund should be allocated to the trust to guarantee needed property improvements and maintenance to fulfill a 10-year historic Virginia Key Beach Park improvement and sea level rise capital plan. Many of those things have already been addressed in our budget negotiations with the various line items. In closing, I'll just mention a few things. Because of COVID, we did not have the huge public celebration that we would have had this year, but this year does mark the 75th anniversary year of the park opening in 1945. A very meaningful landmark, and certainly one that we were able to celebrate in a limited way in online fashion. And on my notes here, I think I have just two sort of just points of clarification, minor points. I think there was we saw some recent correspondence with city staff. It seems that some folks were referring to the trust as an advisory board, and it's not that, so we want to make sure of that. And I think there have been some references to the whole museum project as being a civil rights museum. It is that, but it's far from being only that, because it also incorporates environmental awareness and social history that goes, well beyond the civil rights era, which is generally considered to be 1955 to 1965. Miami was not Birmingham, or one of these places that had all sorts of, hateful actions going on that needed to be remembered. In fact, Miami's response to Jim Crow segregation is so different, so special, that's all the more reason why, the story has to be told. So that's essentially it on that. And I thank you very much for providing the time and, and your attention for sharing this. And I'm still messing around trying to get on back.
No problem. We can see you very well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Tinney, thank you for everything you do. And congratulations on your 75th anniversary. And thank you for inviting me to that gala. I would love for the video that was produced for that gala to be circulated to every single one of these commissioners, because
yes, okay, we'll do. It took a while for us to kind of work out all the little bugs with it, but we'll absolutely do that. Yes.
It moves you to tears, and it tells a story of a place that is so much more than just Miami's only blue water beach. It's so special, and the way you've preserved it and the story you're trying to tell and its future is so important. If there's anything that should be a citywide asset that all of us try to spend time at and go do events at and bring our residents to, it's the Virginia Key Beach Park. And so thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for that recognition. I'll certainly share that with my fellow trustees and the staff.
Very much. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. That's mutual. Keep up the good.
There are no further annual reports. So then we move on to DI2, which is a discussion on unreimbursed grant expenditures. I'm sure that's probably very brief. Is there anyone from the city manager's office that's reporting the unreimbursed grant expenditures?
I think the manager's having conch. Our mayor's gone. Barnaby's gone.
Dion had dinner already.
Barnaby's there.
I don't see Barnaby anywhere.
Yeah.
He's there. He's
There
there.
he is. Hi, Barnaby. Welcome back. The manager's back.
Yeah, Mr.
Where's our mayor?
The discussion on unreimbursed grant expenditures.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Commissioners. Erica Pascal for the Finance Department. Per our financial integrity ordinance, we are required to report all non-reimbursable grants on a quarterly basis. For the quarter ending December 31st, 2019, we are to report that $43,275.97 was disallowed by the Florida Inland Navigation District for the project Miami Marine Stadium, due to the fact that the project never did proceed into the construction phase of the project. They will not reimburse us if the project does not move into construction. Are there any questions?
Is demolition considered construction?
No.
No. Not in this situation, right? Okay. Any other questions from anyone? And just a major congratulations to Erica and her university that she graduated from, so her alma mater. They were named, Florida Agricultural Mechanical University was named the top public HBCU in the nation. Right? It was a college. I'm sorry. Top public college in the nation.
That would be our alma mater.
That's correct. I'm shining the light on you right now, So wanted to for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
So Chairman, the commission is gonna miss you so much that they added a few more meetings while you were gone.
No, I saw everyone that they added. I don't know if I'm going to be there, but because you never know, things could get really bad, and I don't want to have any issues with the Big C, Corona.
The big C.
The Big C, yeah. All right. So is there anything else? I think we've done everything. All hearts and minds are clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Okay. This meeting is concluded. Thank you very much.
Not
Good
everybody.
night, guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone.